Reincarnated as a heroine in a dating sim, I want to become a mob, but all the other girls are into me. Volume 1. By Hakurin Makoto. Translated by Dobi. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The childhood friend wants to become a mob character. I stood at my desk in the classroom. Suzuna, I guess I could walk home with you again today. A black-haired boy looked down at me. Strange. I'd never seen this classroom before, and I'd never spoken to this boy. Even so, I knew. This was Saren Academy, and the boy's name was Shindo Minato. Somehow, I knew it well. As I tried to figure out why, it immediately hit me. Ah, this is the world of that game I was playing last. This is it. My girlfriend next door is super sweet. Commonly known as Kano Ama. I think, anyway, I was playing a dating sim with that title. This world is strikingly similar to that game. Could it be, this is what they call reincarnation? Game, what are you talking about all of a sudden? It's nothing. More importantly, Shindo-kun, what did you just call me? Don't ask weird questions. Suzuna is Suzuna, right? What else would I call you? Seriously? The name of the girl he called was Amatsuki Suzuna. One of the heroines, her position, childhood friend. It seems I've been reborn as one of these characters. See, you don't have anyone to go home with anyway, right? I'll walk home with you. Shindo Minato and his childhood friend, Amatsuki Suzuna, always went to and from school together. However, as you can see, Minato's attitude towards Suzuna is noticeably arrogant. Even now, he's giving off this "I'm doing you a favor" aura. But Suzuna is incredibly kind. She's harbored feelings for Shindo Minato since childhood, keeping them hidden while remaining his friend. That's why, even when treated like this, she responds with a smile. Such a pure-hearted girl. If I were to respond like her, going home with him would be the right answer. But, I'm going home alone, it's fine. I told him my intentions clearly, in a voice that even I thought sounded blunt. Section. Even though it was an unfamiliar hallway, I knew the way like the back of my hand, like it was my own home. As Amatsuki Suzuna, I share her memories of this world. I headed straight for the entrance. Hey Suzuna, what's wrong? Are you mad at me or something? But there was a boy following behind me. I'm not mad. Then, why aren't you walking home with me? We always do. Just because we always do, doesn't mean we have to today. More than anything, I wanted him to stop following me. Being approached by boys is a little scary. Did I do something to you, Suzuna? Do you have any idea what it might be? No, like today, you let me copy your homework, and you woke me up right before class when I was sleeping, and you swapped cleaning duty with me, or something. Yes, this boy is incredibly lazy, and dependent on girls for everything. The heroines of this world constantly pamper the protagonist, as if there's some rule that they can only fall for good-for-nothing guys. Even though he's a second-year high school student, they only spoil him and never scold him. And among them, this heroine, Amatsuki Suzuna, is especially sweet. Just because they're childhood friends, she's always taken care of him since they were young. She's constantly subservient, always watching his expression, and always treats him kindly. Honestly, as the player, I couldn't understand it. I didn't like this protagonist, and I didn't understand Suzuna's feelings for him either. I couldn't empathize with her at all. It might be that. Even so, why all of a sudden? Anyway, I'm going home alone. Bye-bye, Shindo-kun. That's why I won't be captured. Even if this is the world of a dating sim, I refuse to date a boy I don't like. He finally gave up. Looking back after passing the school gates, Shindo-kun was nowhere to be seen. But did I say too much? The image of Shindo-kun falling silent with a hurt expression after my parting words wouldn't leave my mind. I had to be clear so he'd understand, but I didn't want to hurt him needlessly. I just didn't want to end up in the troublesome position of being his girlfriend. Seriously, even in a game world, I can't get along with people. Give me a break. I sighed a little, remembering the world I came from. No matter where I am, can I never live the way I want? Stop it, stop it. This is a new life, I have to enjoy it. Yes, it shouldn't all be doom and gloom. By walking this new life, I might gain something different. Fortunately, Amatsuki Suzuna wasn't a character that others disliked. If I play my cards right, I might even be able to have a decent school life. A heroine who isn't captured by the protagonist, no, better yet, become a mob character and live a modest school life. A peaceful life suits me. Somehow, deciding on a future course of action calmed my mind. My footsteps became a little lighter, and I hurried home. I passed through the downtown area. I'm not very fond of this space, where the buildings suddenly become larger and the crowds increase. I quickened my pace to get through it quickly. I'm tealing you, I'm not interested. Am I? A girl's voice I'd heard somewhere reached my ears. Looking towards the source of the voice, I saw a girl with light brown, loosely curled hair and heavy makeup, wearing a cheap-looking suit, being harassed by a man. You're cute, so I think you could easily earn money, even if it's just for 1 or 2 hours a day. Huh, what's that? Super sketchy, it's creepy, I'm not struggling for money anyway. The girl was wearing the same uniform as me. Hers was quite disheveled, giving off a rather frivolous impression, but she was definitely a student at the same school. Lies, dressed like that, there's no way you're not interested. It's not sketchy at all, so just listen to what I have to say, and you can refuse if you don't like it. I'm already refusing. Seriously, you're persistent. I racked my brain at the sight. I remember this event. Originally, Amatsuki Suzuna should have been going home with Shindo Minato today. Shindo-kun, as usual, would have been boasting to Suzuna. I'd do anything for a cute girl. He'd say something superficial like that. But because Suzuna is a naive girl. Is that so? Then if there's a girl in trouble, I can ask you for help, Minato-kun. She'd give a carefree reply like that, and then they'd encounter this scene. Hey Minato-kun, that girl looks like she's in trouble. Yeah. You said you'd do anything for a girl, right? Yeah. Unable to back down from his careless words, Shindo Minato would half-heartedly charge at the man in the suit. The man, thinking he was outnumbered, would retreat. Because of me, Shindo-kun isn't here. In other words, the protagonist who was supposed to save her is absent. The guilt weighed even heavier on me. I couldn't just ignore this. Suppressing the fear welling up in my chest, I quickened my pace. Hey, come on, just a tiny bit. No, don't touch me. Seriously, you're gross. The man's advances were finally becoming forceful, and even I, watching, felt anxious. I broke into a run and then, sorry, were you waiting? I forced myself between the two of them and called out. My voice cracked a little, unused to such lines. A classmate she hadn't made plans with suddenly called out to her. Of course she'd be taken aback. Shopping first. Come on, we don't have time, let's go. Ignoring her bewilderment, I took the flashy girl's hand and started walking. Hey, wait a minute. To the man in the suit who was still trying to pursue us, I opened my mouth. Sir, this girl and I have something to do. Besides, if you keep pestering her, I'll call the police. You're targeting a minor, and if rumors spread, it could affect your job, you know. Is that okay with you? TCH, whatever, fine. The man clearly looked displeased as he backed down. Well, at least he wouldn't bother her any further. Let's go, Hine-san. Why yeah. I then took her hand, the hand of one of the heroines, Hine's Yuri, and left the downtown area behind. Chapter 2, Entangled with the gal heroine. Wait a minute, this is a bit much, don't you think? I took Hine's Yuri's hand and hurried away from the downtown area. Driven by the fear that the man might chase after us, I ran without stopping. As a result, we'd covered quite a distance before I realized it. Sorry, you must be tired. No, I'm totally fine. Actually, I'm grateful. Hine-san certainly didn't look tired. Rather, I was the one out of breath. Even after being reborn, my introverted clumsiness remains. You're Amatsuki-san, right? Hine-san looked at me, half doubtful as she spoke my name. It was the spring of our second year, and we'd only just become classmates. It couldn't be helped if she wasn't sure. Yes, Amatsuki Suzuna. I introduced myself for now. Hine's Yuri is the flashy girl at the top of the class hierarchy. You could even label her as a gyaru and a social butterfly. In contrast, Amatsuki Suzuna is the introverted girl at the very bottom. Normally, we'd never interact. Even though there were opportunities to talk in the game, centered around the protagonist, Shindo Minato. Thanks, Amatsuki-san. That guy was being really persistent. It was getting annoying. Hine-san smiled brightly, without a care in the world. I never thought I would be the one approaching her like this. Yeah, seeing your expression, Hine-san, I kind of got the feeling you were in trouble. Oh, you know my name. Of course, we're classmates and you're famous, Hine-san. Large, round eyes, loosely curled brown hair. Her blazer was open, and the buttons of her blouse were undone, revealing a hint of her cleavage. Her skirt was short and her legs were quite exposed. Slender but not too thin, a healthy physique. She was the most popular girl at Saren Academy, someone who caught everyone's eye. That was the setting anyway. Well, even without that prior knowledge, anyone could see at a glance that she was popular. Ayahaha, I do stand out, don't I? There are probably some unsavory rumors about me. It's not like that. And Yuri is also a girl, oblivious to her own popularity. With her outstanding looks and feminine attire, she wasn't haughty. Rather, she had a very casual personality. Of course she'd be popular. Even I, her complete opposite, could understand that. It's fine, it's fine. I tend to be underestimated. That guy probably approached me because he saw me that way. Is it just my bad personality that makes that sound like a roundabout way of bragging? Well, even I, as a girl, think Hine-san is beautiful, so it's probably unavoidable that men would hit on her. I looked at my reflection in a nearby window. An unremarkable, dull face, thick black-rimmed glasses. My black hair was in pigtails, my uniform buttoned all the way up, and my skirt length strictly adhered to the school rules. The picture-perfect image of an introverted girl. Well, it is literally a picture-perfect world, so I guess it's natural. Anyway, Amatsuki Suzuna is plain. That's to be expected. While this character exists as a heroine, when you get down to it, her role was mostly to mediate and move the story along. Her ending was also a bit ambiguous, with the relationship with the protagonist not progressing beyond that of childhood friends. Well, whatever. My previous self was also plain and inconspicuous like Amatsuki Suzuna, so it doesn't feel that strange. Rather, it's so true to life that I almost feel a slight sense of self-loathing. But if you were to ask me if I wanted to be the polar opposite, like Hine-san in front of me, no way. I couldn't maintain that level of femininity for even a day. Amatsuki-san, you're pretty gutsy. Isn't gutsy a bit of an overstatement? I mean, I'm aware that I lack femininity, but everyone on the street just pretended not to see me when I was in trouble. It's fine since I wasn't asking for help, but it was surprising that you, Amatsuki-san, were the first to speak up. Ah, so that's what she meant. Originally, this was the scene where the protagonist would save her. I guess it could be considered gutsy. It was originally an action a boy would have taken. I'm glad I could help. Well then, I'll be. There was nothing more to talk about between us, with our different personalities. I should retreat before an awkward silence falls. Wait. However, Hine-san grabbed my arm. My movement was restricted. Is something the matter? Let me thank you. A bad feeling. I didn't do anything that warrants thanks. No way, I can't just let a classmate help me and go home without saying anything. I've seen this exact same scenario play out before. These are the lines she'd used to invite Shindo Minato, who should be here. What am I supposed to do, receiving them instead? Amatsuki-san, do you like sweets? I hate them. I actually like them. But if I accept, we'll end up going to get sweets, so I have to refuse. Ah, is that so? It's after school, aren't you a little hungry? I'm not hungry. Hine-san is desperately trying to treat me to something. I don't need it, I don't need it. You don't have to raise any flags with me. Please do that with Shindo-kun. Not even a little. I'm actually pretty full. Wow. Yeah, I get full easily. Too easily. Hine-san seems slightly taken aback. Well, a girl saying she's full in the evening after school is certainly strange. Of course, it's a lie, and I'm actually getting hungry. Ah, then you must be thirsty, right? We ran quite a bit, and you were out of breath, Amatsuki-san. Hine-san's eyes lit up, as if she'd had a brilliant idea. She's probably thinking of taking me to a cafe, but that's no good either. I'm not thirsty. Seriously. Seriously. Even after running that much. I'm the type who doesn't get thirsty even after exercising. Do such people exist? Right here. Amatsuki-san, you're not in any sports clubs, are you? I'm in the going home club. Hine-san's gaze pierced me. Amatsuki-san, are you rejecting me? The way she asks such a delicate question without sugarcoating it, it's so social butterfly of her. I couldn't ask something so scary. Even a polite reply would make me feel awkward, and if she told me the truth, I'd just get hurt. Anyway, I don't know how to react when asked something like that. No, it's not like that. My reply lacked conviction, even to my own ears. It was obvious I was hiding something. In times like these, I, with my lacking communication skills, don't know how to handle things properly. Right. There's no way you'd help someone so boldly if you disliked them. Hine-san smiled. Judging by her expression, she believed me. Amazing, she accepted it so easily. I see. But I'm in a bind, now I can't thank you. It's fine, really, it's okay. I couldn't let this drag on any longer. Seizing the opportunity, I shook off her grip on my arm. Ah, Amatsuki-san. Where are you going? Home. But then my feelings. Please direct those feelings towards a boy in our class. Why? Leaving Hine-san tilting her head in confusion, I started running again as if escaping. Chapter 3. The heroines drift apart. My girlfriend next door is super sweet. A dating sim that wasn't particularly famous or a big seller. My reason for trying it was almost entirely coincidental. It goes back to the time before I was reborn, when I was a human called Yukitsuki Mashiro. Oh, this person started out as a game illustrator. At the time, I had found an interesting manga and was researching the author. I made it a habit to check out all the works by manga artists I liked. Thinking about it now, perhaps it was a mistake to diligently follow such a self-imposed rule, even though no one asked me to. Why is this protagonist so self-centered? And what's with these heroines who fall for him? I enjoyed reading manga and novels, but this was the first time I'd tried this genre of game. It was a typical harem game, where the heroines unconditionally fell in love with the protagonist, Shindo Minato. While the girls had their quirks, they were generally good and cute. And yet, it was this convenient story, where they all fell for the same boy. Is this a man's dream? The strange phenomena unfolding on the screen only made sense when viewed in that light. Even so, I completed all the scenarios, just to see all the illustrated CGs with my own eyes. Section, to think I'd actually become one of those heroines. The morning after my reincarnation. I squinted at the morning sun as I walked to school alone. The April wind was cold. Why did I have to become a heroine in such an awkward position and relive a life in a world so similar to actual Japan? There's no change at all. If I was going to be reborn, I wanted to be a duchess or something. I wanted to experience something more, like medieval townscapes, magic, that kind of fantasy. Yo, Suzuna. Did you come to pick me up again today? Just as I was stewing in these gloomy feelings, Shindo-kun appeared. Right. I was unconsciously following the usual route to school, but apparently this path passes in front of Shindo-kun's house. It was a mistake to follow the routine that felt so natural. Is this the fate of a heroine? Hey, why the long face so early in the morning? Come on, cheer up. Then Shindo-kun reached out his hand. This was the act of patting her head, something he did to cheer up his childhood friend, Amatsuki Suzuna. Stop it. I instinctively raised my voice and jumped back. What's wrong, Suzuna? You usually happily offer up the top of your head. What kind of line is that? I didn't say it out loud, but I had no intention of allowing such a strange act. I don't like that kind of thing. What's wrong with you, Suzuna? You've been acting strange since yesterday. I'm trying to cheer you up. Being patted by Shindo-kun doesn't cheer me up. Why? Shindo-kun's jaw dropped. His expression was comical, but he might actually be hurt. And also Shindo-kun. Hey, Suzuna. By the way, why have you been calling me Shindo-kun since yesterday? You always called me Minato-kun. I can't help but feel a distance between us. Of course there's a distance. That's Amatsuki Suzuna's distance, not mine. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of shortening it any further. Anyway, I didn't come to pick you up, Shindo-kun. I'm going to school now. Hey, wait. As Shindo-kun reached out, still trying to follow me. Good morning, Amatsuki-san. A bottomlessly cheerful voice rang out, interrupting him. It was Hine-san, a girl as bright and sparkling as the morning sun. I was bewildered, not understanding why Hine-san was suddenly here. We're going to school together today, right? Hine-san approached me with a bright, beaming smile. But I didn't remember making such a promise. I didn't make any promise. It's that thing where our hearts are connected. Hine-san uttered those incomprehensible words as she linked her arm with mine. Contrary to her cheerful demeanor, her grip felt undeniably firm. W8, Suzuna, why are you with Hine-san? Shindo-kun stared in disbelief, just as confused as I was. He probably never imagined such an odd pairing. This girl has something to do with me. Sorry, Kei. Hine-san waved her hand gracefully. Come on, Amatsuki-san. We'll be late if we don't hurry. In the end, still unable to comprehend the situation, I started walking, being pulled along by Hine-san. Section, ahaha, I didn't think I'd actually run into you. Hine-san said cheerfully. I didn't have enough information to understand what she was talking about. Run into me. Well, yesterday, you ran off in this direction, right, Amatsuki-san? So I thought I might see you if I waited around here, and bingo. You were waiting for me. Yeah, that's right. She replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Why? I simply didn't understand. Because you helped me yesterday. I don't think that's a good enough reason. Well, it's fine. This way, I was able to help you too, Amatsuki-san. Help me. Was she referring to the incident with Shindo-kun just now? Was I wrong? You looked like you were really annoyed, Amatsuki-san, so I thought it was my time to shine and jumped in. Ah, I see. She saw me being bothered by Shindo-kun and helped me. Our roles had reversed from yesterday. No, well, I was in a bit of a bind. Right, I know. It's so annoying when guys you're not interested in keep pestering you. Well, I don't want you to think we're on the same wavelength. And what do you mean, guys you're not interested in? But Hine-san, you like Shindo-kun, right? Shindo-kun. Hine-san blinked and tilted her head as if she didn't know who I was talking about. The boy from earlier. Sorry, I don't remember. Ah, is he a classmate? Well, he is. Apparently, she hadn't even noticed him. Well, I've had a personality change, so that's one thing. But you're supposed to be the heroine who falls in love with Shindo Minato. This is giving me a headache. This is my fault, isn't it? What do? I wonder if she'll properly fall for Shindo-kun. I'm determined to keep rejecting him because I don't want to be a heroine candidate. But it would be troublesome if the other heroines did the same. I don't want to imagine a situation where everyone deviates from their roots. Shindo-kun, he's a boy I recommend, so I was hoping you'd get along. But Amatsuki-san, you were totally rejecting him, weren't you? That's certainly how it looked. I wasn't rejecting him. But you ran away. Hine-san doesn't believe me because she saw my behavior. In that case, I'll tell her the truth. The me before I was reborn, we got along. Hearing that, Hine-san burst out laughing, as if I'd said something funny. Did I say something that amusing? No, I just didn't think you'd tell jokes, Amatsuki-san. You seem so calm and collected, but you're pretty bold. It's not a joke, I'm serious. Yeah, of course. I got it, I'll check out this Shindo-kun next time. He might be my type. She totally doesn't believe me. Honestly, what's with this heroine who's oblivious to the protagonist? I want her to be more aware of her role as a heroine. I'll ignore the fact that this is a self-deprecating statement. Hey. There was one more thing I wanted to say to Hine-san. What? When are you going to let go of my arm? Hine-san had been walking with her arm, linked in mine the whole time. In this chilly season, another person's warmth was comforting, but now that we were nearing the school, it was just too strange for Amatsuki Suzuna and Hines Riri to be walking arm in arm. I wanted her to let go quickly. Why? It's fine, I have things I want to talk about with you, Amatsuki-san. I don't think wanting to talk and linking arms are the same thing. Looking into Hine-san's eyes, I got the feeling she wouldn't listen to reason. Chapter 4. Careful flag management. Hine-san, we're almost at school, so could you let go of me? I pleaded with Hines Riri, the girl who was holding my arm and showing no signs of letting go. Why? Did you not like it? Too close. Why would she think I'd be okay with such sudden closeness? Is this the difference between a social butterfly and an introvert? No, but it'll be troublesome if other people at school see us. Why? I don't mind. Hine-san tilted her head, looking completely unconcerned. Is she really such an impartial person? But sometimes, that kind of universal love can be tough on introverts. No, for the Hines Riri to be seen with a gloomy, corner-dwelling girl like me, it'll damage your image. It's better not to. Hey, I'm not that big of a deal to be called the Hines Riri. Is she serious? Hines Riri is supposed to be the super popular girl who gets confessions from boys all over the school. She rejects them all, and the only boy she falls for is Shindo Minato. Anyway, why is such a wonderful girl clinging to Amatsuki Suzuna, the representative of unremarkable girls? Hine-san, can I ask you something? Of course. Why are you so eager to talk to me? Because I'm interested in you, Amatsuki-san. Such a straightforward expression. Honest words that I, a twisted person, could never utter. It's kind of embarrassing. Why are you so interested in me? Because you're my benefactor, you saved me. Of course I'd be interested. I've heard that before. That's a line that was meant for Shindo Minato. It seems that me rescuing her in that situation really was a problem. What do I do? Two heroines who aren't interested in the protagonist have been born. So, let's become friends. She pressed closer. Why is she clinging to me so much? Is this level of physical contact normal? I don't know, being bad at socializing. Should I just ask her? Hine-san, what do you think of me? Even I think that question sounds kind of clingy. I think my sense of distance is off too. I like you. But Hine-san is also strange. She's too straightforward. And I want her to direct those words towards Shindo-kun. Why is one of the heroines telling the childhood friend heroine that she likes her? What about you, Amatsuki-san? What do you think of me? She asked in return, what do I? I don't like or dislike her yet. N normal. Hine-san looked surprised, and her grip loosened. I seized the opportunity and ran away. Section. I sat at my desk in the classroom, holding my head in my hands. By the way, my seat is at the back by the window, which is good. What should I do? Shindo-kun and Hine-san's intimacy level hasn't risen at all. While I'm just one person, wouldn't it be a problem if the other heroines are the same? I guess I won't know until more time passes. Fortunately, there are other heroines. If they connect with Shindo-kun, it might be okay. Anyway, I'll just keep quiet so I don't mess up the direction of this story any further. I want a peaceful school life. I don't want a rom-com with the protagonist, nor a flashy youth entangled with high-ranking girls. I'll make sure not to get involved with them anymore. Hey, Suzuna. What was that this morning? Just as I was thinking that, Shindo-kun appeared in the classroom and called out to me. Of course he did, his seat is in front of mine. It's troublesome that even our seating arrangement reinforces our childhood friend positions. What was what? Walking to school with the school Madonna, Hinesrieri. When did you two become so close? There was an opportunity yesterday. It was so unexpected, I was shocked. I know that without you telling me. You're not going to suddenly become a gal, are you? I'm not, the timing would be weird. A high school debut would be one thing, but a personality change now, as a second year, when relationships are already established, would be crazy. Good, I'm relieved. I don't understand why that would relieve you, Shindo-kun. Because I want you to be my Suzuna. As expected of the protagonist, such a self-centered statement. I'm just me. I might not be the original Amatsuki Suzuna, but I'm also a plain, inconspicuous girl. I'll make sure not to interact with Hine-san anymore. I should be able to live a peaceful life from now on. Section, classes ended and lunchtime arrived. Shindo-kun, who sits in front of me, stretched widely. Haya, it's over. Then he turned around to face me. Suzuna, lunch. That's right. This childhood friend diligently provided Shindo-kun with lunch every day without fail. I don't have one. Seriously. Speaking of which, I forgot to prepare my own lunch too. I can't cook. From now on, please prepare your own. But Suzuna, you're such a good cook. Why? A slump. Is that a thing with cooking? I don't know, but since I share her memories, I might be able to do it if I tried. However, I have absolutely no intention of cooking. Even if I have the skill, it's meaningless if I lack the motivation. What am I going to do? I'll starve to death. Shindo-kun glared at me resentfully, as if he couldn't accept it. That's an exaggeration. Clatter. The classroom door opened. Oni-chan, I brought your lunch. Shindo-kun's savior appeared. Pink Twintles, a petite and adorable girl. Unlike Hine-san, who clearly broke the school rules, her skirt length, pushing the boundaries but still within regulations, made her strangely relatable. Keika Kona. What are you doing here? The girl who appeared carrying a lunch bag was Shindo Kokona. As you can probably guess from her name, she's Shindo Minato's younger sister. A new first-year student who started this spring, 1 year younger than us. Also one of the heroines. I said, your lunch, Oni-chan, you went to school before Kokona finished preparing it. Why would you do that? Because Oni-chan always eats Amatsuki Suzuna's lunch, right? I figured you'd be trying to eat hers today too, but there's none. As you can probably tell, Shindo Kokona is a complete Brocken. Therefore, she's always felt a sense of rivalry towards Amatsuki Suzuna, who has been close to Shindo Minato since childhood. Now that she's finally enrolled in the same school, she's trying to take the initiative. Good for you, Shindo-kun. Now you can have lunch. As I chimed in, Kokona-chan turned towards me. Amatsuki Suzuna, you didn't make Oni-chan lunch. She addressed me informally, even though I'm her senpai. Probably because she sees me as a rival for Shindo Minato's affections. I'm the type who doesn't care about seniority, so I'll ignore it. Yeah, I'm not cooking anymore. Does that mean you're giving Oni-chan to Kokona? What a bombshell. Well, she was always a high-strung character in the game, but it's impressive how boldly she states it. Incidentally, this part originally leads to a scene where Amatsuki Suzuna, who is usually quiet, unusually refuses to give in. It's a moment where you can glimpse her single-minded devotion to Shindo Minato. Giving him, be happy together. Wah, Amatsuki Suzuna approved. I showed Kokona-chan that I had no intention of resisting. Hey, Kokona, don't talk about me like I'm some object you can give away. That's not what I meant. And so, the two of them misunderstood each other. He's an oblivious protagonist, so her intentions went completely over his head. Do your best, Kokona-chan, I won't get in your way. Ah, Amatsuki-san, you don't have lunch. Then, for some reason, Hine-san appeared. She usually eats lunch with the popular crowd, so why? I don't, but I forgot to bring mine today too. Want to go buy something together? And she was already holding my hand. A silent pressure, or rather a forceful act, saying, let's go. What a steely mentality, considering I ran away from her this morning. Unable to refuse Ryuri's invitation in front of the whole class, I was dragged away. Ah, Amatsuki Suzuna is being corrupted by a gal. And from behind me, I heard Kokona-chan's baseless misunderstanding. Chapter 5, I wasn't told it would be this tiring at the school store. Hine-san took my hand and led me out into the hallway. So, shall we go buy something at the school store? She invited me with a smile. For some reason, her grip on my hand was firm, and it didn't feel like I had much of a choice. WI with me. Because you didn't make lunch either, Amatsuki-san, right? That's true, but that doesn't mean she has to go with me. You could go with your friends. But you're my friend. Hine-san pointed at me. Not understanding what she meant, I looked behind me. No one was there. Hey, isn't that reaction a bit harsh? Hine-san wore a terribly sad expression. You mean I'm your friend, Hine-san? Is there any other option? When did I become friends with Ryuri? No way, impossible. Introverts are allowed to exist because they stay in the corner, in the shadows. Standing shoulder to shoulder with a social butterfly, basking in the sun at the center of the class. It's too out of place, I'd be laughed at. No, that's not even the worst part. The other girls would definitely hate me. They'd definitely target me as the brown-nosing introvert trying to suck up to Ryuri. We're classmates, right? Isn't that a bit distant? Hine-san's mouth dropped open in surprise. I feel like it's still too early to call us friends. In reality, Amatsuki Suzuna didn't have any real friends. She was just inconspicuous and harmless, so no one disliked her. But she didn't have any particularly close friends either. That's the kind of girl she was. Ah, is that so? I don't think it's something to think so deeply about. But we've only just started talking, Hine-san. If our vibes match, isn't that enough? No, I think our vibes are the least compatible. Well, whatever. Then we just need to talk lots and become good friends, right? Okay, let's go. Ah, wait a minute. Hine-san started walking, chuckling. Since she was holding my hand, I had to follow. Doesn't it bother you? I thought my reactions to Hine-san were terrible. She said she liked me, and I replied normal. She said we were friends, and I replied classmates. No matter how I think about it, it seems natural that she'd be offended. Not really. It's more tiring to be treated nicely by someone who doesn't actually like you. Is that how it is? Besides, Amatsuki-san, you're interested in me, aren't you? What makes you say that? Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me from that creepy guy in the suit. So it always comes back to that. I cursed my own shallow actions right after being reborn. Section, the school store was more crowded than I expected. Ah, it's always crowded during lunch break. It is. Or rather, too crowded. Students were crammed into a space that wasn't exactly large. It was so chaotic, I felt a little overwhelmed. But we'll get hungry if we don't buy something. Let's get in line. Okay. I wasn't enthusiastic at all, but my hand was still being held. I had no choice but to obediently follow. We joined the back of the line. After a while, I noticed something strange. Aren't we being stared at? It was hard to tell because of the crowd, but the students' gazes were clearly focused on us. Both boys and girls, but the stares from the boys were especially intense. Well, I quickly understood why. Sorry, I might have mentioned this before, but I seem to attract attention. People often say my voice and the way I talk are loud, so it's probably that. Oh, come on. Not satisfied with just the protagonist, this heroine is also oblivious. I knew it, but seeing it firsthand makes me want to call it an act. It's not that. I think it's because you're beautiful, Hine-san. Hey. It's not A. I know you get a lot of confessions, right? You're popular, aren't you? So it's not because of your voice or the way you talk. No way. Hee. Huh, for some reason Hine-san looked pleased. What are you laughing about? Nothing, it's just that you think I'm beautiful, Amatsuki-san. I messed up. I'm such an idiot. It's true, but what am I doing saying something that makes Hine-san happy? I don't want to raise her affinity any further. It's just an objective fact. I'm happy you think so, Amatsuki-san, so see. We should be friends, right? No, we shouldn't. No. Raising strange flags is bad. I'll refrain from saying anything complimentary. Section. Finally got it. With a sandwich in hand, my spoils of war, I was once again walking down the hallway with Hine-san holding my hand. That took longer than I thought. The time wasn't the only issue, the mental damage was greater. I realized partway through that the stares weren't just directed at Hine-san, but at me too. I think they were skeptical stares like, who's that plain girl next to her? That made me even more tired of being in that space. Kids who don't bring lunch do this every day. I can't handle this. Hine-san recalled the chaos with a mix of awe and exhaustion. I definitely can't handle it either. The crowd is one thing, but the strange stares are just as bad. And it's all because Hine-san forgot her lunch. If she had been more responsible, this wouldn't have happened. I conveniently ignored my own role in this. It's rare for you to forget your lunch, Hine-san. Is it? Yeah, because you make it yourself, right? You seem pretty diligent when it comes to cooking. Hine-san's eyes widened. That's strange. I don't think I said anything off the mark. And I didn't say anything complimentary this time either. Did I say something weird? No, it's just that I've never told you that I cook or make my own lunch. I was just thinking you knew a lot about me. I'm such an idiot. My prior knowledge from playing the game. I know things I shouldn't know because I've already completed it. What? You said you thought I was normal, but you're totally interested in me, aren't you, Amatsuki-san? No, I'm not. Then how does a classmate like you, Amatsuki-san, know something that only my friends know? Hine-san beamed at me, trying to read my expression. Too close. Any classmate would know that much. It's just rumors. I haven't heard any rumors about you making lunch, Amatsuki-san. Stop treating me like I'm the same as you. No one's interested in Amatsuki Suzuna's information, so of course there wouldn't be any rumors. Forget it, I'll just forcefully change the subject. I feel like I'll only reveal more flaws if she keeps digging. So, why did you forget your lunch, Hine-san? I asked you earlier, so answer me. I told you this morning, I wanted to walk to school with you, Amatsuki-san. I woke up early and waited, so I didn't have time to make lunch. So that's why. In the end, it's all my fault, damn it. Chapter 6, A Slight Discrepancy. Is that all you're having for lunch? Hine-san tilted her head curiously, looking at the sandwich in my left hand. My right hand was still trapped in her grip. Yeah, this is enough. Seriously. You're a light eater, Amatsuki-san. Hine-san's free hand held a transparent plastic bag. Inside were a hamburger bento, salad, melon bread, snacks, chocolate, and a plastic bottle of tea. My sandwich was exposed, while Hine-san's various purchases were contained within the bag. Hine-san eats quite a lot, surprisingly. There weren't any detailed descriptions of how much she ate when I played the original game. There was no mention of portion sizes during date meals either. Or maybe she was just putting on an act in front of Shindo-kun. A girl in love probably feels self-conscious about eating a lot in front of the person she likes. Seeing that side of her made her seem kind of cute. Oh, right, let's eat lunch together, Amatsuki-san. Hine-san invited me as casually as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It didn't seem like a bad suggestion. I'm not so steely-hearted as to willingly choose to eat alone. It's just that I have a tendency to push people away. It's not like I never want to be with someone. Besides, I've gotten a little used to Hine-san, so it might be okay. Okay. But just as I was about to say it, my throat tightened. On second thought, no. Reject it again. Because if I did, I would inevitably end up eating with Hine-san's popular group. A plain girl with glasses mixed in with a circle of sparkling high school girls, a complete anomaly. I can't imagine it being a pleasant experience for either of us, because I'd feel out of place. That's not true. You're interesting, Amatsuki-san, and everyone's easygoing, they'll accept you. No, nonverbal communication like that, with all the high energy and banter, is what I'm worst at. The more I think about it, the more I imagine myself sticking out like a sore thumb. I'll refuse. No. So stubborn. Hine-san swung our joined arms back and forth. Come on, it's more fun to eat together. Hine-san wouldn't back down. What do I do? What can I say to convince her? I racked my brain for another reason. After school. After school? Hine-san asked back, puzzled. Let's go eat something after school. I turned down your offer of thanks yesterday, Hine-san. Ew. Hine-san stared intently at me. Her eyes were a beautiful almond shape, and her already large pupils were wide and sparkling. If you don't want to, it's totally fine. I don't particularly need you to thank me. No, let's do that. We're eating separately for lunch. Okay, that's a shame, but I'll be looking forward to after school. I agreed to her request, so she'd listen to mine, but I wonder if this was the right thing to do. I'm worried. Section, blah. Back in the classroom, Shindo-kun was slumped over his desk, his face pale. He was making strange noises, and he didn't look well. Are you okay? It was concerning to hear those weird noises right before I was about to eat. I'd prefer him to act normal. Suzuna. Hey, what do you think if the tamagaki was sour? I'd think the seasoning was wrong. What if the stir-fried vegetables were incredibly hard? I'd think they weren't cooked through. What if the rice was crunchy? I'd think it wasn't cooked properly. That's it. That's right, Kokona-chan is a terrible cook. That's why Shindo-kun was so insistent on Amatsuki Suzuna's lunch. I forgot. But you ate it all. You're a good older brother. She watched me until I finished it all. I ate it like my life depended on it, and this is the result. She's a thoughtful little sister. Think about it, Suzuna. My little sister brought me lunch to the classroom and wouldn't leave. It looks like I'm obsessed with her. Everyone's staring. I couldn't take it. Well, I understand what he means. Still, it's not normal for a younger sister to be so devoted. It might be more trouble than it's worth, but I also feel like he should appreciate her love a little more. So please, Suzuna, make me lunch tomorrow. My life depends on it. Impossible. Look, I only have a sandwich. Then what am I supposed to do tomorrow? Eat Kokona-chan's lunch. Are you saying you don't care if I die, Suzuna? Such an exaggeration. Besides, Kokona-chan's cooking will improve. If you go down her route, her skills dramatically improve, and she learns to cook just the way Shindo-kun likes it. In that respect, she has a family advantage. Knowing that, I'm not worried. More importantly, please stop making those weird noises. That's all you're worried about. Suzuna, don't you have anything else to say? I'd also like you to stop calling me by my first name. That's not the point, Shindo-kun shouted. Is there any other way to call you? Amatsuki-san. We're childhood friends, aren't we? There's such a thing as politeness, even between close friends. Isn't that way too distant? We're not even close anymore at that point. Yes. You agree. Well, lowering my affection level this much should be fine. I'll leave the rest to Kokona-chan. If you have the energy to shout like that, you'll be fine. I'm going to eat my sandwich, so be quiet. No, this is what you call a tsukomi. And to tell me to be quiet after making me shout, that's a pretty advanced. I silently opened my sandwich wrapper. I chose an egg sandwich. I peeled off the sticker and pulled it open. Opening the clear plastic bag, I picked one up and brought it to my mouth. The bread was fluffy. That's unusual. Shindo-kun looked at me eating and spoke curiously. I told you to be quiet. I'm not allowed to say a single word. No, face forward. You're rejecting even my gaze. It's one thing if we were eating together, but it's unsettling to be stared at while I eat. It's distracting. Come on, face forward. Fine, I'll turn around, but since when did you start eating egg sandwiches? That was a slightly unsettling question. Well, Suzuna, your sandwiches were always ham and lettuce or potato salad, right? You always said, egg is good, but I like these better. Did I? That was information I didn't even know from the game. Even though I share her memories as Amatsuki Suzuna, our preferences are different. Well, I guess it's natural for there to be some differences, and hardly anyone would notice anyway. Probably only her childhood friend, Shindo-kun. With your changed attitude, and now your different food preferences, you seem like a different person. My heart skipped a beat at those words. It was a little scary that he could see through me with just that much. It was the only one left. I see, Shindo-kun said, seemingly convinced, and turned back around. It's nothing. I'm not the real Amatsuki Suzuna after all. It's natural for there to be some differences. A discrepancy this small shouldn't be a problem. Chewing thoughtfully, I swallowed the sandwich along with my anxieties. The egg was properly sweet. Chapter 7, The After-School Rendezvous. After school, the time of liberation from the confines of school. All right, Suzuna, let's go home. Shindo-kun turned around and called out to me. My next shackle appeared right before my eyes. Ah, no. I started to say, I have something to do today, when... Bam! Oni-chan, let's go home. Kakona-chan appeared. Kakona, listen, Oni-chan has something to do. No, you don't, you're just going home. No, Suzu. You don't need to go home with Amatsuki Suzuna. Kakona's here. Kakona-chan's vehemence clearly won out. Normally, Amatsuki Suzuna would join the fray here, and the situation would descend into chaos, but... Be careful going home, you two. Amatsuki Suzuna, are you giving this up too? Kakona-chan seemed deflated by my easy acceptance. Yeah, I have something to do today. I glanced towards the center of the classroom. There was Hine-san, chatting and laughing with her friends. I knew that interacting with her more in class would only draw more unwanted attention. See you tomorrow then, Shindo-kun, Kakona-chan. I said goodbye to the two of them and quickly left the classroom. Oni-chan, did you do something to Amatsuki Suzuna? I didn't do anything. Your popularity streak is over, Oni-chan. When did I even have one? Section. I waited for Hine-san in the corner of the hallway, near the entrance. The setting sun streamed through the window, dyeing the scenery crimson. Students heading to club activities and those going straight home passed by. Either way, their footsteps seemed light. Meanwhile, I fidgeted restlessly. Thinking about it calmly, going somewhere after school with Hine-san also seems like a pretty bold move. Spending time after school with Hine Ryuri, a beautiful girl who even adults would hesitate to approach. Is such a thing possible for me? Wouldn't I end up doing something strange? Maybe I should go home. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. It's not too late. I could still go home and pretend this never happened. Yes, that's what I'll do. Once I decided, my feet started moving towards the entrance on their own. Ah, there you are, Amatsuki-san. Don't go ahead without me, I was looking for you. But unfortunately, Hine-san, coming down the stairs, spotted me. God seems to be telling me to keep my promise. Sorry, I thought I'd wait here since you were talking, Hine-san. Then you should have waited in the classroom. I didn't know where you were. I should have told you. Even if I didn't want to be in the classroom with her, I should have at least done that much. I guess my desire to escape made me rush. Ah, let's exchange contact information. Hey. Hine-san took out her phone. It had a pale pink cover with a character illustration. I thought it suited her. Here. She opened her messaging app, ready to exchange contact information. It felt like she was closing the distance between us more and more. But I wasn't keen on it. This way, it doesn't matter who's around, right? Yeah, but I didn't have a clear reason to refuse. Overwhelmed by Hine-san's momentum, I exchanged contact information. I stared at her phone, frozen. Hine-san's profile picture was of her sitting in a loose hoodie and shorts against a backdrop of a pure white wall and antique furniture reminiscent of Scandinavia. Cute. She didn't look out of place in such a stylish setting. Or rather, why does she look so cute even in such simple clothes? The hoodie was gray, and the shorts were black. A completely ordinary outfit, yet cute. It could only be explained by her beautiful features and good figure. Amatsuki-san, what's wrong? Why are you staring at my phone so much? No, it's just you're cheating, Hine-san. What is? Looking this cute in such normal clothes, give me a break. If I wore that, it would just be pajamas. You saw that. And is this picture edited? It's not, is it? What are you talking about all of a sudden? There's natural beauty, and then there's this. No one can compete with this. Now I was starting to feel sorry for the popular girls who hung out with Hine-san. Trying to stand next to such a radiant girl would probably crush your pride. Well, look. I did edit my legs to make them thinner. Hey. At her words, I swiped and zoomed in on the picture. Hey, don't zoom in on just my legs, it's embarrassing. I compared the picture with her actual legs peeking out from her short school uniform skirt. They're the same. Long, slender, beautiful legs. Basically, her legs were so long, they were on a different level from ordinary people. Are you complimenting me? Hine-san's cheek seemed slightly flushed. I wonder why. She must be used to hearing this kind of thing, and there's no reason for her to be shy about my words. Maybe it's so obvious that she's thinking, don't state the obvious. Section. I walked through the after-school streets alongside the naturally beautiful Hine-san. It was probably because I saw that picture. I was reminded once again of the vast distance between us and felt uncomfortable. Is there anything you want to eat, Amatsuki-san? Nothing in particular. Anything you want to drink? I'm not really thirsty. Hine-san gave a clearly troubled laugh. Well, I can't do anything with that. That's true, so. I tried to think, but I couldn't concentrate. The reason was the stares from those around us. As expected, Hine's Ryuri stands out. As always, the gazes of passers-by, mostly men, were focused on her, and I felt awkward standing next to her. Is something bothering you? Hine-san noticed my state and spoke to me in a rather concerned voice. No, I just feel bad that a mob character like me is walking next to you, Hine-san. Mob character? An unremarkable girl. Good grief. Anyway, let's go into a store, quickly finish what we need to do, and say goodbye. You're cute, Amatsuki-san. But Hine-san said that in a rather serious voice. Are you just being nice? I appreciate the sentiment, but I understand my own limitations, so it's okay. Hine-san is kind, so she's probably just trying to compliment me. But it's not an accurate assessment. Cute refers to girls like Hine-san with beautiful features and who take care of themselves. It definitely doesn't refer to an unremarkable girl like me. I mean it. Am I? Her words, spoken with more intensity than before, reached my ears, and I couldn't ignore them. I looked at Hine-san. Her lips were pressed firmly together, and her eyes were fixed on me. I seriously think you're cute, Amatsuki-san. Putting it in Hine-san's terms, she was being super serious. Chapter 8, Cold Fingertips. I'm cute. Hine-san's statement was wrong. Let me reiterate. Amatsuki Suzuna is plain. Black hair deliberately styled in pigtails, thick-lensed black-rimmed glasses. Her uniform buttoned all the way up, her skirt a proper length below the knee. And to top it all off, no makeup, no effort to dress up. No matter how you look at it, she's unremarkable. Hine-san, do you know the meaning of the word cute? I don't know in what sense Hine-san was using cute, but I think it's a bad habit to use it for everything. I know what it means, and look. Touch. Without any warning, Hine-san touched my cheek. Her fingertips were cool, leaving only a trace of coldness. What? I flinched and recoiled. Being touched so suddenly startled me. As I thought, your skin is soft, and you're so fair with fine pores. Super beautiful skin. That's because I don't go out much. And I don't wear makeup, so my skin doesn't get damaged. Someone like Hine-san, who wears makeup every day and is always going out, probably puts a lot of stress on her skin. In contrast, I do nothing, so my skin is stress-free. That's all it is. So you're saying it's for your skin's sake? You're such a hard worker. How did you come to that conclusion? Her thinking is too positive. Or am I just too cynical? I often get confused when talking to Hine-san. Let me touch it. Hine-san's finger reached out again. No. I clasped my hands together to block her fingertips. Hine-san's fingertips were still cold. It might be because we're outside, but being touched by such cold hands isn't pleasant. Your hands are warm, Amatsuki-san. I think it's just that her fingertips are too cold, but relatively speaking, mine feel warm. Hine-san stared at my hand gripping hers, seemingly savoring the warmth. Yours are cold, Hine-san. I'll freeze to death if you keep touching me with those hands. That's an exaggeration. It just means my heart is warm. So you're saying my heart is cold. I have a feeling she's right. The way you're so guarded is also cute, like a cat. Hine-san is tall, so compared to her I'm short. So maybe my small stature and hunched posture make me seem like a small animal. That doesn't make sense. Say meow. I'm not saying that. Hine-san's words and actions were nonsensical. Forget it, let's just go. Where are we going? I was also getting tired of the stares from those around us. I'm sure some of them were eavesdropping on our conversation. Even though Hine-san is obviously the beautiful one, it's uncomfortable to be the one being called cute. But you don't seem very enthusiastic, Amatsuki-san. That's not true. Let's go somewhere you recommend, Hine-san. Is it okay if it's something I like? Yeah, anything you like is fine. Or rather, I don't have any preferences. I'm the type of person who just eats and drinks whatever's available. It's better to leave it to Hine-san. Okay, then this way. She returned the grip on my hand. I followed Hine-san. Her fingertips gradually warmed up as if my body heat was transferring to her. Section. The place Hine-san took me to was a cafe. The space was mainly wood with potted plants here and there. Soft orange lighting created a gentle atmosphere. Unexpected. I blurted out without thinking. Really? Yeah, I thought you'd go to a more flashy place, Hine-san. Flashy? I don't know, like a party place with lots of woohoo. What's that? That's hilarious. Hine-san laughed and sat at a table by the window. I followed her and sat opposite her. The sofa was a muted green fabric, slightly fuzzy with long fibers. I've never been to a place like this before. Hine-san sat down without talking to the waiter or anything. She must be used to this. I felt the gap between her world and mine even more keenly. What do you want to drink, Amatsuki-san? She handed me a menu, and I looked it over. There were a lot of coffee and tea options, but I don't really like either. Orange juice, please. Seriously? Hine-san seemed surprised by my choice. Is that weird? No, it's not weird, but sorry. Do you not like this kind of place? It's not that, but I'm not adventurous with drinks, so I'll just order juice. Do you want anything to eat? What's good here? There were various items on the menu, but I didn't know what to choose. The scones are good, but the pancakes are probably the most popular. Here we go, pancakes. A food whose true identity, bread or cake, is unknown. But looking at the picture, they look delicious. You've never had them before? No. Not at a fancy place like this. No way, seriously. Hine-san seemed surprised again. But I'm not sure I can finish this by myself. Judging by the picture, the pancakes looked quite large. I know, why don't we share? Hine-san's voice brightened, as if she'd had a great idea. I don't really understand, but she seems determined to have me try the pancakes. I'm fine with it, but are you okay with that, Hine-san? I'm fine, but why? From the way you were talking, it sounded like you could finish it by yourself. It's fine. Actually, it's better that way. Otherwise, I'll just keep eating forever. Hine-san's demeanor suddenly darkened. I wonder what's wrong. She seemed to feel guilty about eating. She ate quite a bit at lunchtime, too. I wonder if she's worried about it, but she's plenty thin, she doesn't need to worry. Excuse me, can we order? Hine-san raised her hand and called the waiter. He was a young man with refreshing short hair. They looked good together. A handsome cafe waiter and a beautiful gal, a very good match. Is that all? Yes, please. After taking our order, the waiter returned to the counter. Hine-san, having finished ordering, turned her gaze back to me. Hine-san, is that your type? Wait, isn't that a little sudden? Is it? The timing is terrible. Well, that's true. Normally, I wouldn't ask. But honestly, I know Hine-san's type. It's Shindo Minato. But I was curious about what kind of person she likes after deviating from that route. You're famous for not dating anyone even though you're so popular, Hine-san. I'm sure there were plenty of cool guys, weren't there? How should I put it? I don't really get the whole cool guy thing. Well, she likes the unremarkable protagonist, after all. Maybe looks aren't important to her. Then, what's the deciding factor? Let me see. Hine-san pursed her lips in thought, then quickly relaxed them. Someone who cares about me and protects me, I guess. That's a wide range. Maybe. What about you, Amatsuki-san? Me? I've never been in love. I don't really know, but if I had to say. Someone who takes the lead. I'm shy, so I've thought it would be nice to have someone who understands that and helps me. But I've never thought someone like that would like me. I see, that'll be fine then. What is? Hine-san nodded in understanding, which I found a little strange. Chapter 9, To Friends. Oh. The waiter placed our order on the table. I couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight. Fluffy pancakes topped with whipped cream, strawberries, and strawberry sauce. I'd seen pictures and videos, but seeing it in person was completely different. These are really good here. Saying that, Hine-san picked up a knife and fork and began cutting the pancakes. She cut a bite-sized piece, stabbed it with her fork, and lifted it. Here, say ah. Hine-san held out the pancake with a grin. I had no idea what she found so amusing. What are you doing? I can eat it myself. Come on, let me feed you. I really wanted to stab the pancake with my own fork. But unfortunately, there was only one serving of pancakes and one set of cutlery. In other words, I had no way to eat the pancakes other than through Hine-san. I couldn't just grab it with my hands. Come on, come on. It's the pancake you were looking forward to, Amatsuki-san. Hine-san temptingly wiggled the pancake. It was like feeding a pet. It's not good to play with your food. Then eat it quickly. Here you go. Hine-san extended her arm. Before my eyes was a pancake covered in whipped cream stained pink with strawberry sauce. This was torture. Nibble. Unable to resist any longer, I took a bite. The soft texture and subtle sweetness filled my mouth, combined with the sweetness of the whipped cream and the tartness of the strawberries. How is it? It's good. That's the first time I've seen someone say something's delicious while sounding so grumpy. Hine-san continued to look at me with amusement. I was just thinking it would taste even better if I could eat it myself. It's fine, it's just this much. Saying that, Hine-san continued cutting the pancakes. She glanced at me. Want another bite? I'll eat it myself. You should eat too, Hine-san. You're right. Hine-san was about to bring the pancake to her mouth when she stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Amatsuki-san, will you feed me? Hine-san's eyes sparkled. Did she really want me to do that? No, eat it yourself. Oh, too bad. As Hine-san brought the pancake to her mouth, a strand of hair fell loose. Tucking it behind her ear, she exposed the skin of her neck. Her bare skin was fair and smooth. Even the simple act of eating looked picturesque, as expected of a beautiful girl. She finally brought the pancake to her mouth, her shapely lips moving as she chewed. It's kind of hard to eat when you're staring at me like that. Now you know how I feel. Not really. You're still going to eat more, right, Amatsuki-san? Hine-san placed her knife and fork on the plate. She slid the plate closer to me. I will. This time, I used the knife and fork myself and brought a piece of pancake to my mouth. The sweetness spread through my mouth, but being watched by Hine-san while I ate still bothered me. Hey, didn't you say you didn't like sweets, Amatsuki-san? Did I say that? You did. Yesterday, right after you helped me, I tried to thank you and asked if you liked sweets, and you said you didn't. I actually remember. I said that so I wouldn't have to accept her offer. Besides, I'm not sociable enough to readily share my preferences with others. If asked about my preferences, I just brush it off with normal or I don't like it. I'm aware that I'm a difficult person. I like sweets. Then why did you lie? Hine-san's gaze pierced me. She's always smiling, but at times like this, her expression becomes serious. I didn't like that atmosphere. It's nothing. I'm just embarrassed to tell people what I like. That's the truth. Keeping my distance from others is a habit of mine. It won't change, and I don't really want it to. It's best to keep a healthy distance from others. That way I won't get hurt, and I won't hurt anyone else. I think it's best for everyone, nothing but good can come of it. So, that means we're close now. Hey, that caught me off guard. Because you don't tell other people your preferences, right? I know now, so that means we're close. Hine-san relentlessly closed the distance I tried to maintain. It bothered me somewhere deep inside. It was a place within me, normally unstimulated, that I couldn't quite pinpoint, but it made me feel restless, like I couldn't stay still. You only found out because of the conversation. But I still found out. That's true, but we're friends now. Hine-san smiled. It's unfair how she can soften the atmosphere at a time like this after being so serious just a moment ago. Her expression made me feel relieved. We even exchanged contact information, so we can't just be classmates anymore, can we? Well, I guess not. Say it. Hine-san leaned closer across the table, listening intently. Since her hair was still tucked behind her ears, even her soft-looking ears were exposed. Say what? That we're friends. I didn't want to. Come on, don't be silent. I won't know if you don't say it. But she wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't say it. We're friends. You're totally doing that on purpose, aren't you? Hine-san puffed out her cheeks. She looked cute like that, but it might not be good to provoke her any further. I decided to obediently comply. Hine-san and I are friends. Yes, that's right. This time, Hine-san's voice was filled with genuine joy. I felt restless and couldn't look her in the eye. To avoid the awkward silence and appear normal, I took a bite of the pancake. However, the pancake has lost its flavor. Why? I think it's because of the emotions welling up inside me. Hine-san was invading the space within me that was supposed to be empty. I can remain calm because there's nothing there, but she's disrupting that. But for some reason, I didn't feel annoyed. It was strange, but I knew it was because it was Hine-san. Chapter 10. The Amato heroine's indignation. The alarm on my phone blared in the morning. I opened my eyes and forced myself to get out of bed, my body heavy as lead. Rubbing my eyes, I checked my phone and saw a message from Hine-san. I had fun today, let's go again sometime. The message was from last night. It was followed by a sticker of a white bear walking happily. I didn't reply, did I? Come to think of it. Hine-san's message arrived after I'd gotten into bed. I briefly wondered how to reply, but the timing was bad. I still haven't adjusted to this life, and I'm exhausted. I fell asleep almost instantly. I need to reply. I sent a sticker of a penguin saluting with the word, Roger. It was simple, but if I tried to type a message, I'd probably spend a while agonizing over it, so I decided against it. I don't have time for that in the morning. I finally managed to drag myself out of bed. Section. Amatsuki Suzuna's mornings start early. That's because she has the role of waking up her classmate and childhood friend, Shindo Minato. Seriously, wake yourself up in the morning. Of course, I'm not doing that anymore. His little sister, Kokona-chan, will wake him up even if I leave him alone, and if he oversleeps, it's his own responsibility. It's certainly not my fault or my duty, so I leave the house later than the original Amatsuki Suzuna. Opening the front door, the morning sun streamed in. Good morning, Amatsuki Suzuna. You're quite late this morning. Kokona-chan was there to greet me. Section, How did this happen? I'm now walking to school with Kokona-chan. And Kokona-chan beside me is radiating an unsettling aura. I've never seen her act like this before. Normally, she's a Brocken who's always attached to Shindo-kun. So why is she here alone, and moreover, why did she come to Amatsuki Suzuna's house? I don't understand. What's with that sleepy face? Did you oversleep? Is that why you're late today? Well, I am sleepy, but I didn't oversleep. I intended to leave around this time. You always come to wake up Oni-chan, but you didn't come yesterday or today, did you? What are you playing at? What am I playing at? Should I just tell her that I'm rooting for the Kokona-chan route? Isn't being devoted to Oni-chan Amatsuki Suzuna's only redeeming quality? So what in the world happened to make you change like this? It seems Kokona-chan is suspicious of my sudden change in attitude. I think she should be happy that a rival is out of the picture, but why is she so indignant? I really don't understand. Anyway, should I just declare that I'm no longer a love rival? I'm not going to wake Shindo-kun up in the morning anymore, and I'm not making him lunch either. I'll leave taking care of him to you, Kokona-chan. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Kokona-chan's gaze pierced me. So you're giving up on Oni-chan? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Aren't you being a little too nonchalant about it? Am I? The intensity of Kokona-chan's presence beside me continued to increase. It's amazing how she can exude so much energy in the morning. Youth is wonderful. We're only a year apart, but I couldn't imitate her. I'm not stupid. I know you've liked Oni-chan since we were little. It's annoying, but I thought your feelings were genuine. Kokona-chan's shoulders trembled. I don't know what kind of emotions she's experiencing. Were your feelings just that much? Well, yeah. That's why I'm saying you're being too nonchalant. Kokona-chan bared her fangs at me. What should I do? I don't want to make Kokona-chan angry. In fact, I want to make her happy, but no matter what I say, she gets angry. How should I put it? I've come to realize my own limitations. I finally understood that Shindo-kun is out of my league. It's not like Oni-chan is that great of a catch. He's actually a good-for-nothing. So we agree on that. Then, should I approach it from that angle? Yeah, he's a bit irresponsible. I'm not a fan of that. Don't badmouth Oni-chan. That's what's cute about him. Hey, I don't get it anymore. This conversation is impossible. I can't keep up with such a complicated conversation with my poor communication skills. So, What exactly don't you like, Kakona-chan? You, Amatsuki Suzuna, were the one who liked Oniai-chan even with all his flaws. It's annoying, extremely annoying, but I acknowledge that about you. Is this the love rivals are also understanding confidence type of conversation? I don't understand that kind of thing at all. Love rivals are definitely enemies. Having the same crush just leads to jealousy, and I definitely don't want to share my feelings. I'm sorry. This is just the delusional ramblings of an introvert who's never had a boyfriend. It's all manga and novel fantasies. I have no real-life experience. How should I put it? I realized there's a girl who's better suited for him, someone more encompassing, so I thought I should step aside. Whatever. I just want her to understand, so she'll leave me alone. I don't want Kakona-chan to act out of character on top of Hine-san, and me already deviating wildly from the original story. Just stick to the heroine route, please. Who are you talking about? Well, that would be. I couldn't say it was her. Kakona-chan's feelings for Shindo-kun are supposed to be her top secret. Even though it's obvious to everyone that she's head over heels for him, the siblings themselves are oblivious. Obliviousness must be genetic. That's why I hesitate to name her directly. Good morning. Amatsuki-san, you're too slow to reply. Being left on read really hurts, you know. Why? Just as I smelled a sweet fragrance from behind me, Hine-san hugged me. Hey, Hine-san, don't cling to me. Even though we're friends now, I don't remember allowing her to get this close. I peeled off Hine-san's arms, which were clinging to me affectionately. No, you have to atone for ignoring me. I'm sorry for the late reply, but I've never heard of clinging as a form of atonement. Even so, Hine-san continued to cling to me. Like an amoeba, she slipped through my grasp and pressed against me. I don't understand why she's doing this. Hines Ryuri, what are you doing to Amatsuki Suzuna? Kakona-chan, who was watching from the side, stared wide-eyed. Of course she would. Even I would react that way if I saw two people with such contrasting appearances interacting like this. Amatsuki-san, who is this? She's Shindo-kun's younger sister, Shindo Kakona-chan. I see. Hine-san nodded and smiled at Kakona-chan. That smile seemed somewhat forced, but it must be my imagination. Good morning, Kakona. As you can see, I'm greeting my friend Amatsuki-san. Friend, you're friends with Amatsuki Suzuna. Yeah, we hang out together. W8, the eternally lonely Amatsuki Suzuna has a friend. And it's Hines Ryuri. Even though Kakona-chan is new to the school, word of Hine-san must have reached her. She seemed surprised by the stark contrast between the two of us. I realized there's a girl who's better suited for him, someone more encompassing. Amatsuki Suzuna, is that what you meant? Why did Kakona-chan suddenly seem convinced? The timing is strange. You two are going to become even closer from now on, right? Hine-san, your face is too close. You too. Hine-san is clinging to me, and Kakona-chan is angry. This morning is too high calorie. A peaceful morning feels so far away. It's painful. Chapter 11, The Childhood Friend's Risk Hedge. This isn't good, is it? It happened during lunch break. Watching the tragedy unfolding before me, I started to feel anxious. What's wrong, Oniai-chan? You've stopped eating. And no, it's just the taste. A seemingly harmonious lunchtime for the Shindo siblings. The younger sister prepares lunch, and the older brother eats it. It should be a heartwarming scene, but how did it end up with such an unsettling atmosphere? The taste, what? Kakona-chan's tone sharpened at Shindo-kun's vague response. Her tone sounded angry, and Shindo-kun flinched and recoiled. No, it's so delicious that it's a waste to eat. I see, that's good then. Which part was the most delicious? Tell me so I can keep it in mind for the future. Well, this grilled squid is quite. That's tamagoyaki. Why does this egg have such a springy texture? Oniai-chan, what was that? No, it's so delicious. I thought it was grilled squid. Oniai-chan, were you always such a fan of squid? Listening to them gave me a headache. How can you mistake an egg for squid? Is there something wrong with Shindo-kun's taste buds, or is Kakona-chan's cooking from another dimension? Well, I think it's the latter. Suzuna. Shindo-kun turned to me with puppy dog eyes. Unable to bear it, I stuffed my face with my sandwich and looked out the window to escape. Hey, Amatsuki Suzuna isn't making lunch anymore, so stop looking away and eat Kakona's bento. Ada, do you have a problem with that? No, ma'am. Initially, I thought this situation would be fine, because Kakona-chan's cooking skills would improve. But I overlooked a crucial point. In the original story, there's a scene where Kakona-chan challenges Amatsuki Suzuna to a bento battle. However, Shindo-kun always chooses Amatsuki Suzuna's bento. From that defeat, Kakona-chan studies Amatsuki Suzuna's bento and her cooking skills improve. In other words, Kakona-chan's cooking skills improve because she has Amatsuki Suzuna as a rival. But what about now? These asparagus are more crisp and delicious than usual. Aren't they just undercooked? That's broccoli. You're wrong again. Why is it just the core? Where's the fluffy part? Was it bad? No, it's like haute cuisine. I'm in awe of your originality. Oh good, I'm glad. Yes, she's on her own now. Since Shindo-kun can't refuse Kakona-chan and continues to eat her cooking, she's not getting any proper feedback. At this rate, I can't imagine their relationship improving or her affection level increasing. 2 heroines have already dropped out, and I want to avoid any more casualties. Section. There's a reason why I need Shindo Minato, the protagonist of this game, to end up with one of the heroines. An ending where he doesn't end up with a heroine means a bad ending for a dating sim. In that case, the story is forced into an ending where Amatsuki Suzuna watches over the lonely Shindo Minato. Of course, since it's basically a bad ending, there's no depiction of them becoming lovers or anything. However, Amatsuki Suzuna, who has feelings for him, is the only one left in the end. Even though it's not depicted in the story, it wouldn't be strange if they ended up in a relationship afterwards. Anyway, I don't have any feelings for him, so I don't want to be forced into that kind of situation. That being said, this is troublesome. I finished my sandwich and stood up. I needed to come up with a plan. I went out into the hallway to think things over alone. I headed towards the music room at the back of the school building, where there were fewer people. The number of people gradually dwindled. Amatsuki-san. A cheerful voice called out from behind me. Hine-san, did you follow me? I can't imagine Hine-san being here for any other reason. No, it's a coincidence. Her eyes darted around. She definitely followed me. I'm trying to think about something. Then let's talk. Did you hear me? You hate it when we talk in the classroom. It's fine here. Saying that, Hine-san linked her arm with mine. Hey Hine-san, what if someone sees us? It's fine, we're just friends. No, it's not that. It's our social standing, how it looks. As if sensing my impending objection, Hine-san forcefully pulled me along. Okay, I get it. We just can't be seen. She opened the music room door. It was empty inside. See, this is fine, right? Not really. It's not bad either, right? So what were you thinking about? It's nothing to do with you, Hine-san, so there's no point in telling you. Then it'll be easier for you to talk about it casually. Sometimes it's better to talk things out than to think in silence. She was forceful just a moment ago, and now she's saying something sensible. Hearing her say that, it sounded strangely convincing. I'm weak against Hine-san at times like these. Do you know that Kakona-chan is making lunch for Shindo-kun? Yeah, I saw you staring at them earlier, Amatsuki-san, so I kind of figured it out. Hi. That's a strange sequence of events. Why does she know about it through me? Well, it's not something worth questioning. Kakona-chan doesn't seem very good at cooking, and Shindo-kun seems to be struggling eating it. Is that so? Does that bother you? Well, yeah, Kakona-chan is working so hard to make it, so he can't say anything bad, but I feel bad for him having to eat it. Actually, I'm just worried about managing his affection level. Are you that close to the Shindo siblings, Amatsuki-san? Well, yeah, I'm childhood friends with the older brother. So you feel bad for him, huh? Hine-san's tone of voice seemed unusually low. Could it be? Is she starting to develop feelings for Shindo-kun as a heroine? Hine-san, are you interested in Shindo-kun? No, he's just a classmate. I haven't really talked to him much. But are you a little interested? Not particularly. It's no use. It's probably my fault for making her skip the event. It's going to be extremely difficult to get her interested in him from here. Then, I'll just have to rely on Kakona-chan. Shindo, what did you do for lunch before? Couldn't you just go back to how things were before Kakona started school? No, absolutely not. Going back to how things were means Amatsuki Suzuna making lunch. Then the bento battle with Amatsuki Suzuna would begin, and Kakona-chan's cooking level would rise. But at the same time, there's a risk of increasing my affection level with him. That's not what I want. Why? I used to make his lunch. I don't want to do that anymore. Huh. Eh. Suddenly, Hine-san's voice sharpened. It was the first time I'd heard such a tone from her. It was scary. You made lunch for Shindo, Amatsuki-san. Yeah, but... Hine-san leaned closer. But it wasn't her usual playful manner. It was an unspoken pressure, a sharp intensity. I instinctively recoiled. Sorry, I was just surprised. You did that much for him, Amatsuki-san. Hine-san smiled apologetically, her voice returning to its usual brightness. The stark contrast only highlighted how different she was just a moment ago. Why yeah, I'm not doing it anymore, though. Is that so? Did something happen between you and Shindo? No, something happened with me, the new Amatsuki Suzuna, not with him. Well, Kakona-chan is making his lunch now, and I didn't want to cook anymore. But you still care about him, don't you, Shindo? Hine-san's voice hardened again, though not as much as before. Well, yeah. He's my childhood friend. Or rather, he's the protagonist, so I'm just scared of when his clutches will reach me. I see, your childhood friend. That makes sense. Hine-san nodded several times. But it seemed like she was forcing herself to accept something she didn't quite understand. I thought you were trying to keep your distance from people, Amatsuki-san, but is it different with a childhood friend? Oh well, I guess so. Strictly speaking, it was the original Amatsuki Suzuna who maintained that childhood friend distance. Not me, Yukitsuki Mashiro. But I can't erase the actions she took. That past remains. Then, it's okay if I treat you like a friend too, right? Hine-san moved closer again. With the wall behind me, I had nowhere to go. What do you mean by treating me like a friend? Names. Names. Hine-san's face was close enough to feel her breath. Let's call each other by our first names. It's too formal to always use last names and honorifics. It's unfair that only Shindo gets that childhood friend level of closeness. Treat me like a friend too. Hine-san's beautiful almond-shaped eyes. I'm still not used to them focusing solely on me. Chapter 12, Distance of the Heart. Exchanging contact information, spending time after school together. Not only that, but calling each other by our first names. That's what Hine-san calls friend distance. That might be true, but calling each other by our first names. Yeah, that's natural, right? Me calling Hine-san Riri. Just imagining it felt strange. It seemed too familiar, too presumptuous. I don't mind if you call me by my first name, Hine-san. You won't call me Riri. Without missing a beat, Hine-san called me by my first name. It was just that, yet it felt like the distance between us suddenly changed. But that distance felt uncomfortable. Too close, like how Hine-san was pressing close to me now. I feel like it's a bit different. What's different? It's one thing if she initiates it, but it's different if I have to do it. I feel resistant to calling you by your first name, Hine-san. Like we're not that close yet. Making lunch for your childhood friend is way more intimate than that. Compared to that, calling each other by our first names as friends is normal. Hine-san kept bringing up Shindo-kun. That's also when her demeanor changed. I don't understand. Where's the casual consultation she promised? This is different. Come on, say it. It's one-sided if it's just me. Hine-san's arm reached past my face and planted her hand on the wall. It was as if I was trapped by her. It felt suffocating, like my freedom was being taken away. Why are you so insistent? I think it's fine to call each other whatever's easiest. If I leave you alone, Suzuna, you'll stay like that forever, right? That's why I'm trying to get closer. I don't understand. I don't think you need to try so hard to get closer. You know, distance doesn't shrink unless you take a step forward yourself. Hine-san said something that seemed obvious, yet slightly strange, with a serious expression. But you're already close, Hine-san. If I get any closer, we'll be stuck together. That's fine. That's weird, that's definitely weird. What constitutes close depends on the relationship. I really didn't understand. So she's saying that this distance isn't considered close for friends? Is she saying this distance is normal? If so, I really think making friends is difficult. Or are you saying you don't feel anything for me, Suzuna? That's a low blow. She was speaking so forcefully just now, and suddenly she's using such a weak voice. Being looked at with such an anxious expression makes me feel bad. I don't want to make her feel that way. It's as if I'm the one doing something wrong. Fine. Then call me by my name. Postponing it was not an option. Hine-san immediately demanded an answer. That speed felt like she was rushing me. I took a moment to compose myself, to steady my breath. Ryuri-san. You don't need the san. I called you by your name. But you don't need the san. You didn't say that. Well, it's in the way. It's like we're still strangers. Hine-san is selfish. I worked hard to do what she asked, and now she's saying it's not good enough. Then forget it. It's fine if we're strangers, Hine-san. Ah, come on, don't get sulky. I tried, I really tried. Then try a little harder. You're almost there. It seemed like Hine-san wouldn't let me go unless I called her by her first name. Is this what friendship is about, demanding more and more? Ryuri-chan. You don't need the chan. Hine-san, I'm leaving. I couldn't take it anymore. I put all my strength into pushing Hine-san's arm away. Ah, okay. Chan is fine, just call me by my name. Fine. She finally relented. Ryuri-chan released me. This is how she closes the distance between us. It was within acceptable limits, but now she's demanding the same from me. I don't feel like I have a good grasp of what friend distance is. Section. Leaving the music room, Ryuri-chan was in high spirits. The tense atmosphere from just a moment ago seemed like a lie. Why are you so happy? Because you called me by my name, Suzuna. Is that all? That's all. Well, the effort required to say the words is the same. If she's this happy about it, then maybe it was worth the effort. What about you, Suzuna? No, wait. I don't dislike it. I was resistant to being called Suzuna by Shindo-kun, but I don't feel that resistance with Ryuri-chan. I think that's the answer. It's okay, I guess. Be happy about it. What Ryuri-chan says is difficult. Everyone feels differently, so I wish she'd forgive me for having slightly different reactions. And we didn't even get to my problem. Somehow we ended up talking about calling each other by our first names. Ayahaha, that's true. Ryuri-chan scratched her cheek, looking embarrassed. She probably felt awkward since she was the one who brought it up. Ah, I have an idea. Why don't you teach Kokona how to cook directly? Ryuri-chan's voice brightened as if a light bulb went off. She definitely just thought of that. She must have completely forgotten about my problem until now, but I'll let it slide since she's thinking about it now. Teach her how to cook, huh? Certainly, if I do that, there's no involvement from Shindo-kun, so my affection level with him won't increase. And if Kokona-chan's cooking improves, her affection level will probably go up. It seemed like a decent plan, but there's a problem with that. What? Who's going to teach her? Ryuri-chan widened her eyes in surprise. Well, you, Suzuna. Seriously. Obviously, who else would do it? Well, she's right, but even though I share her memories, I've never actually cooked before, so I'm not sure I can. How about you teach her Ryuri-chan? Hine's Ryuri has a domestic side. Despite being a gal, she has the skills to handle all sorts of housework. No way. Why should I teach a classmate I barely know, especially his younger sister, how to cook? She wouldn't want that either. She had a point. I'd refuse too if I were in her shoes. Then how about I film myself cooking and show her the video? No, that's not going to work either. Ryuri-chan looked exasperated. If that worked, she'd already be good at cooking. You have to teach her directly. How about a video call? Why does it always have to be through a screen? I said directly. That means I have to communicate with Kokona-chan directly. That's a pain. Amatsuki Suzuna isn't well liked, so it seems tiring. And teaching someone something means I have to talk a lot. Doing that face-to-face is quite stressful. Do you want to do it, or do you not want to do it? I don't want to. You're a strange one, Suzuna. Am I? You suddenly stopped making lunch for Shindo. You seem worried that Kokona started making it, but you don't want to teach her. That's pretty strange. Well, she's right. Is this the original Amatsuki Suzuna's fault, or is it mine for being reborn as her? It's a shame I can't explain it. It's strange that you became friends with someone as incomprehensible as me, Ryuri-chan. I replied to Ryuri-chan sarcastically, venting my frustration. You have, of course. But she didn't seem to mind. Instead, every time I called her Ryuri-chan, her face softened into a smile. Chapter 13, Under a Spell. Teach Kokona how to cook. You Amatsuki Suzuna. After school, I approached Kokona-chan, who had come to pick up Shindo-kun. Fortunately, Shindo-kun had been called out by a teacher and had left the classroom, so he didn't overhear our conversation. Why, I was thinking. It's unnecessary. An immediate rejection, and one laced with clear irritation. Seeing such a disgusted expression almost broke my spirit. Frankly, it's none of your business. There's no reason for me to learn from you. Well, I used to make lunch for Shindo-kun, so I thought I could teach you some of the things he likes. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I still have Amatsuki Suzuna's memories, so I remember the dishes she used to make for Shindo-kun. I know the seasonings and portions, so it shouldn't be a bad deal for Kokona-chan. What's that supposed to mean? You gave Onii-chan up to Kokona, and now you're trying to interfere. No, that's not what I meant. I'm trying to be helpful. Or what? You were going to admit defeat, but you can't really give up. So you're trying to leave some trace of Amatsuki Suzuna with Onii-chan by teaching Kokona your cooking. Isn't her imagination a bit overactive? I don't feel that way at all, but Kokona-chan seemed extremely displeased, piling on negative assumptions. That's creepy. You'd go that far to leave your mark on Onii-chan. Just how underhanded are you? You underhanded? I'm aware of that side of me, but I'm not being like that now. Besides, Kokona's cooking is definitely more delicious than yours. Why would I need to learn from you? Maybe, depending on the dish, mine might be more to Shindo-kun's liking. My voice trailed off as Kokona-chan's expression turned demonic. Kokona's cooking is definitely more to Onii-chan's liking than yours. Don't say such weird things. Sorry. Wait a minute. I'm her senpai, right? Why am I being scolded like this? Even if you're trying to be helpful, there are times when it's unwanted. But this is a bit much. More than anything, I don't want you interfering with Onii-chan's matters anymore. I'm not trying to interfere. You're interfering way too much. Just because you're feeling a little confident, don't act all high and mighty with me. See, confident? I'm not confident at all, but she didn't give me a chance to argue. Forget it, Onii-chan's at the staff room, right? Kokona's going to pick him up. Snorting, Kokona-chan stormed out of the classroom. Kokona-chan's complete refusal to listen to me painted a clear picture of a bad ending. Section. So, you're like this because she rejected you? Yeah. Completely heartbroken, I couldn't move from my seat. Having lost the will to go home, I slumped over my desk, my vision sinking into darkness. It was after the sounds of the crowd faded that Riri-chan spoke to me. But do you really have to be this depressed just because she rejected you? Riri-chan crouched down and peered at my face, turned sideways on the desk. Her brown hair, illuminated by the setting sun, was dyed crimson, reflecting the light with a glossy sheen. I worked up the courage, so being rejected with such a disgusted expression. You're so sensitive. Instead of comforting me, Riri-chan offered a harsh remark. Don't say anything more, you're kicking me while I'm down. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I know she didn't mean any harm, but it still hurts someone with a fragile mentality like mine. Even if I know it, I can't help it, because I am weak. What are you doing here, Riri-chan? Shouldn't you be going home with your cheerful friends? I'm waiting for you, so we can go home together. The friends I'm talking about are the sparkly girls just like you. I'm introverted and gloomy, so don't lump me in with them. Wow, Suzuna, you really get like this when you're feeling down. Riri-chan chuckled, looking troubled, and stood up again. Her skirt swirled in front of me. Since her skirt is short, her bare thighs were exposed. I thought her legs, not too thin, with just the right amount of flesh, were beautiful. Being this close, I could see the texture of her skin, which made me think so even more. There. I felt a warm touch on the top of my head. What are you doing? I'm patting your head. It's sad that you tried so hard but weren't rewarded. Riri-chan was stroking my head. Her hand glided over my hair repeatedly. Pity. Or was this, like Shindo-kun, some kind of self-serving reward? I just want you to feel better, Suzuna, that's all. That's all. Yeah, sometimes things don't go your way in life. But doesn't it make you feel a little better to have someone by your side like this? What happened, but Riri-chan's hand certainly helped to distract me from it. Her touch was gentle and comforting. When Shindo-kun reached out to pat my head, I instinctively dodged, because I didn't want to be touched by him. But I don't feel that aversion towards Riri-chan. In fact, I realized that my heart was gradually feeling lighter. Maybe it does. See, you were so brave, Suzuna. It's okay to be rewarded a little. Her voice was gentle, directed solely at me. Only Riri-chan seemed to understand my pain. It was just that, yet it soothed me so much. You're amazing, Riri-chan. Can you use magic to heal emotional wounds? I know there's no such thing, but Riri-chan's presence made me wish there was. I can. Really? I didn't expect her to agree, since I said it as a joke. Yeah, but only for you, Suzuna. Only for me. That's right, I can't use it on anyone else, and I don't want to. I see. Those words were probably her way of showing support, and I appreciated it. So, forgive yourself, Suzuna. You did your best today, and that's enough. Even though it didn't work out, it's okay. It's fine. I see. Yeah. In the after-school classroom, Riri-chan stroked my head. The warmth of her hand remained more vivid than the fading sunset outside the window. The weight in my heart gradually lifted. That was the magic she cast on me. Chapter 14. A homemade meal for Oni-chan. Sigh. I couldn't help but let out a weak sigh. Even though Riri-chan's encouragement temporarily lifted my spirits, morning still came. As long as Kokona-chan's bento problem remained unsolved, my future as a mob character was uncertain. I needed to take swift action. I stood in the kitchen, holding a knife, for the first time in what felt like forever. Section. Lunch break, a time for everyone to relax and unwind, but my tension mounted because she was coming. Oni-chan, I brought your lunch. Oh. Shindo-kun's face stiffened at Kokona-chan's appearance. I couldn't let this tragedy continue. I stood up from my seat. Before Kokona-chan could approach Shindo-kun, I walked towards her. Kokona-chan. What do you want, Amatsuki Suzuna? She made no attempt to hide her "why are you talking to me" attitude. I wanted to run from her sharp gaze, but I stood my ground. I held up the lunch bag I had made this morning. Let's eat lunch together. This time, her voice was filled with genuine surprise. She probably never imagined I'd invite her. Let's go to the courtyard. No, wait, I have to give Oni-chan his lunch. No, we're eating that lunch together. Why all of a sudden? This conversation was going nowhere. I took Kokona-chan's arm and started walking. Hey, let go of me, Amatsuki Suzuna. I won't, we're eating lunch together. I don't understand. Yeah, Suzuna, what about my lunch? Shindo-kun, who had been watching from the sidelines, chimed in. Seriously, why are you still trying to eat Kokona-chan's lunch at this point? Can't you tell I'm trying to help you? See, Oni-chan's saying it too. Fine here, Shindo-kun. I placed a sandwich on Shindo-kun's desk. I had forgotten that I made my own lunch and bought a sandwich out of habit. It was a coincidence, but the timing was perfect. Is this all? I couldn't believe Shindo-kun's look, as if to say, this isn't enough. What more does he want? The perpetually pampered protagonist is so demanding. If it's not enough, go buy something at the school store. Come on, Kokona-chan, let's go. Hey, Amatsuki Suzuna. I left the classroom with Kokona-chan. Section. In the courtyard. Spring can be chilly, but fortunately the weather was nice today. The sun was out, the temperature was warm, and the wind was gentle. It was comfortable enough to be outside in our uniforms. Let's sit over there. I pointed to a bench in the shade and led her there. As I sat down, Kokona-chan looked down at me with a dissatisfied expression. What are you playing at? I told you, we're eating lunch together. I'm asking what your goal is. It's for Shindo-kun's no, for your benefit, Kokona-chan. I returned her gaze, not flinching from her suspicious eyes. If I'm lying, you can leave right away. Perhaps convinced by my sincerity, Kokona-chan sat down next to me with a sigh. Fine, then open your lunch. Okay. Kokona-chan opened her bento box. Half of it was filled with onigiri, the other half with side dishes. A pale, yellowless tamagyaki, unevenly colored broccoli, and a mushy hamburger. The contents were quite chaotic. It's a character trait, but isn't this a bit much? This is mine. I opened my lunchbox in the same way. Amatsuki Suzuna, that's. Yeah, I made the same thing. I had already researched Kokona-chan's limited cooking repertoire through the game. Using that knowledge, I deliberately prepared the exact same dishes. Amatsuki Suzuna, these are the same. Kokona-chan stared at my bento box as if it were some strange object. Don't they look kind of bad? Well, the shape is charming. Isn't the hamburger too lumpy? Kneading is difficult, isn't it? I'm just clumsy. Why are the onigiri so perfectly round? Shaping them is difficult, isn't it? I actually wanted to ask her how she managed to shape them into such perfect triangles. Amatsuki Suzuna, when did you become such a bad cook? It's not funny, I don't know what to say. It's true, I'm sharing Amatsuki Suzuna's memories. There's no doubt about that. But the miscalculation was that I didn't inherit her skills. so my hands can't keep up with what I want to do. In fact, because I have Amatsuki Suzuna's cooking memories, the gap between ideal and reality is even more stark. The result is a vicious cycle where the more I cook, the more frustrated I get. I already dislike cooking, and in this state, there's no way the food would look presentable. I guess it's like the yips. Is that a thing with cooking? Ah, they really are siblings. I remember Shindo-kun reacting the same way. Well, the most important thing about cooking is the taste. As long as it tastes good, it's fine. I can't imagine someone who can't even shape onigiri properly can make something taste good. I know that, or rather, I'm the one who wants to complain. Normally, I think you'd retain some level of skill after being reborn. But this Amatsuki Suzuna is almost entirely the same as me, except for the memories. I think she could have been a little more accommodating. Just eat it. I offered her the bento box. Kokona-chan looked at it suspiciously. Is it cooked properly? It's fine, I tasted it. If you say so. Kokona-chan hesitantly picked up a piece of my hamburger with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. She chewed cautiously, her eyes wary. How is it? It's delicious. Exactly. Even if it looks bad, that's just the appearance. Even a clumsy person like me can manage the seasoning, heat control, and other cooking processes. The taste itself replicates Amatsuki Suzuna's cooking. Probably. Can I have some of yours? You're supposed to ask. Without waiting for her to finish, I picked up a piece of tamagoyaki from Kokona-chan's bento and ate it. It's a little overcooked, and Shindo-kun likes mayonnaise better than dressing on broccoli. What? Onii-chan always eats his salad with dressing. Salad, yes, but he likes mayonnaise on cooked broccoli. He told me that before. When I was playing the game, I thought, who are you to complain about the condiments when you're just eating what's given to you? I never thought this knowledge would be useful in a situation like this. What? Are you trying to show off? You said you weren't making lunch anymore. Appearance aside, Kokona-chan's breathing grew ragged, sensing the difference in taste and my understanding of Shindo-kun's preferences. She was my rival, so the difference must be frustrating. No, that's not it. I just wanted to give you some advice, Kokona-chan. I placed my hand on Kokona-chan's shoulder. Don't touch me. But my hand was immediately swatted away. Ouch. A jolt of pain shot through my hand. Amatsuki Suzuna, your hand. My hand had several band-aids on it. I cut myself with the knife. It's nothing. I'm not good at cooking. Why would you go that far? Her expression said she didn't understand my actions. It's obvious, isn't it? I'm rooting for you, Kokona-chan. Seriously. She was still half doubtful, but my inexplicable actions lent some credibility to my words. Yeah, Shindo-kun needs you, Kokona-chan. I just want to help you. Why, all of a sudden? It's like you've become a different person. The hostility in Kokona-chan's tone softened slightly. Her words were a bit unsettling, but she probably doesn't suspect anything. Here, try another bite. If you insist. Just as she was about to take a second bite. Suzuna, what's going on here? A sudden visitor. Riri-chan stood behind us, smiling, but her tone was completely different. And judging by the tense atmosphere and her stiff smile, she wasn't happy. Chapter 15. What it means to fall in love. Now then, I'd like an explanation for this, if you please. Riri-chan wore a forced smile I'd never seen before. Scary, scary, scary. It was clear that her outward appearance and inner feelings were at odds. That's what made it so terrifying. I froze, bewildered. Chinis Riri, what are you doing here all of a sudden? However, Kokona-chan didn't notice the subtle change in Riri-chan's demeanor. She simply raised her voice in surprise. I don't think it's a good idea to provoke her. Well, I saw two people leaving the classroom with bento boxes, and I got curious. And then I saw you two in the courtyard at this time of day. Sitting on a bench as if you were hiding, so I thought something was up, and here I am. Her voice was unusually high-pitched, but the last part was strangely menacing. Riri-chan, who was standing behind us, moved around to stand in front of us. In contrast to the smile on her lips, her eyes, looking down at us, were devoid of emotion. What is this? I don't think we did anything wrong. It doesn't make sense for you to follow us and then act like this. In the first place, Amatsuki Suzuna is the one who brought me here. If you have something to say it to her. You're right. You can explain this, can't you, Suzuna? Riri-chan should be the one who understands the situation best. So why is she putting so much pressure on me? I've never felt such unspoken pressure before. I was rejected when I asked you to eat lunch with me, Suzuna, but it's fine with her. Hi. I couldn't quite keep up. I understand what she's saying, but her words and her attitude don't match. And you're even sharing your bentos. What's that about? I wasn't told anything about this. W8 Riri-chan. I told you I wanted to teach Kokona-chan how to cook. It was Riri-chan who listened to my worries after school and patted my head. So why is she acting like this? I heard you. You said you wanted to teach her how to cook. Then. But I didn't hear a single word about making bentos and eating together. Wait, is that what this is about? Well, wanting to teach someone how to cook and sharing bentos aren't exactly the same thing, but she should understand that it's a related activity. Especially Riri-chan, who knows the whole story. I thought it would be easier to start by having her try my cooking rather than suddenly teaching her. It's more persuasive. I didn't hear anything about that. Why didn't you tell me? It's not like I didn't tell. You're keeping secrets from me, Suzuna. Is this a secret? Even if I was hiding it, why is Riri-chan being so confrontational? Did I do something that bad? Kokona, what are we even watching here? Kokona-chan sighed, looking fed up. Even I don't fully understand what's going on, so it must be even more confusing for her as a third party. Actually, you're the cause of this. Riri-chan shifted her target to Kokona-chan. What are you talking about? But Kokona-chan didn't flinch. If you could cook properly from the start, Suzuna wouldn't have needed to go to all this trouble. I didn't ask her to. And it has nothing to do with Hines Riri anyway. Kokona-chan turned away, snorting, but Riri-chan wasn't fazed by her rejection. Suzuna doesn't even want to cook, but she made this bento for you because she wants you to improve. I understand that. I intend to learn. Oh. Kokona-chan's attitude towards cooking has changed. Good, there's hope for the Kokona route. Think about how much effort Suzuna put in to make you a homemade meal, how appreciate her feelings. Did you just say something weird? I didn't. Kokona-chan took a breath. I still don't understand why Amatsuki Suzuna would do this for Kokona. Kokona-chan looked at me, sitting next to her. You liked Oniai-chan, didn't you? Why did you give up so easily? She asked for an answer. Wait a minute, seriously, what's that about? The one who cut in with a loud voice was Riri-chan. Hines Riri, you've been noisy this whole time. No, this is the first time I've heard that Suzuna has someone she likes. Past tense, you know. But I guess I have no choice but to answer honestly now. Amatsuki Suzuna, was enabling Shindo-kun, but I decided to stop. Why? That answer was equivalent to denying the existence of the former Amatsuki Suzuna. Kokona-chan, understanding this, questioned the meaning. I think by doing that, Amatsuki Suzuna, was also being enabled. Being relied on makes me feel like I have a reason to exist. And you threw that away. Yes. Because I, Yukitsuki Mashiro, don't think that's the same as standing on my own 2 feet. I don't want a one-sided relationship where one person relies on the other. I want to find someone who will support me, and who I can support in return. I see, so that's your answer. Kokona-chan looked away from me. Wait a minute, I'm still processing this. Suzuna, you liked Shindo and made him lunch every day. Apparently that's in the past. Good for you, Hines Riri. Kokona-chan stood up from the bench, brushed past the bewildered Riri-chan, and returned to the school building. Well, her problem should be resolved now. The one who's troubled now is the heroine in front of me. Hey, Suzuna, the bento thing, and having someone you like, this is the first time I'm hearing about this. She was starting to sound angry. I wonder why. I came up with the bento idea last night, and Shindo-kun is in the past. That's not good enough, explain properly. But there's nothing more to explain. Lunch break was too short to explain things in a way that would satisfy Riri-chan. The next day, during lunch break, I felt lighthearted today, because Kokona-chan will now improve her cooking skills and progress down the Shindo-kun route. This practically guarantees my life as a mob character. I can finally enjoy a peaceful life without any worries. Clatter. The door opened and Kokona-chan appeared. She was holding a lunch bag. Kei Kokona, you made one again today. Yes, here. Don't worry, Shindo-kun. Kokona-chan's cooking skills will improve dramatically from now on. You can finally say goodbye to depressing lunch breaks. Kokona, this. Fufu, is it already working? I heard Shindo-kun's surprised voice. Pretending not to notice, I opened my sandwich wrapper as usual. Here, Amatsuki Suzuna. Thud. A slightly heavy sound echoed on my desk. For a moment, I doubted my own eyes. Excuse me. Kokona-chan placed a lunch bag on my desk. Confused, I looked up at her. It's lunch, you're not cooking anymore, right? Why me? You're helping me improve my cooking, aren't you? Then take responsibility until the end. What is this? Kokona-chan is giving Amatsuki Suzuna a bento? I don't understand, I don't know this route. But I have a sandwich. You'll be malnourished if you only eat that. Why is she worried about me? Aren't Shindo Kokona and Amatsuki Suzuna supposed to be rivals? Hey Kokona, then how do you explain this? Shindo-kun's strained voice reached my ears. What was placed on his desk wasn't a bento box, but a sandwich. Kokona's not making lunch for Oni-chan anymore. Prepare your own from now on. What? Kokona thought about it too. Until now, I've been desperate for Oni-chan to acknowledge me, but I think it's okay now. Both Oni-chan and Kokona should become more independent. Wait a minute, it might be my imagination, but that sounds similar to what I said yesterday. You think so too, don't you, Amatsuki Suzuna? And then Kokona-chan winked at me, making sure only I could see it. Why, yes, I do. Oh no, another heroine has turned her back on the protagonist. What's going on with this game? Someone, please announce the title. My girlfriend next door is super sweet. Where? Chapter 16, a bento box filled with feelings. Well, Suzuna-san, what's the meaning of this? Yes. I was sitting on a bench in the courtyard, or rather, I was made to sit. On my lap was a bento box Kokona-chan made for me, and Riri-chan was standing over me, glaring. Her brow was furrowed, and her expression was severe. To understand how this happened, we need to go back about 10 minutes. Section, here, you can eat it, and don't forget to tell me what you think. Kokona-chan placed the bento box on my desk and wouldn't leave my side. This was what she used to do to Shindo-kun until yesterday. I couldn't understand why I had become the target of her attention. I just wanted you to improve your cooking for Shindo-kun's sake. I certainly didn't encourage her to improve her cooking skills for me. Kokona realized something. Yes. Ever since we were little, Oni-chan has been Kokona's ideal. I wanted him to acknowledge me. That's why I was jealous of you, always being so close to him. I see. What is this conversation? So, all this time, I've been desperately trying to keep Amatsuki Suzuna from taking Oni-chan away. It became an obsession from a young age. Well, obsession or whatever. Why does she sound so philosophical? But you made me realize something. That kind of thinking only holds me back, no, it even limits Oni-chan's possibilities. I don't remember talking about Shindo-kun's possibilities. I've woken up. I was in love with the idea of being in love. I was using that as an excuse to push you away. Kokona-chan gave a self-deprecating smile. Her expression seemed much more mature than her age, as if she had taken a step from girlhood to womanhood. Kokona-chan. Let's calm down, okay? You're not making any sense. I suppose the Kokona from yesterday would have thought the same. This is bad. She's entered some higher dimension. She's hearing my words, but not listening. Her eyes are looking far away. Come on, just eat it. I worked hard on it. Kokona-chan urged me to eat, but I was breaking out in a cold sweat. I felt a sense of crisis, like I was deviating from the Kokona route. But a more frightening problem emerged. In the corner of my eye, I saw Riri-chan in the center of the classroom, smiling at me. Should I go over there? Even though she was mouthing the words silently, I could understand what she meant. And despite the smile, I could tell she was angry. Perhaps my interpersonal skills have improved, or perhaps my understanding of Riri-chan has deepened. Either way, it should be a good thing, but the timing was terrible, and I couldn't be happy about it. Screech. I quickly stood up. Amatsuki Suzuna. I have something urgent to do. What about my bento? I'll tell you later, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Hey. I brushed off Kokona-chan's attempt to stop me and ran out into the hallway. Section, and now, I had fled to the courtyard when Riri-chan appeared. In smiley angry mode. Hey, what's going on? Didn't you work so hard to get Kokona to make a bento for Shindo? I did. Then what's that on your lap? Kokona-chan's bento. What's the meaning of this? That's what I want to know. Which cog in the wheel went haywire and caused this to happen? This was giving me a major headache. I can't forgive this. Riri-chan gritted her teeth. What? Why are you angry, Riri-chan? Kokona-chan giving me her bento is an incident. But it should be a trivial matter for Riri-chan, so why is she making such a fuss? That's because. Because. Riri-chan started to say something, then turned away. You're so dense, Suzuna. It's frustrating when things don't go as planned, especially after hearing about it from a friend. Riri-chan always wants to hear everything from me. And she gets upset if there's something I don't tell her or something she doesn't know. I feel like that's been happening more and more lately. I'm sorry, but I'm also troubled by this bento. You didn't do this on purpose. There's no reason for me to do this on purpose, is there? I answered her question with a question, but I didn't understand why Riri-chan was suspicious. There's no merit to me receiving Kokona-chan's bento, unless I'm desperately hungry, maybe? Shindo. Riri-chan muttered the name, as if she was hesitant to say it. Kokona-chan. The older brother. It was Shindo Minato, the protagonist. What do you mean? You like Shindo, didn't you, Suzuna? You thought that if Kokona stopped giving him lunch, you'd have a chance to give him lunch again, didn't you? That's well. You're overthinking it, Riri-chan. What? You can't deny it. It's a fact that you liked him. Riri-chan often brings up the topic of Amatsuki Suzuna liking Shindo. I've explained many times that it's a thing of the past, a mistake typical of childhood friends, but she always seems unconvinced. I can deny it. I don't have any feelings for him whatsoever. I answered from the bottom of my heart, a place of pure nothingness, without a single ripple. I don't feel any romantic attraction towards him. I just want him and the heroines around him to be happy, ignoring the fact that for some reason, I've only managed to trigger the collapse route so far. Can I believe you? Yes. I nodded. Those were my true feelings. You're not lying. I'm not. We stared at each other for a while. Riri-chan muttered, Okay, I believe you, and sat down next to me. What are you going to do with that? She pointed at the bento box on my lap. Well, I guess I have no choice but to eat it. I promised to tell her what I thought. There's nothing wrong with the food itself, so I guess it can't be helped. She seemed to have given me permission to eat. Lunch break was limited. I opened the bento box, ready to eat. That's annoying. Riri-chan's voice, looking at the contents next to me, was ice cold. What? I understood at a glance. Kokona-chan's cooking had improved. The tamagoyaki was properly yellow, the hamburger was solid. And she even managed to make asparagus wrapped in bacon. It was a remarkable improvement overnight, no matter how you looked at it. No, this is unacceptable. However, Riri-chan was pointing at a piece of tamagoyaki nestled in the corner of the bento box. Do you hate eggs, Riri-chan? That's not it, it's the shape. The shape. It was a little lopsided, but it was shaped like a heart. What's this supposed to be? Showing off her skills. This is definitely strange. She was going to give this to you, Suzuna, right? So why go through all this trouble to make it cute? Riri-chan's mood continued to worsen. What should I do? No matter what I do, the situation doesn't improve. Well, I'll just try it. No. She closed the lid of the bento box. Riri-chan. You can't eat this. But I can't tell what it tastes like if I don't eat it. You just have to tell her what you think, right? Then I'll eat it. What kind of thought process led her to that conclusion? You can't eat this, Suzuna. You'll be tainted. It's not poisoned or anything. You'll be tainted by Kokona. Riri-chan was in a particularly bad mood today. Chapter 17. Feelings as seasoning. No, I don't think it's a good idea for you to eat it, Riri-chan. I smoothly dodged Riri-chan's hand as she tried to take the bento box. No way, it's unacceptable for Suzuna to eat another girl's cooking. Girlfriend much. What's with that line? I thought she didn't get along with Kokona-chan, but there's no need to be so dramatic. This assertive pushiness, forcing her opinion on others, is typical Hines Riri. This aggressiveness should be directed at Shindo-kun. What went wrong to cause this? It was my fault. Girlfriend. Me. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, Riri-chan blinked. Yeah, I know it's absurd, but it's Riri-chan's fault for making such a suggestive remark. I'm kidding, but getting so worked up about someone else's bento is like a girlfriend's reaction. It's like a maiden consumed by jealousy. I know Riri-chan didn't mean it that way, but that's how it sounded. So you're saying Suzuna is the boyfriend? I said I was kidding. I'm talking about the joke. This conversation is ridiculous, but if we had to choose who's the boyfriend and who's the girlfriend, well, it feels the other way around. Why? Because you take the lead, Ryuri-chan. Do you think so? Ryuri-chan seemed happy for some reason. So, Suzuna is the girlfriend, huh? Well, I'm more of a pet than a girlfriend, aren't I? And I proceeded to dismantle the premise of our own conversation. I'm not worthy of being a girlfriend, being treated like a pet suits me better. Happily receiving food and then going to sleep. That kind of life isn't bad. Suzuna is a pet. And for some reason, Ryuri-chan's breathing grew ragged. That sounds nice, I'm envious. The pet life. What? Do you have some kind of kink? No, it's much simpler than that. Apparently, she thought I had some warped fetish. So you want to be kept by someone. Well, if I had to answer that question directly. Yeah, that might be nice. So don't take my food. I hugged the bento box protectively, hiding it with my body. Gee, gladly. Ryuri-chan gave a strange reply. Section, welcome back, Amatsuki Suzuna. Back in the classroom, Kokona-chan was waiting for me. In my seat, I'm not even going to ask why anymore. I am back. So how was it? How did the bento taste? Kokona-chan looked at me expectantly. I think she was fairly confident. The taste had certainly improved a lot. It was so-so. Ryuri-chan, next to me, immediately replied. I begged her not to follow me, but she insisted on being there for this. Hines Ryuri, I wasn't asking you. I ate some too. Huh? I didn't make it for you. The goal was to get feedback on the taste, right? Then it's better to have more opinions. Or is there some reason why only Suzuna is allowed to eat it? What's with these two? Why are they being so combative? Are you delusional? That doesn't give you the right to eat it. Can't you appreciate my generosity in allowing Suzuna to eat it? I could have taken it all away. She said that, but Ryuri-chan barely touched the bento. She only ate the heart-shaped tamagayaki, saying, I just can't forgive this. I didn't understand why she was so fixated on it. Hey, Amatsuki Suzuna, why did you let her eat it? Sorry. The spear of her anger turned towards me. I bowed my head to the displeased Kokona-chan. And, I've been meaning to ask, why are you talking so informally? And next to me was a gal radiating even more displeasure. Are you telling me to use honorifics? That's common courtesy. Kokona-chan's attitude towards her upperclassmen isn't exactly polite. I understand that she doesn't feel the age difference because she has an older brother, and I understand that she's friendly with Amatsuki Suzuna, whom she's known since childhood. But it's not appropriate with Hines Ryuri, who's at the top of the social hierarchy. Heth, Hines Ryuri, with your rule-breaking makeup and uniform, is lecturing me about courtesy. You can't even follow the school rules, and you're talking about courtesy. That's a new one. Iga. Ryuri-chan was so stunned by that perfect counterattack that she was speechless. There are people like that, you know, who impose their narrow-minded views of common sense and courtesy on others. You should try to see the bigger picture. I just care a little about my appearance. And what about you? Barging into an upperclassman's classroom and bringing your brother lunch, couldn't you just give it to him at home? No, don't say that, Ryuri-chan. If you do that, you'll completely miss the Kokona-chan events. It's due to circumstances beyond our control. Please understand, well, that's probably impossible. That's true. Kokona-chan seemed surprised, as if she'd just realized something. Why, yeah, well, there are things like that. Things you do without thinking that don't actually make sense. So, you don't have to give Suzuna a bento anymore. Suzuna said she doesn't need one. I had no idea what that "so" was supposed to mean, but Ryuri-chan was resorting to brute force. What's that supposed to mean? I don't need Hines Ryuri's permission. But Kokona-chan, I also feel bad about receiving a bento. It tasted good, so I think you'll be fine from now on. Or rather, since the Shindokan bento event is gone, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, all the gears are starting to turn in the wrong direction, so I don't want any more complicated settings added. Fine. If it tasted good, then it's fine. Kokona-chan agreed more readily than I expected. So, how about Kokona-chan goes back to her class, and Ryuri-chan goes back to her seat? It's strange for these two to be gathered around me. Originally, the heroines were supposed to gather around Shindo Minato, who sits in front of me. If that's not possible, then let's at least separate. Let's separate and rethink our strategies. No, I'm not going back until I hear specifically what Amatsuki Suzuna liked about the bento. Huh, you don't need to hear that. Please. Please go back, both of you. A plain girl with glasses surrounded by her childhood friend's younger sister and a high-ranking gal. This composition is just wrong. Chapter 18, Appearance and Heart. Hey, Suzuna. Those pigtails. Do you have any particular reason for wearing them? After school, I was walking home alone, stiffening against the chilly evening wind, when Riri-chan caught up to me. Resigned, I walked with her, and she suddenly said those words. No, not really. I thought there was some reason. Hair is an important element for girls. It shapes their appearance, and they take care in how they style it. That's true for both the individual and for others. So, Riri-chan bringing it up means she has something to say, especially since I haven't changed my hair color or style. Is it strange? It's not strange, but I was just wondering if you ever change it up. Well, it's something a fashionable girl like Riri-chan would be curious about. Amatsuki Suzuna's hairstyle isn't trendy or anything. Her black bangs are heavy, completely covering her forehead. Her tightly braided pigtails fall onto her shoulders. She looks like an old Japanese doll. But I've always worn it like this. That's the kind of character Amatsuki Suzuna is. She doesn't care about her appearance or what others think. A pure-hearted, somewhat twisted girl who only wants to be by Shindo Minato's side. I can't agree with everything about her, but I can relate to her indifference towards her appearance. That's why I haven't felt any discomfort continuing with this look, and the pigtails have become a habit, not something I find bothersome. But you said you don't have any particular attachment to it, right? Well, yeah. Then why don't you change your hairstyle sometimes? Pigtails are fine, but I think changing things up would be cute. Riri-chan is kind. She's trying to offer helpful advice without criticizing my unremarkable appearance. I understand that, but it's fine. There's no point in me becoming cuter. I don't think I can become cuter anyway. But even if I believed Riri-chan's words, there's no point in me improving my appearance. I'm a character no one is interested in, and the only one who pays attention to me is my childhood friend, Shindo Minato. What would happen if I improved my appearance and made a good impression on him? The risk of increasing his affection value would only go up. See, there's no point in me trying to look better, so it's fine the way it is. That's not true. You can become much cuter, Suzuna. I'm saying there's no point even if I do. Do you need a reason to become cuter? Riri-chan looked surprised, as if I'd said something revolutionary. Well, a girl who genuinely pursues fashion wouldn't even consider such a question. I need a reason. There's no one to show it off to. Change is stressful in itself. Doing something different requires a certain level of resolve. Since I don't see the point, I can't bring myself to do it. So you're saying it would be fine if there was someone to show it off to? If there was such a person. And since that person is Shindo Minato, it's no good. It's definitely better not to do it. There is, right here. Riri-chan pointed at herself, grinning. I'll look at you. No, what's that supposed to mean? I'll be happy if you become cuter, Suzuna. She flapped her arms as if saying, yay. She was strangely excited. I don't know what she finds so amusing. That doesn't make sense. I'm trash compared to you, Riri-chan. Hinace Riri, the beautiful girl with a great figure who always takes care of herself. And she's always surrounded by other glamorous girls. What would Riri-chan find enjoyable about watching an introvert like me change? Don't say that. You have good qualities, Suzuna. Riri-chan scolded me gently. I wonder what motivates her so much. I'm not interested in fashion or anything. Then I'll do it for you. Should I teach you some things? Riri-chan's fingers started moving restlessly. It somehow seemed like a suggestive gesture, and I instinctively tensed up. It's unnecessary. Why, you've just never tried it before. It might be fun if you do. That's because you're cute, Riri-chan. A cute girl puts in effort to become more beautiful and cute. And then she gets showered with attention, so of course it's fun. But that's because she already has the potential. Anything multiplied by 0 is still 0. Don't flatter me so suddenly, Suzuna. I'm getting embarrassed. You're used to it. I didn't understand why Riri-chan was happily touching her cheek. She must have heard this kind of thing from countless people. Well, some people say that, but it doesn't make me happy no matter who says it. Is that so? Yeah, well, some of my friends say it too, but we compliment each other, so I feel like some of it is flattery. Not that it's a bad thing. But boys must say it to you too, Riri-chan. Well, sometimes. But how should I put it? I think I come across as frivolous, so I don't think many people mean it sincerely. Ah, well, Hinace Riri looks like a gal, and her cheerful demeanor could be seen as frivolous, to put it negatively. There are probably a lot of men who are only interested in her physically. Come to think of it, my encounter with her also started with something like that. Is it tough being a popular girl? I know it might sound like I'm bragging and be annoying, but I'm not particularly happy about it. I dress like this because I like it, not because I want to be seen that way. That felt like a glimpse into a side of Riri-chan I'd never seen before. I felt like she was showing me a part of herself that was empty and vulnerable. Even you have things you don't like, Riri-chan. Of course, what do you take me for? A super positive girl. What's that? Well, I thought social butterflies didn't have any worries. I thought sorry for the prejudice, but I couldn't say it out loud. Anyway, I'm really happy when you compliment me, Suzuna. Riri-chan hugged my arm, as if cheering. Ah, wait, don't cling to me. I can't help but express my feelings. Why is her way of expressing herself physical contact? It's too direct. And that doesn't explain why you're happy when I say it. I understand why other people's words don't reach her. But that doesn't explain why my words do. Silly, I'm happy just because you said it, Suzuna. What, just because it's me? That's enough. What's that supposed to mean? It's a reason, but it's not. And yet, Riri-chan says that's enough. What if I'm just flattering you? No, I know, you're telling the truth, Suzuna. She seemed absolutely confident for some reason. Are you a psychic? Only for you, Suzuna. Only for me, again. But if she's happy with my words, then that's a good thing. Riri-chan, beaming, rested her head on my shoulder. Well, we're not at school. I'll just enjoy Riri-chan's warmth. Chapter 19, Picking Up the Pieces. What should I do? I stood frozen in front of the bathroom mirror, my hands stilled. It was because of my conversation with Riri-chan after school yesterday. Why don't you change your hairstyle sometimes? Those words were disrupting my usual routine. Well, it's not like I'm particularly attached to pigtails. My original self, Yukitsuki Mashiro, wore her black hair straight, simply because it was easiest. Braiding takes effort. And since I don't particularly like it, there's no point. I only did it to maintain the Amatsuki Suzuna character, but that's no longer necessary. I'm not her, and I can't replicate her way of being. Alright. I'm just tired of braiding my hair. It's not like I care about my appearance or that I'm being influenced by Riri-chan's words. I'm just too lazy to braid it anymore. I muttered to myself, even though no one was listening. Yes, this is just the process of the lazy me overriding Amatsuki Suzuna. That's all. Goodbye, Amatsuki Suzuna. Welcome back, Yukitsuki Mashiro. Well, either way, I'm still a plain, gloomy introvert. Haha. A dry laugh escaped my lips. I combed my hair instead of braiding it. Doing so, I noticed the slight wave in my hair. Should I use a straightener? I opened the cabinet under the sink. I took out a hair straightener that looked barely used. I set the temperature and waited a few minutes. After confirming that the light was on and it had heated up, I ran the straightener through my hair. My wavy hair straightened. That should do it. As I was about to put the straightener away, I noticed something. There are contacts here. I instinctively knew they belonged to Amatsuki Suzuna. My eyesight was just as bad as Amatsuki Suzuna's, but I usually wore contacts. It was a natural habit, and I rarely wore glasses. Should I wear contacts today? But something didn't sit right. She had a straightener and contacts. Both of these belonged to Amatsuki Suzuna. But in the original story, there was no scene where she changed her appearance. Not even in her route, so why does she have these things? Did Amatsuki Suzuna actually want to change? But she didn't choose to. I think she was afraid that changing herself would also change her relationship with Shindo Minato. Because I am her, and yet not her, I can somehow understand. It might seem like I'm overthinking it, but it seems like something she, who always prioritizes Shindo Minato, would do. The self that desires change, and the self that fears it. She wavered between the two and chose not to change. She probably tried to play the role of the unremarkable childhood friend that was convenient for Shindo Minato. But she's much more admirable than me. Still, she made a choice. Choosing not to change is different from simply standing still. It's incredibly painful to want to move forward but remain stationary. To others, it might look like you're just standing still, but for the person involved, it's a constant struggle to suppress the urge to move, and all for the sake of the person she likes. Knowing that, I found her admirable. I could never do that, and I don't want to, but... Well, then I'll become the person you wanted to be. For me, Yukitsuki Mashiro, this is a return to my former self. For her, Amatsuki Suzuna, it's a change. So, even though this act is meaningless to me, it might be meaningful for her. It was also a way for me, Yukitsuki Mashiro, who can't imagine a future with Shindo Minato, to atone for Amatsuki Suzuna. Section. That being said, this still feels strange. Leaving the house, the wind rustling through my hair felt new. The absence of the weight of my glasses felt too light. Even though this was close to how I looked as Yukitsuki Mashiro, this body is Amatsuki Suzuna's. It was unavoidable that I felt a sense of discomfort with this different appearance. Suzuna, that. Just before entering the downtown area, Riri-chan covered her mouth with her hand. Your hair and your glasses. And please stop ambushing me like this. It's like we have a standing appointment now. That doesn't matter, Suzuna, what happened? What happened? Riri-chan seemed to hear my words, but not listen to them. She was only interested in the change in my appearance. You hated it so much yesterday, what made you change your mind? It's fine. Braiding is a pain, and my glasses get in the way during PE. I see him. Riri-chan grinned and moved closer. Her intense stare was a bit uncomfortable. Don't stare so much, it's not a big deal. I just stopped braiding my hair and wearing glasses. That's all. No, it makes a big difference. I like it, you look cute, Suzuna. That's enough. I don't need your flattery. I didn't do this to be complimented, and I didn't want Riri-chan's opinion. It's not flattery. Really, you look cute, Suzuna. Riri-chan stared intently into my eyes, emphasizing her words. I know she's serious when she has that earnest look in her eyes. Or rather, I know that Riri-chan wouldn't lie to me. That's enough. You don't have to keep saying it. Still, her serious tone made me look away. It's not normal to say cute with such intensity. Suzuna, are you blushing? I'm not. Your ears are red. They're not. I was aware that my face was getting hot, but I couldn't admit it. Admitting it would mean acknowledging that her words had affected me. Then, can I touch them to check? No. Why? Because they're not meant to be touched. Then your hair is fine, right? A compromise, my hair. I don't understand the logic. Well's fine. But my body heat wouldn't transfer through my hair. If this would end the conversation, then so be it. Really? Yay. Riri-chan gently touched my hair with her fingers. She ran her fingers through it, and strands of hair slipped through her fingers. So smooth. I haven't done anything to damage it. Just like you, Suzuna. What do you mean? Straight and beautiful. Why is she suddenly so poetic? Did she forget her sense of shame somewhere? That's enough, let's go to school. Wait, tell me why you changed your mind. The reason? You wanted to change things up too, didn't you, Suzuna? Half of it. Half. The other half was the lingering feelings of Amatsuki Suzuna. I think I picked up those feelings. That's probably why my heart feels a little lighter. Chapter 20, Somewhere, Someday. While I believe that a classroom in the morning should be quiet, that ideal rarely comes to fruition in a group setting. Some students are quiet and well-behaved, but the majority are chatting and laughing with their friends. So even in the morning, the classroom is filled with noise. I slipped into my seat, trying to blend in with the background noise. In front of me were the close-knit Shindo siblings, but I don't understand why they're together in the morning. I'm telling you, if you want lunch, you can just buy it at the school store. Do you think I can handle those crowds? You could at least buy something for me. No, buy it yourself. Every morning. Yes, everyone else does it. That's them, this is us. That's why I'm saying this is how we'll do it from now on. Apparently, they're arguing about lunch. I think Shindo-kun should just buy it himself. Still, it's kind of Kokona-chan to even discuss it with him. She could easily just ignore him. Shindo-kun should be more grateful to Kokona-chan. Thinking that, I silently sat down at my desk. Hey, listen to this, Suzuna. Kokona is telling me to prepare my own lunch every day. Tell Amatsuki Suzuna to. That's normal, and it's strange for Oni-chan to even complain. They're not going to leave me alone, are they? I don't think I can mediate between these two. Shindo-kun, it's normal to prepare your own lunch. If you really can't do it, why don't you take turns with your sister? Preparing one portion or two portions isn't that different, and the effort is literally halved. How about that? I think it's a pretty good compromise. They both stared at me blankly, speechless. Being ignored after giving advice hurts, you know. I don't remember saying anything strange. S. Suzuna that. A. Amatsuki Suzuna that. The Shindo siblings spoke in similar voices. They were both looking at my face. And I somehow understood. What, do you have a problem with something? Unable to bear the silence, I spoke up. If they're not going to react, then don't. If they are, then do. I want them to be clear. Honestly, I'd prefer if they just pretended not to notice. But that's impossible with these two. You were always so stubbornly pigtails and glasses. Why? Why, yeah. You've had pigtails and glasses since we were little, like it was the only thing you knew. There was no way these two, who have known me for so long, would miss the change. I didn't expect such a big reaction, though. It's fine, isn't it? No way. There has to be a reason for Suzuna to do something so drastic. What is it? What happened? I wonder if they'd believe me if I said I was reborn. And Kokona-chan next to him gasped, as if she realized something. You idiot, Oni-chan, it's obvious. I see, a broken heart. You had your heart broken, didn't you, Suzuna? No, I didn't. I haven't even been in love in the first place. Oni-chan, you're so insensitive. She can't just say that, be more considerate. But there's no way Suzuna would keep secrets from me. There are some things she can't tell you precisely because you're her Oni-chan. She can't tell me because it's me. What's that supposed to mean? You really don't understand a girl's heart. And you can't even understand her feelings even though you're her childhood friend? You're such a jerk. So insensitive. That's harsh. But even as she said that, Kokona-chan's eyes were welling up with tears. Amatsuki Suzuna is trying so hard to act like she's okay, but she's actually hurting. I feel like Kokona-chan is also misunderstanding something. I could strongly sense the unspoken implication. You needed a change like this to get over Oni-chan, right? It was your first heartbreak, after all. Who is he? Hey, Suzuna, who did this to you? It's you, Oni-chan. Kokona-chan slapped Shindo-kun on the head. It's me. They're definitely misunderstanding. But saying I just wanted a change of pace wouldn't be convincing. And I can't tell them the truth. More importantly, Kokona is so disappointed. I thought you understood Amatsuki Suzuna a little better, even if you are her Oni-chan. I thought I understood her. And why are you crying, Kokona? I can't keep up with their energy. This was the first time in my life I've ever looked forward to homeroom so much. Section. I forgot to buy lunch. It's because I did something unusual this morning. When I do something new, I always forget something. This is a pain, but I guess I'll go to the school store. I reluctantly stood up. Shindo-kun turned around. You know, the more I look at you, the more you seem like a different person. Shindo-kun stared at my appearance again. It felt uncomfortable, like I was being appraised, but it might be a welcome development for Amatsuki Suzuna, so I endured his gaze for her sake. Is it bad? No, I think it's fine. You look more girly this way. What's with that reaction? Be a little more grateful. I can't when you're talking down to me. Seriously. Shindo-kun should be more careful with his words. He can't get his message across when he talks like that. The heroines in this world have an amazing ability to interpret his words, but there's something I want to ask Shindo-kun. But Shindo-kun, how do you feel about me changing like this? Don't you dislike it as my childhood friend? Not really. If it's what you want, Suzuna, then it's fine. I like it too. It would be easier to listen to him if it weren't for that last unnecessary line. But apparently, Shindo-kun doesn't think this change is bad. Then, she might be happy about it. Who? The person who cares about you, Shindo-kun. So who? Amatsuki Suzuna. Your feelings won't be reciprocated in this world line. But if there's another world somewhere, I hope you change. Because you'll probably be able to get closer to your ideal. Chapter 21, Each Other's Positions. Hear Suzuna say ah. I was sitting on the courtyard bench, a spot that had become my regular haunt. And the beautiful girl next to me was holding a piece of tamagayaki poised on her chopsticks in front of my face. I don't understand. Hey, why aren't you opening your mouth? Her name is Yuri. At first glance, she's a gal, but she's a cute girl with a surprisingly serious and domestic side. I know all that, but I don't understand this situation. Well, I was just wondering. Wondering what? I told you I'd share my bento with you, Suzuna. That's right. I had forgotten my lunch and was on my way to the school store. I ran into Riri-chan in the hallway. "Oh, Suzuna, what are you doing?" "I forgot my lunch. I'm going to buy something." "Ah, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Come on, Suzuna." W8 Riri-chan. "Don't drag me." And the result of being forcibly dragged away was this. Riri-chan opened a large bento box and was offering to share her lunch with me. "No, it's okay. I'll buy something myself." "No, I'm giving it to you. Eat it here." She pushed the tamagayaki closer, practically to the point of kissing it. She was being very forceful. But if I eat it, there won't be any left for you, Riri-chan." "It's okay, I made extra today." Why? "So I could give some to you, Suzuna." "Why would you do that?" "I've never heard of someone making extra lunch for a friend. The Shindo siblings are family, so that makes sense. I'll ignore the fact that Amatsuki Suzuna used to make lunch for her childhood friend. She was an anomaly. Just eat it." "You're being too forceful, Riri-chan." I couldn't accept such inexplicable kindness. "Don't tell me. You could eat Kakona's bento, but you can't eat mine." This is bad." She's smiling, but her eyes aren't. I could sense her unspoken message. "I'll be angry if you refuse again. You can eat your childhood friend's little sister's bento, but you can't eat your friend's." "That's unacceptable." "Why, yes." "Right, here, eat." "But why is the tamagayaki she's offering heart-shaped?" Kakona-chan's heart-shaped tamagayaki was bad, but Riri-chan's is okay? What's the criteria? I want to know. Come on, say la. But right now, I need to deal with Riri-chan's pressure. The tamagayaki entered my mouth. A fluffy texture and a gentle sweetness spread through my mouth. "How is it?" Her serious expression showed she genuinely cared about my opinion. "It's delicious." "Really?" "Yeah, you're a good cook, Riri-chan." I knew she was supposed to be good at cooking, but those words came out naturally after actually tasting it. This time, Riri-chan's smile was genuine. I was relieved that she was no longer angry. "There's still plenty, so eat up." But she immediately switched gears and picked up a piece of salmon, offering it to me. However, listen. What? Can't I just eat it myself?" For some reason, Riri-chan wouldn't give me the chopsticks and wouldn't let go of the bento box. She was determined to feed me. "It's fine, I'll feed you." "No, it's weird. You're so fussy, Suzuna." "No, I'm definitely not. I just want to feed myself. Besides, what if someone sees us? It's already strange enough that we're together. If someone sees her feeding me, I don't know what they'll think. It's fine even if someone sees us." "No, it's not. It's already weird that you and I are together, Riri-chan. And if people find out you're feeding me, they'll definitely think it's strange." "Then what do you want, Suzuna?" "I'll gratefully accept it this time, but from now on, I'll eat by myself like usual. It's only because it's early spring that no one comes to the courtyard. As it gets warmer, more people will come, then it will be difficult to use this place as a hiding spot." "Humph. This is bad." Riri-chan puffed out her cheeks. She clearly wasn't happy. Is this really such a big deal for her? "So, until when do we have to keep sneaking around like this, Suzuna?" "Well, I think it's better if we do for now. Even though we're friends." "Well, everyone will think it's weird that you and I are friends, Riri-chan. Aren't you the only one who thinks that, Suzuna?" "Because no one knows yet. If everyone knew, most people would find it strange. They'd wonder, why is that plain girl next to Hine's Riri? I can already imagine them saying we're a mismatched pair. Isn't that strange?" "Oh well." But Riri-chan didn't seem convinced. She glared at me as if she had something to say. "I'm only doing this because you told me not to interact with you in public. But I'm not going to keep hiding forever. No, this isn't just for me. I'm also saying this for your sake, Riri-chan. Of course, I don't want to be teased by my classmates for getting ahead of myself. But I'm also worried about Riri-chan. If the queen bee interacts with the bottom rung, it'll damage Riri-chan's brand. She's in a good position, so she should stay there. How is that for my sake?" "Oh well. This is bad. The atmosphere has changed. I don't think I said anything wrong, but I'm making Riri-chan more and more upset. I just want to be friends with you, Suzuna, that's all." It's okay." And why is Riri-chan so straightforward with her feelings? Being told that directly makes me unsure of how to respond. "But you won't let me, Suzuna. Why?" "Because we're not a good match, Riri-chan." "That's just your assumption, Suzuna. No one thinks that." No, Riri-chan is being too optimistic. Social life isn't that simple. Everyone is aware of their own position and acts accordingly. There's some leeway for moving up or down. That's normal. But someone from the bottom can't suddenly jump to the top because they don't have the qualifications. It's common sense that someone acting above their station will be knocked back down. You don't understand, Riri-chan. You don't understand what it's like to be an introvert like me. I don't expect her to understand, and I don't think she needs to. Just like someone at the bottom can't understand someone at the top, someone at the top can't understand someone at the bottom. So this situation is natural. It's not Riri-chan's fault. It's my fault for shamelessly being next to her when we're not a good match. That's it. Hey. But for some reason, she wouldn't accept it. If that's how you feel, Suzuna, then I have a plan. Riri-chan's eyes were burning with passion. Chapter 22, A Child Who Isn't Straightforward. Hine's Riri's Side. Amatsuki Suzuna is a girl who always runs away. Reserved, quiet, and dislikes standing out. That's fine. Even I know that everyone has their own comfort zone, but I want her to remember that she was the one who crossed the line first. Section. It was spring, just after we became second years. I still hadn't fully settled into the new class. After school, I was killing time in town when a shady-looking man approached me. You're cute, so I think you could easily earn money, even if it's just for 1 or 2 hours a day. I'd been approached by strangers before, but that was within the school, and they were teenagers like me. Being approached by an adult man is scary. My body stiffened instinctively. Huh, what's that? Super sketchy, it's creepy. I'm not struggling for money anyway. My fear translated into a defiant tone. Lies, dressed like that, there's no way you're not interested. It's not sketchy at all, so just listen to what I have to say, and you can refuse if you don't like it. Was he used to this kind of response? Or did he think dealing with a young girl was easy? Anyway, the man didn't miss a beat, continuing as if it were nothing. I'm already refusing. Seriously, you're persistent. I raised my voice reflexively. I'm sure my voice echoed even in the crowded street. Yet, I didn't make eye contact with anyone passing by. The passers-by avoided me with unnatural haste. Seeing a high school girl arguing with a man in a suit, they probably didn't think it was a lover's quarrel. The people here just didn't want to get involved in trouble. I was in trouble, I wanted someone to help me, but I had no one to rely on at that moment. Sorry, were you waiting? A girl's voice, strangely high-pitched, rang out. She had black hair and pigtails and was wearing black-rimmed glasses. I immediately recognized her as a classmate in the same uniform. I was flustered and couldn't speak properly. I didn't know her, and I certainly hadn't arranged to meet her. So why did she speak to me at this moment, when everyone else was just passing by? Shopping first. Come on, we don't have time, let's go. She took my arm. I felt a strong, unwavering will in her grip. Hey, wait a minute. The man in the suit was still trying to talk to me. The girl glared at the troublesome man. Sir, this girl and I have something to do. Besides, if you keep pestering her, I'll call the police. You're targeting a minor, and if rumors spread, it could affect your job, you know. Is that okay with you? TCH, whatever, fine. Defeated by her clear hostility and determination, the man backed down, looking annoyed. Let's go, Hine-san. The girl said my name clearly. She easily drove the man away and helped me with her own hands. It was the first time anything like that had ever happened to me. Why yeah. I followed her lead. I thought her back, her glossy black hair swaying, was beautiful. That was the moment I became truly aware of her, Amatsuki Suzuna. Section, the problem was what happened afterward. Amatsuki-san, do you like sweets? I tried to thank Suzuna and asked about her preferences. I hate them. She replied instantly in a blunt, unfriendly tone. After that, no matter what I asked, she denied everything. I'm going home. And then she just left. I had no idea what her motive was. Section, but I wouldn't give up. I woke up early and waited for Suzuna in the morning so I could talk to her. Good morning, Amatsuki-san. She clearly looked like she was about to run away, so I hugged her arm to stop her. And when I tried to get closer, when are you going to let go of my arm? Hey, you were the one who grabbed my arm and helped me. Why do you hate it when I do it? And that was the first and last time Suzuna ever touched me. Unbelievable. Hine-san, what do you think of me? Then Suzuna suddenly asked a bold question. I like you. I pressed on. I desperately tried to show my affection, to become closer to her. What about you, Amatsuki-san? What do you think of me? Surely this would bring us closer. And normal. Huh? I don't understand. I don't understand. And then she just ran away. What's with this girl? Section. Even so, I wouldn't be discouraged. I made plans with her after school and exchanged contact information. Then Suzuna was glued to her phone, staring at it. Amatsuki-san, what's wrong? Why are you staring at my phone so much? No, it's just you're cheating, Hine-san. What is? Looking this cute in such normal clothes, give me a break. If I wore that, it would just be pajamas. Why would she suddenly say something like that? This girl is a whiplash of sweet and harsh. And is this picture edited? It's not, is it? Well, look. I did edit my legs to make them thinner. Suzuna zoomed in on my profile picture and stared at it. No, no, no. Don't look at it like that. And I should have changed it to a more flattering picture if I knew Suzuna was going to see it. They're the same. And then she complimented me in a casual tone. The sudden shift is too much. It's making me flustered. Section. I continued my efforts. I fed her pancakes at the cafe and got her to acknowledge me as a friend. I got her to call me by my first name in the music room. I patted her head when she was feeling down in the classroom after school. It would be a lie to say there wasn't a rewarding aspect for me. But I've tried my best to be there for Suzuna. I know she's the type of person who likes to keep her distance, so I tried to approach her at her pace. And yet, lately, it's been bad. She told me she actually liked Shindo Minato and used to make him lunch every day. She went out of her way to make lunch for his little sister and tried to teach her how to cook. And more than anything, she said she doesn't want to be close to me at school. No way. I thought I'd been respecting Suzuna's feelings as much as possible. I thought she was just trying to distance herself from me at school because it was too sudden and she wasn't used to it. But if she intends to keep doing that, it's a different story. It doesn't make sense for her to be close to Shindo, the older brother, and Kokona, but not me. School caste? What's that? There's no such thing at school, and even if there was, I don't care. I just want to be friends with Suzuna. I don't need any other reason. But Suzuna keeps coming up with nonsensical excuses. If that's how you feel, Suzuna, then I have a plan. So I decided to change Suzuna myself. Chapter 23, Seeping In. I feel restless. The monotonous tapping of chalk against the blackboard, the math teacher's low, monotone voice. The afternoon classes always make me drowsy, but today there's no sign of sleepiness. It's Riri-chan's fault. I have a plan. She wouldn't tell me what it was. During lunch break, she just kept feeding me her bento. Her eyes were sparkling, and I knew she was planning something. I'm uneasy. I can't stop wondering what she's going to do. I couldn't concentrate on class at all. Section. Class ended and it was break time. Suzuna. I flinched. Riri-chan's clear, high-pitched voice. She called out to me from a distance. Several people must have heard her. Riri-chan never does that in class. I pretended not to hear and looked down at the grain of my desk. Suzuna. What is this? What is she doing? Why is she deliberately calling attention to me? What is she trying to do? Hey, Suzuna, Hines is calling you. Shindo-kun informed me. I know I can hear her. Please understand that I'm ignoring her. It's not me. I replied, still staring at the wood grain. No, she's clearly looking at you and calling Suzuna. It's not me. It is you. She's coming this way. What is this? What does Riri-chan want from me? Suzuna, can't you hear me? Riri-chan's voice was right next to me. I glanced sideways, and my eyes fell on her short skirt and thighs. Those legs definitely belonged to Riri-chan. I'm busy right now. You just look like you're staring at your desk. That's what I'm doing. Isn't that the same as doing nothing? It's not. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, but I'm being stubborn. I avoided eye contact with Riri-chan, trying to maintain an indifferent attitude so she would go away. Then look at this. A math formula appeared before my eyes. Riri-chan slid a textbook between me and my desk. I'd rather look at the wood grain. What kind of hobby is that? Just teach me this. Riri-chan pointed to a problem we had been working on in the latter half of the class. It was a problem that used a formula we had just learned today. I teach you. Yeah, I didn't understand this problem, so I'm asking you to teach me. No one has ever asked me that before. I don't know much about Hines Riri's grades, but she wasn't the type of character to immediately ask about something she didn't understand in class. She wasn't that studious, so why is she asking me this? Won't you teach me? You're good at math, right, Suzuna? I'm not particularly good at math, but I can answer the question Riri-chan asked. However, I'm hesitant to do it in the classroom. You can ask your friends, Riri-chan. Why did she come all the way over here, away from her usual spot in the center of the classroom? She can ask the other high-ranking students. That's why I'm asking you, Suzuna. Riri-chan's voice is always clear and easy to understand. Unlike me, who mumbles, but right now, it's bothersome. I can't stop worrying about whether other people in the class can hear our conversation. Hey, teach me. Your voice is too loud, Riri-chan. Will you teach me if I lower my voice? After school. No, now. Why? I'll forget if I wait. I've never talked about studying with Riri-chan before, so she definitely isn't that studious. Is this the plan she was talking about during lunch break? I'll stay here until you teach me. That's a problem. It's strange for Hinase Riri, who attracts so much attention, to be standing next to Amatsuki Suzuna, who's looking down at her desk. Or rather, I can already imagine people wondering, why is Hinase Riri just standing there while Amatsuki Suzuna is ignoring her? Fine. I gave in. I'll quickly explain it and have her go back to her seat. I looked up and faced the textbook. How much do you understand? I didn't understand it from the beginning. Seriously, that means she wasn't listening at all. She really isn't interested in studying. So, please explain it to me carefully, so even I can understand. So she wants me to teach her everything. I feel like that's going to take a while. You can use this formula. I pointed to the next page, which had the explanation, and told her that all she had to do was use this formula. The problem was solved instantly. Now, please go away. Well, if it's that easy, we don't need schools or teachers. I couldn't argue with that logic, so you don't need them, Riri-chan. But I pressed on, yes, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand. Then pay attention in class. You would have understood if you listened. Afternoon classes are sleepy. She was sleeping, of course she wouldn't understand. I understand how you feel, but you should try to stay awake and listen. You'll get confused again. It's fine, I can ask Amatsuki-sensei to teach me. I'm not a teacher. Don't worry, I won't fall asleep in Amatsuki-sensei's class. I didn't agree to this. I never agreed to this. Riri-chan is saying whatever she wants, and I realized that this conversation wasn't progressing at all, just wasting time. Fine, I'll teach you, but listen carefully. Okay. Thank you, Amatsuki-sensei. Riri-chan bent her knees and crouched down. She brought her face level with the desk and gripped the edge with her fingertips. Smiling brightly, she waited for my explanation. Anyone could see that we were close. I explained it to Riri-chan half-heartedly. Section. In the end, the time it took for her to understand and the end of break time coincided perfectly. Thanks, Suzuna. Teach me again if I don't understand something. No. Yes, you will. See you later. Riri-chan waved and returned to her seat. Too embarrassed to turn around, I bowed my head slightly. Then I stared at the wood grain of my desk. In the end, wouldn't Riri-chan have stayed by my side until the end of break time whether I taught her or not? Or rather, explaining things probably made it look like we were talking even more. It might have been better if she had just stood there silently. Suzuna, you were pretty close with Hinase, weren't you? See, Shindo-kun has already picked up on it. Rumors spread quickly. Once they start, they don't stop. So I have to stop them before they spread. We're not close. No, that's the first time I've seen you talk to anyone, that much besides me. I was just explaining something. We're not close. Even though you called her Riri-chan. Well, I call Kokona-chan, Chan too. Hinase was calling you Suzuna. She was calling you Amatsuki-san until recently, wasn't she? I see. So even the way we address each other reveals so much about our relationship. Such a small thing easily invalidates my denial. You're friends, right? Why are you hiding it? You can tell me. Sort of. I confessed. I feel like I'm gradually falling into Riri-chan's trap. My shell is slowly being eroded by her. There are no cracks yet, but her presence is starting to fill the space around me. I'm not confident I can resist Hinase Riri. That was a bit of a shock. Me, who is always so desperate to protect my boundaries, can't deny her. It's as if I'm looking forward to being consumed by Riri-chan. That's what I thought. Chapter 24. I'm always the one who cares. All right, Suzuna, let's go home together. Hey. After school, Ryuri-chan spoke to me. It seemed like a normal occurrence, yet it wasn't. Because we were in the classroom right after homeroom, and most of our classmates were still there. Going home together in this situation would be like announcing our friendship to everyone. It's normal for friends to go home together, right? WL. She was serious. Ryuri-chan seriously intended to go home from school with me. Hey Ryuri, what are you doing? A girl's voice called out from behind Ryuri-chan. It was Takebana Kid-san. She's often with Ryuri-chan and also high up in the school cast. She's beautiful, but her sharp demeanor gives her an unapproachable aura. Ah, sorry, Kid. I'm going home with Suzuna today, so you guys go ahead without me. Oh, okay, that's fine, but that's unusual. Takebana-san, standing next to Ryuri-chan, glanced at me. She must be thinking, what are you doing with such a plain girl? I can tell. Yeah, we recently became friends. I didn't know that. Right, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan brought me into the conversation, even though it would have been fine if they just talked amongst themselves. She doesn't know that introverts can't handle these sudden conversational passes. My lack of social skills, honed from years of avoidance, comes out at times like these. In a bad way, of course. Yes. As expected, my eyes darted around, I stumbled over my words and mumbled, someone kill me. Are you really that close? Takebana-san smiled faintly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She might be holding back laughter at my blunder. We hang out a lot. I see. So, Amatsuki-san, did you change your hairstyle because of Ryuri's influence? Surprisingly, even Takebana-san noticed the change in my appearance. It was probably because Ryuri-chan was nearby, but I was still surprised. I don't know about that, but I did tell her she'd look cuter if she changed it up. It suits you, doesn't it? Ah, Ryuri-chan. Why are you putting me in the spotlight even more? Please don't bring up such strange topics with Takebana-san. Ryuri-chan is being nice to me, so she says I'm cute, but basically, no one cares about Amatsuki Suzuna. It's awkward being asked about the change in someone like that's appearance. Yeah, I think it's nice. I always thought of Amatsuki-san as the serious type, but with your hair down and no glasses, you look younger and cuter. Takebana-san said something bizarre. See, Kid thinks so too, Suzuna. Yeah, thanks. Well, it's probably just flattery. Even Ryuri-chan said that friends flatter each other. With someone she barely knows as a classmate, of course she would choose a safe, non-committal response. But Ryuri has a habit of forcing her opinions on others if she thinks she's right. You should be careful, Amatsuki-san. Hey, that's mean. It's true, isn't it? Takebana-san chuckled pleasantly and then turned on her heel, leaving the classroom with the other girls. Just as she appeared, she was a smart person. So, Suzuna. So what? Ryuri-chan asked me in a formal tone. Ki didn't say anything even after I told her we were friends, right? She did ask if we were really that close. That's because your reaction was so weak. She was normal after that, wasn't she? Well, yeah. It's true that Takebana-san didn't say anything more about our relationship after that. See, you worry too much, Suzuna. People don't care about me as much as you think. I wonder. It's true, so let's be closer at school too. I wonder if it's okay. Wouldn't people be jealous if I tried to step out of my usual role? That worries me. Come on. School's over, let's go. Ryuri-chan took my hand and started walking. Since when? At first, I tried to shake her hand off, but now I don't feel like doing that at all. When Ryuri-chan holds my hand, I don't even feel like resisting. I think I'm allowing Ryuri-chan to lead me. I realize that it's a fact I have to accept. Section. Hey, Suzuna. Are you free today? Ryuri-chan asked as we left the school gates. Well, I guess I am. I don't usually have anything to do. I'm not in any clubs, I don't have a part-time job, and I'm not devoted to Shindo Minato anymore. Even when I go home, I just read manga and novels or play games. Do you want to come over to my place? Excuse me. I was so surprised that my voice cracked. What's with that reaction? I didn't say anything weird. No, it's just, that's an important event. Is it? I've heard that line from Ryuri-chan before. It's an event in the original story, in the Hines Ryuri route, after becoming close with Shindo Minato. I never thought I'd hear that line directed at me. Ryuri-chan is probably inviting me casually because we're friends, but the invitation was exactly the same as in the original story, so it startled me. It's not out of your way, Suzuna, so what do you say? I know, Riri-chan's house is in a high-rise apartment in the center of town, in the downtown area. That's why she's often seen there. Okay. What are we going to do at your house? What do you mean? Riri-chan furrowed her brow, as if she hadn't thought about it. Come to think of it, what do you usually do at home, Suzuna? Apparently, she'll decide what to do based on my interests. But it was hard to say. Reading manga and novels or playing games. It's the epitome of being an introvert. I acknowledge that I'm an introvert, but I don't want to flaunt it. I've resigned myself to the fact that there's no point in hiding my introverted personality, but showing my introverted hobbies is a high hurdle. Riri-chan probably wouldn't understand. Why are you silent? I watch movies and anime. I wasn't lying, just being vague. Western films. Japanese films. What genre? I watch everything from romance to war movies. I see. I wanted to end this topic. I feel like I'll only reveal more flaws if she keeps digging. What about you, Riri-chan? What do you do at home? Lately, I watch anime and online videos. I'm an otaku, so I do that kind of stuff a lot at home. I also watch movies and dramas. That's unfair. Popular people can call themselves otaku without shame and enjoy those kinds of hobbies. Or rather, if she watches movies and dramas too, she's just a person with diverse interests. And I'm sure she has many other hobbies. I'm envious. It's wholesome and aspirational. Meanwhile, I enjoy my hobbies in secret, hiding in the shadows. Then tell me your favorite movies, Suzuna. We could watch one of those. Okay, leave it to me. I've completely dug my own grave. It's not a hobby I can readily share. My footsteps grew heavy due to my own blunder. Chapter 25. A space for two. Wow. I stepped into a high-rise apartment building in a residential area of the downtown district. Well, it's Riri-chan's home, but still. After she let me in through the security entrance requiring a passcode, I couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Ahaha, yeah, it's all thanks to my parents. Perhaps used to this reaction, Riri-chan gave a wry smile and led me inside. The interior featured gleaming stone floors, marble, or something like that, large windows, and calming wood-paneled walls. The high ceilings further emphasized the luxurious atmosphere of the apartment. This way. I followed Riri-chan to the elevator. We went up. Stepping out into the hallway, the floor was softly lit with indirect lighting. Stylish. As expected, your environment shapes you. What do you mean by that? Beautiful people are born in beautiful places. You're saying weird things again, Suzuna. No, I'm being completely serious. Riri-chan chuckled and stopped in front of a door. Apparently, you need a key card to enter the apartment. A beep sounded, and the lock disengaged. Go ahead. Excuse me. I was led into the living room. The view from the window overlooked almost all the surrounding buildings, and the sky felt close. The predominantly white interior was simple and sophisticated. There's nothing here, but have a seat. I sat down on the gray sofa in the center of the living room. It was plush with soft cushions. But as she said, the living room was simple. Since there weren't many things in the room, it might be more accurate to call it minimalist. It was a stark contrast to Riri-chan's flashy appearance. Where's your room, Riri-chan? The living room wasn't shown in the original game, so I didn't know it was this minimalist. But I know that Riri-chan's room is as flashy as she is. You want to go in already. Is that not okay? Riri-chan's voice was slightly high-pitched. Was she not planning on letting me into her room? The living room felt too sterile and impersonal, so I naturally wanted to see her room. It's not that it's not okay, but I need to mentally prepare myself. Mentally prepare. What's that supposed to mean? She invited me to her house, and now she needs to mentally prepare to let me into her room. Riri-chan, don't tell me your room is messy. Is it the too messy to let anyone in scenario? And no way, I cleaned it. It might not be tidy, but... then there's no problem, right? Let's go to your room. Fine, but wait a minute. Can you drink tea, Suzuna? Apparently, Riri-chan was preparing tea. Yeah, I can. Okay, then I'll go to my room first. I looked around the living room restlessly, while listening to the sounds of Riri-chan pouring water. No matter how many times I looked, it was a simple room. It felt like she deliberately kept it bare. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was led to Riri-chan's room. Oh. It was exactly like the room in the game. A black and white patterned carpet, a white low table, pink furniture and accessories, and a bed with black sheets. It screamed gal. It was so different from the living room and the rest of the apartment that it felt like I had stepped into another world. Hey, don't stare so much, it's embarrassing. Really? No one stares that much. I see, I thought she'd be used to it, but apparently not. I've never invited a friend to my room, so I can't understand how she feels. Anyway, have a seat. Although there aren't any chairs, so it's either the bed or the floor. I couldn't bring myself to sit on Riri-chan's bed. I decided to sit on the carpet, right by the entrance, facing the bed. The bed is fine too, you know. I'm good here. Saying okay, Riri-chan took off her blazer and hung it on a hanger along with her ribbon. It's natural to dress casually at home, but Riri-chan in just her blouse seemed even more relaxed. I wonder if the water's boiled. I'll go check. Okay. I was left alone in her room. The room was filled with Riri-chan's scent. I hadn't been consciously aware of it before, but I noticed it because she often hugs me. A faint, sweet fragrance. I'm such a creep. I felt strangely excited. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've been truly alone together. We've been alone before, but it was always outside, at a cafe, or at school. There was always the presence of others, but not in this space. It was a space completely for the two of us, where I could hear nothing but the sounds Riri-chan made. It made me feel more giddy than usual. Sorry to keep you waiting. Riri-chan returned a few minutes later. She was carrying a tray with a tea set. The scent of tea filled the room. It smelled nice, but I also thought it was a shame that it was masking Riri-chan's scent. Sorry, let me do everything. It's fine, you're the guest, so relax. Riri-chan placed the tray on the low table, and that's when it happened. Here you go. Riri-chan usually has the top 2 buttons of her blouse undone. So when she bent down, there was a lot of exposure. I caught a glimpse of her black underwear and the white skin beneath. Thanks. You're welcome. I felt like I had seen something I shouldn't have, and quickly averted my gaze. I replied to avoid looking suspicious, but my voice cracked, betraying my flustered state. This is strange. Why am I reacting like this just from seeing a girl's underwear? Maybe I'm just nervous being in this space. Tea and cookies were placed on the table. You can eat that. Okay. I picked up a cookie and put it in my mouth, afraid that speaking would reveal my strange excitement. A pleasant crunching sound. So, is it good? Yeah. A creaking sound from the bed. Riri-chan must have sat down on the bed. Since I was looking down, I could only judge the situation from the sound. Really? Why, yeah. Honestly, I couldn't taste anything. It's not that the cookies tasted bad, but I wasn't in a state to appreciate the flavor. Suzuna, you've only been saying, yeah. Did you not like it? And no, that's not true. Then why are you looking down? It's so Riri-chan wouldn't notice how flustered I am. But if I keep doing this, she'll get suspicious. So I lifted my head, trying to appear calm. It's okay, I just need to speak in my usual flat tone. It's really delicious. Ahem. Riri-chan's skirt is always short. Sitting on the bed, she didn't seem to care and had her legs spread. That's normal, because this is Riri-chan's room and I'm the only one here. But because of that, I could see her black underwear beneath her skirt. From the top of her thighs inwards, a place I shouldn't be able to see. I didn't know where to look and could only look down again. Sorry. I got a little too relaxed at home. She must have noticed my gaze and my reaction. Riri-chan quickly closed her legs and I heard a forced laugh. But I know that I'm the strange one. A normal person wouldn't react like this. No, I'm the one who should apologize. No, I'm the one who showed you something strange. Of course you'd be flustered. No, it's fine. Oh, okay. Because of me, the atmosphere in the room had become awkward. Chapter 26, A Space for Two, Hine's Riri's Side. Oh, Suzuna is at my house. It's only natural since I invited her, but I'm overwhelmed with excitement and nervousness at the same time. Wow, Suzuna gasped as soon as she entered the entrance. This apartment building is quite impressive, even in this area, so I guess it seems new to her. Yeah, it's all thanks to my parents. But this isn't my achievement. It's thanks to my dad, who provides for us. Dad provided a house that's too grand for a high school girl living alone. But this is the first time I've had a friend over, so I didn't expect this reaction. Suzuna looked around curiously. Her gestures were somehow like a small animal, and it was cute. This way. Suzuna kept stopping to look around. so I called out to her and led the way. And Suzuna obediently followed behind me, which was also cute. As expected, your environment shapes you. Suzuna muttered softly, "What do you mean by that?" Beautiful people are born in beautiful places. You're saying weird things again, Suzuna. Suzuna usually doesn't talk much, and then suddenly she says something unexpected. And she says it with a straight face, so I know she's not joking, which makes it even more embarrassing. Suzuna tilted her head repeatedly, as if she didn't understand what I said. Airheads are so troublesome. I took a breath and unlocked the door. Go ahead. Excuse me. Suzuna entered the living room. She continued to look around. Suzuna usually doesn't show much interest in anything. So seeing her like this makes me happy, like she's interested in me. There's nothing here, but have a seat. I had Suzuna sit on the sofa and went to the kitchen to get the electric kettle. Where's your room, Riri-chan? Just as I was thinking that, Suzuna suddenly expressed interest in my room. Wait a minute. You want to go in already? Is that not okay? I'm already nervous enough having Suzuna in my apartment, let alone in my room. Riri-chan, don't tell me your room is messy. And no way, I cleaned it. It might not be tidy, but I only decided to invite Suzuna over a little while ago. Once I decided to get closer to her, I've become surprisingly bold. If I had planned this in advance, I would have tidied up a bit more, but since it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it's not perfect. That made me even more nervous. Then there's no problem, right? Let's go to your room. Fine, but wait a minute, can you drink tea, Suzuna? Yeah, I can. Okay, then to my room. I filled the electric kettle with water and turned it on. Sorry to keep you waiting. I led her to my room. Oh. Suzuna gasped as soon as she saw the room. Her reaction was clearly different from when she saw the entrance and the living room. It sounded like a more visceral surprise. I wonder what it is. Is my room strange? Does it not suit Suzuna's taste? I'm a little scared to ask. Hey, don't stare so much, it's embarrassing. Really? No one stares that much. It feels like she's seeing a part of me I don't usually show, and it's making me blush. Anyway, have a seat. Although there aren't any chairs, so it's either the bed or the floor. Suzuna hesitated for a moment with a troubled expression, but then she sat on the floor. The bed is fine too, you know. I'm good here. I thought she might at least use the bed as a backrest, but Suzuna seemed to like that spot and didn't move. I took off my blazer and ribbon and hung them on a hanger to relax. I wonder if the water's boiled. I'll go check. Okay. I left the room. When I returned to the kitchen, the water had boiled. I put tea leaves in the teapot and poured in the hot water. After letting it steep, I poured the tea into teacups through a strainer. And this too. The cookies I baked today. I actually thought about giving them to Suzuna at lunch, but I held back because giving her both a bento and cookies seemed like too much. I never thought things would turn out like this. I'm glad I made them. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but things are going well. Suzuna is in my room, drinking tea I made and eating cookies I baked. It's exciting. It feels good, like a part of Suzuna is becoming a part of me. Having Suzuna in my territory makes me feel nervous, but also safe. I want to keep her here forever. Suzuna is like a small animal, so I guess that's how I feel. I put the tea and cookies on a tray and carried it to my room. Sorry to keep you waiting. When I returned to the room, Suzuna looked at me. Sorry, let me do everything. Suzuna apologized apologetically. It made me happy. It was cute. I felt a surge of protectiveness, wanting to hug her tightly. It's fine. You're the guest, so relax. But I hid my feelings and acted mature. If I'm too aggressive, Suzuna will pull away, so I have to be careful. Here you go. I bent down and placed the tea and cookies on the low table. Thanks. You're welcome. Suzuna's voice sounded a little flustered. I tried to look at her face, but she was looking down, so I couldn't read her expression. Oh well. You can eat that. Okay. As soon as I said that, Suzuna quickly grabbed a cookie and put it in her mouth. Is she unusually hungry? But I'm glad she ate it right away. I'm curious about her opinion. I wonder if it suits her taste. So, is it good? Yeah. I sat on the bed and watched Suzuna. Suzuna was munching on the cookies, but her replies seemed absent-minded. Really? Yeah. Suspicious. Suzuna, you've only been saying yeah. Did you not like it? And no, that's not true. Even as she said that, her voice sounded like she was hiding something. And Suzuna was still looking down. I can't tell what she's thinking if she won't show me her face. Then, why are you looking down? When I asked that, Suzuna timidly looked up. It's really delicious, ah. Just as Suzuna looked up at me, she froze. She wasn't looking at my face, her gaze was fixed somewhere lower. Hem. Suzuna blushed and quickly looked down again. What happened? I followed Suzuna's gaze and realized that I had my legs spread a little too wide. Ahaha, sorry. I got a little too relaxed at home. I quickly closed my legs. She must have seen right. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Suzuna nodded repeatedly, still looking down. Suzuna definitely saw my underwear and panicked. No, I'm the one who showed you something strange. Of course you'd be flustered. No, it's fine. Oh, okay. But wait a minute. No girl would react like that just from seeing another girl's underwear. They'd usually laugh it off or not even care. But Suzuna is looking down shyly, avoiding eye contact with me. What does that mean? Could it be something more than just friends? No way, right? I can't imagine Suzuna, with her cold demeanor, having those kinds of feelings for me. But it bothers me. I'm dying to know what Suzuna thinks of me. Chapter 27, Unspoken Words. What do I do? My heart is pounding. Riri-chan must have noticed. She must think I'm weird. Suzuna, what's wrong? You seem strange. I'm not strange, I'm just as usual. Ah, damn it, we're alone in Riri-chan's room. My flustered state is palpable, I can't hide it. I'm going home. This is no good. I don't know how to fix this awkward atmosphere. The only solution I can think of is to run away. I stood up. Wait, Suzuna, that's too sudden. It's not sudden, it's enough. No, you just got here. You haven't finished your tea, and there are still cookies left. I'm sorry for leaving them, but they were delicious. After saying that, I turned and reached for the doorknob. Hey, I'm not satisfied with that dismissive tone. I tried to open the door, but I couldn't. Because Riri-chan grabbed my hand. Let go. Her tightly clasped fingers were hot. Riri-chan's fingertips, which I used to perceive as cold, were now quite warm. Then tell me why you're leaving. We've played enough, so I think it's time to go. That's way too early. Tell me the truth. I can't, who could say? I got flustered after seeing your underwear, Riri-chan. Even I don't understand why, and Riri-chan would be even more confused if I told her that. I'm telling the truth. It's getting late, so I'm going home. You weren't talking about the time. I am now. She wasn't convinced at all. Riri-chan is being forceful today. I didn't mind that, but that doesn't mean I have to do everything she says. I have the right to go home if I want to. That's just an excuse. What happened? You're being persistent, Riri-chan. I'm going home. I pulled my arm, trying to escape Riri-chan's grasp. But sensing my resistance, Riri-chan's grip tightened. Then at least look at me properly before you go. She grabbed my shoulder. I didn't expect her to be so forceful, and I was easily pulled towards her. Riri-chan was so close that I could almost hear her breathing. Our eyes met. I couldn't form any words. I felt embarrassed and confused. I didn't know what to do with these inexplicable feelings. Suzuna, you've been acting strange. Did I do something wrong? You didn't, it's okay. Then why are you saying you're going home? Something happened, didn't it? Nothing happened, really. You're overthinking it. Please, don't try to pry into my feelings any further. Even I don't understand them, and if Riri-chan touches upon them, I'll become even more confused. You always hide things, Suzuna. At least be honest with me. I'm not hiding anything. Lies, you always try to hide things like this, Suzuna. I know you. You don't know, you don't understand me at all, Riri-chan. Zahi. Perhaps displeased by my words, Riri-chan closed the distance even further. Since my hand was still in her grasp, I couldn't run away, so I stepped back. Thud. My back hit the wall, and I had nowhere left to go. There was no escape route, only Riri-chan in front of me. The person who was currently disrupting my peace of mind the most was so close. This is bad. Just looking at her made it hard to breathe. Stop it. Being this close is uncomfortable. That's because you won't tell me the truth, Suzuna. I'll let you go if you tell me. My eyes were drawn to the nape of Riri-chan's neck, to the exposed skin above her open blouse. The image from earlier flashed through my mind. This is strange, this is so strange. I want to look away, but I can't because she's right in front of me. Well, then I can just close my eyes. But I kept my eyes open, staring at Riri-chan's chest. It's a contradiction. My thoughts and actions are disjointed. Move away, being this close is uncomfortable. Even when I tried to escape, Riri-chan held me tighter, and I couldn't move. Her intertwined fingers were hot, yet soft. I hated myself for even noticing such things. Why do you hate it so much? Tell me why. She keeps saying, tell me, tell me. I want to know why it's so hard to breathe. I don't know. Huh, what's that? Do you think I'll be satisfied with that? Riri-chan's voice sharpened. She thinks I'm trying to deceive her again, but that's not it. I'm telling you, I don't know. Something strange happens when I look at you, Riri-chan. My thoughts and actions become jumbled, and I can't breathe properly. That's all. Hey. Her voice was filled with surprise. The strength in her grip suddenly loosened. I shook off her hand and finally grabbed the doorknob. So I'm going home. I'm going home because I feel like I'm going crazy if I stay here. Okay, I understand. I understand, Suzuna, so I won't stop you anymore. But don't run away like that, it makes me sad. Riri-chan's voice suddenly softened. Where did her forceful demeanor go? Now she looked dejected and troubled. I don't understand. The person who kept demanding an explanation is now saying she's sad. Please stop, it's messing with me. I'm really going home. I know. I'll walk you out. It's unnecessary. Just downstairs, you might get lost, Suzuna. Don't underestimate me. Even if it's my first time here, an apartment building isn't that complicated. But Riri-chan seemed unwilling to compromise. She put on her blazer and started walking. Come on, you're going home, right? Yeah. The person who was trying to stop me from leaving is now leading the way. Riri-chan is truly incomprehensible. Section. We walked down the hallway and got into the elevator. The ride down felt strangely long, even though it was instantaneous on the way up. It's because of this silence. That's why I didn't need her to walk me out. Riri-chan came even though she knew it would create this awkward atmosphere. Then she should at least say something. Suzuna. As if answering my prayers, Riri-chan finally spoke. Yeah. You don't hate me, do you? What's with that question? I did want her to talk, but not about something that creates such an awkward atmosphere. What is she going to do if I say I hate her? Well, you said you couldn't breathe. I wouldn't come to the house of someone I hate. Right, of course. Yeah, don't say such weird things, we're friends. You're right, we're friends. Riri-chan nodded repeatedly. The elevator finally reached the first floor. We walked through the entrance and stepped outside. See you later. I tried to act normal and spoke curtly. It felt too late, but I wanted to act like nothing happened, at least while leaving. Take care, Suzuna, come over again. Take care would have been enough. Why does Riri-chan always say things that suggest a continuation? If I refuse, it'll ruin the mood. Yeah, see you later. But I responded to her words, accepting the connection. I don't want to ruin my relationship with Riri-chan, so I accept her invitation. Being around Riri-chan makes me feel strange, but so does being away from her. I think I'm falling apart somewhere. Chapter 28, the student council president Heroine speaks her mind. In the morning, I opened the window, and the sunlight and gentle breeze caressed my cheeks. I, Amatsuki Suzuna, started the day feeling refreshed. Not a chance. I quickly closed the window. After checking the weather outside, it was blindingly bright and freezing cold. The worst, I dove back into bed. My mood was completely gloomy. I knew the reason. I'm telling you, I don't know. Something strange happens when I look at you, Riri-chan. My thoughts and actions become jumbled, and I can't breathe properly. That's all. Those were the words I blurted out at Riri-chan's house. Forget it, forget it, forget it, forget it. Looking back on it calmly after returning home, I could only cringe. Why did I make such an abstract, clingy-sounding remark? I was filled with doubt and self-loathing. There were plenty of other scenes that made me want to bury my head in the sand. Blushing just from seeing her underwear, becoming unable to speak properly, unable to make eye contact. I knew I was socially inept, but I didn't think I was that bad. The more I replayed it in my mind, the more embarrassed I became. My body started to heat up in a bad way, and I felt like I was going crazy, unable to process the embarrassment. I buried my face in my pillow and screamed. The pillow should muffle the sound, so I shouldn't be disturbing the neighbors. Anyway, this morning was the worst. This is how dark history is made. I couldn't bring myself to go to school. Yeah, I'll skip. It can't be helped today. My mental state will collapse if I go. This is the world of a dating sim, after all. I don't care about Amatsuki Suzuna's grades. She might be a good student character, but I, who have already deviated from the route, don't need to maintain that. I'll sleep. I'll sleep and forget everything. Hopefully, my memories will be erased, and I'll be reborn somewhere new. I pulled the covers over my head and closed my eyes, trying to suppress the unpleasant memories. Ping. And yet, the dreaded notification sound from my messaging app rang out. I'm trying to sleep. I can't sleep if there's something bothering me. Cursing my timid self, I looked at my phone screen. Good morning. Sorry for the sudden invitation yesterday, but I had fun being with you, Suzuna. See you at school. It was a message from Riri-chan. It was as if she knew I was planning to skip school. And the last part, see you at school, bound me. I guess I have no choice but to go. Skipping school already fills me with guilt, and I'm not strong enough to sleep soundly while ignoring a friend's message. Sighing at my own weakness, I got out of bed. Section, good morning, Suzuna. Hey, ignoring me is not allowed. Good morning. After leaving the house and passing through the downtown area, Riri-chan was waiting for me, as usual. It's becoming a regular occurrence, even though we've never made plans to meet. You're late today. What were you doing? I was sleepy. Oversleeping. Even you do that sometimes, Suzuna. It's mostly your fault, Riri-chan. But she seemed cheerful and carefree, flashing a bright smile. Her voice was also high-pitched, even for this early in the morning. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Hey, you don't have to wait for me. Why? Let's go to school together. No. I was about to say, because of appearances, but then I remembered that excuse no longer applies. Riri-chan taught me that I shouldn't worry about walking next to her. Come on, let's go. Okay. Riri-chan took my hand and led me to school. It felt so normal that even I reverted to my usual self. Section, arriving at school. Yo, Suzuna. Coming to school late again while hiding from me. Do you want my attention that much? The protagonist, looking smug, said something incredibly off the mark. Lately, I've been preoccupied with the Riri-chan situation, but the main issue is this guy. Shindo Minato. The protagonist of this game has to end up with someone. But for some reason, 3 of the heroines have currently achieved the impossible feat of avoiding his route. I'm trying to figure out how to resolve this situation. Otherwise, there's a risk of being forced into the route where Shindo-kun and Amatsuki Suzuna get closer. So I think, how can I make the heroines fall for Shindo-kun? But he's a hopeless good-for-nothing, and they all fall for him anyway. I shouldn't need to interfere. I sighed, not knowing what to do. Hey, did you just call me a good-for-nothing? It's okay, you're popular even though you are one. That's not how it works. And retract the good-for-nothing comment. What should I do? Hey, don't ignore me. Section, the answer remained elusive as lunch break arrived. Suzuna, let's eat. Riri-chan's advance knows no bounds. She came to my desk with a bento box. Then, let's go to the courtyard. We can eat here, right? Thud. She placed the bento box on my desk. I felt an incredible amount of pressure. It's cold today, and I don't want to go outside every time. We can eat here, right? Okay. Defeated, I sat down obediently. I heard the sound of the chair in front of me moving. Hine-san, want to sit here? I'll eat somewhere else. Oh really, thanks. Shindo-kun gave up his seat, and Riri-chan sat down opposite me, using his chair. Such a bland conversation for a protagonist and a heroine. There's no romantic atmosphere at all. Oh well, I've given up on the Riri-chan route. Riri-chan, are you sure you don't want to eat with Takabana-san and the others? Yeah, I said I'd eat with Suzuna. Are you sure it's okay? I thought she'd be excluded from the group if she acted like this. It's fine, but if you're that worried, you can join us too, Suzuna. No, there's no way I can join that group. I'll pass. Cold, and the reason. I don't think I can become friends with anyone other than you, Riri-chan, and I don't want to. That's the truth. Riri-chan is an exception. I'm not a sociable person. I see. Yeah. Riri-chan's voice suddenly became faint. The change in her tone was strange. So, look, I made extra for you, Suzuna. I told you didn't have to. It's fine. As Riri-chan opened the bento box she brought. Excuse me, is Hine's Riri-san here? A dignified voice echoed through the noisy classroom. The classroom fell silent instantly. She's over there. One of my classmates pointed to where Riri-chan was sitting, which also meant pointing at me. Thank you. The girl entered the classroom briskly and stood in front of Riri-chan without hesitation. A beautiful girl with long golden hair and slightly upturned eyes that gave her a cool impression. I knew her well. "Excuse me for interrupting your meal. Hine-san, I believe you understand what I want to discuss." The girl stated matter-of-factly, her tone businesslike. I haven't said anything, so how would I know?" Riri-chan replied in a bored tone and with an equally bored expression, clearly annoyed. "Is that so? Then allow me to be blunt, so even someone with a poor memory like you can understand. I've warned you repeatedly that the way you wear your uniform violates the school rules. Do you have any explanation? Your way of speaking is annoying, and that wasn't blunt at all." "Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize you couldn't even comprehend such simple Japanese. Are you picking a fight? I know this scenario too. You're the one picking a fight. I've told you repeatedly that you'll face severe consequences if you don't change your attire." Why should I listen to you? You seem to be mistaken. This is simply one of the student council's activities. So the student council is a group of people with too much free time who nitpick about the length of a single student's skirt. A heated exchange of words, the animosity between them was genuine. Watch your words. I, Yuri Rieka, will not tolerate such disparaging remarks about the student council. Yes, she's Yuri Rieka, a second year and the student council president, one of the heroines. Chapter 29, Proof of Suspicion. Now then, Hine-san, I'd like to hear your answer. Will you correct your uniform to comply with the school rules? Yuri Rieka is the student council president. In other words, the student council president heroine. Her appearance, as in the original story, began with a conflict with Hine's Riri. "I keep telling you, even the teachers haven't said anything, so why should I listen to another student? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter who points it out, these are the rules. As long as you're enrolled at Saren Academy, you have an obligation to follow them." Yuri-san is right about this. She's just pointing it out according to the rules. Riri-chan's argument doesn't hold water. "Can't you speak normally? It's tiring talking to you, like you're a robot." But, as expected of Riri-chan, she completely ignored the question and changed the subject entirely. The student council president and a gal have fundamentally different ways of thinking. Just look. Yuri-san's face twitched at Riri-chan's attitude. "You should be the one listening to what others are saying. I don't understand why you dress so indecently every single day. You should be the one to stop making a fuss about rules no one cares about." Oh, they're talking, but they're not communicating at all. Can they really be this incompatible? This conversation is going nowhere. I'll deal with you later. I have other business to attend to. Just get out. I am attending to it in this classroom. Wait, hold on a minute. There's another character in this scene in the original story. Shindo Minato. In the original story, Yuri Rieka appears while Hine's Riri is trying to get Shindo Minato to eat her bento. A similar exchange occurs, and Yuri-san's attention shifts to Shindo Minato. "Shindo-san, excessive contact with the opposite sex on school grounds is a violation of school rules. Since I'll be providing you with direct guidance, please come to the student council room immediately after school." Shindo Minato, surrounded by his childhood friend, his little sister, and a gal, ends up attracting the attention of the student council president. But what about now? Shindo Minato, of all people, gave up his seat to Hine's Riri and left the classroom. In other words, he skipped the event with Yuri Rieka. This is bad. I felt a cold sweat running down my back. He skipped the encounter entirely. There's no way to manage the routes. What's going to happen now? With Shindo Minato gone, who will Yuri Rieka reprimand? You're Amatsuki Suzuna-san, correct? Oh, why yes. Yuri-san looked at me with a forced smile. What is this? I'm wearing my uniform properly, and I'm not wearing any makeup. I shouldn't have broken any rules. I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Hine-san after school recently. Well, yeah. How does Yuri-san know that? She was probably observing Riri-chan, her target, and I happened to be with her. That must be it. Amatsuki Suzuna-san, loitering after school is a violation of school rules. Wait a minute, this phrasing sounds incredibly familiar. That's the line she's supposed to say to the protagonist, isn't it? I must be imagining things. Since I'll be providing you with direct guidance, please come to the student council room immediately after school. It's over. That line is for Shindo Minato. Why is she saying it to me? What's happening with this game? I didn't hear a response, Amatsuki-san. Yes. My vision darkened. W8 Suzuna, your face is pale. What's wrong? It's nothing. Hey, Kanyari, what did you do to Suzuna? She's sensitive, so be more careful with your words. I didn't think I said anything that bad. This is no good. It's over before I even encountered the heroine. This is the worst possible development, and I'm going to be scolded by Kanyori-san. One bad thing after another, my heart was completely clouded over. Section. After school, I had to go to the student council room, but that's not supposed to be my role. All right, let's go home, Suzuna. This carefree protagonist, Shindo Minato, who keeps inviting me even after being repeatedly rejected, was supposed to go. I wondered what to do, and then it hit me. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's been a while. The loser of rock, paper, scissors carries the bags. Is he serious? No, before that, let's go to the student council room. Why? That's right. If he won't go, then I'll go. I'll bring Shindo Minato and Kanyori Ryuka together and advance their relationship. That will solve everything. I was called by Kanyori-san. Kanyori-san is beautiful, but she's also known for being strict. I think they call her Ice Queen Kanyori or something. I think I've heard that nickname before, or maybe not. That's right. Come on, let's go. No way, I'm not going. Why would I go to the student council president when I wasn't even called? It's fine because I called you. Sorry, but there's a huge power difference between you, Suzuna, and Kanyori-san. She'll just ignore your invitation. No, this is fate. That's a bit dramatic. Seriously, he won't come quietly, and he won't believe me even if I tell him the truth. What am I supposed to do? Anyway, I'm passing this time. Good luck, Suzuna. Hey. Shindo-kun bolted out of the classroom like a rabbit. He's so heartless, even though he's my childhood friend. Suzuna. Then Ryuri-chan called out to me. Is she going with me? Ryuri-chan is kind, so she must be worried about me. Ryuri-chan, I'm going to the student council room now. What was that about just now? Ryuri-chan's voice was lower than I expected. Why did you invite Shindo? That's. I can't say it's for the Kanyori route. You said you and Shindo were over, Suzuna. Of course we are. I've explained many times that Shindo-kun is in the past. But Ryuri-chan was radiating a scary aura. Then, why did you invite him? Well, it was just the flow of the conversation. You invite a guy you used to like just because of the flow of the conversation. That doesn't make sense. Ryuri-chan. Ryuri-chan was trying to suppress something, but it was overflowing. Something like dark emotions. That scares me. Sorry, it's nothing. I'm going home. Ryuri-chan, who always invites me, is going home first. That alone was enough to make me feel a sense of loss. W8. I chased after Ryuri-chan, who had already left. She was fast, and by the time I caught up, she was already going down a deserted staircase. Ryuri-chan, wait. I grabbed Ryuri-chan's hand from behind. I finally caught her. What's wrong? You're out of breath. Why did you leave without me? It's fine for me to go home first sometimes. You're going to the student council room, right, Suzuna? Yeah, but you're being cold, Ryuri-chan. Of course I am. You're still relying on Shindo more than me, aren't you, Suzuna? So that's how Ryuri-chan interpreted our earlier exchange. That's why I'm annoyed. If you like Shindo that much, then do whatever you want. I told you that's not true. That's how it looked. I admit I wasn't considered enough. But I don't want Ryuri-chan to think that way about me. I thought Ryuri-chan would understand me, but I was being arrogant, and I realized that for the first time. That's not true. You're the only one I rely on, Ryuri-chan, so don't say that. You haven't been acting like it. Then, what do I have to do to make you believe me? I can't tell her everything. Even if I did, she wouldn't believe me. So I don't know what else to do. Ryuri-chan looked directly at me as if answering my question. Then kiss me. Excuse me. Did I mishear her? I'll believe you if you kiss me. I know that Ryuri-chan would never say something like that to me, even as a joke. Chapter 30, A Kiss for the Heroine. Ryuri-chan, what do you mean by that? Ryuri-chan suddenly started saying strange things out of the blue. Kissing isn't something you'd hear in a normal conversation. You haven't done that with Shindo, have you? Oh, of course not. Naturally, Amatsuki Suzuna, who isn't on his route, is pure and innocent. That being said, Yukitsuki Mashiro, also have no such experience, so even being asked so suddenly fills me with resistance. So we'll kiss. Then I'll believe that I'm more important to you than Shindo. But why kiss? Saying the word kiss out loud is incredibly embarrassing. And what's with Riri-chan saying it with a straight face? If we don't have physical contact, I feel like you'll just deceive me with convenient words. But even so, isn't that going too far? It feels like we're getting too close, physically. I don't think that's an appropriate level of intimacy for friends. Aren't you overthinking it? It's normal for girls to kiss each other. Is that so? Is it normal, really? Am I overthinking it? Maybe some girls do casually kiss each other. As a friendly gesture, without any special meaning. Maybe Riri-chan is that type of person, but I still don't think that's proof of anything. I thought about it, but it still felt strange. I don't think it explains anything. So you can't do it, that's how much I mean to you. Riri-chan turned away. She seemed to consider the conversation over and started down the stairs again. That's no good. Wait, don't go. I grabbed Riri-chan's arm tightly and stopped her on the landing. Do you know that I would have already left if it wasn't for you, Suzuna? Either prove it or let go of my hand. That's what Riri-chan wants to say, I think. Her cold words made my heart freeze, but I know that letting her go now would hurt even more. So even if it doesn't make sense to me, I should do it if it will convince Riri-chan. Okay, if I do it, you'll believe me. Yes, if you're serious, Suzuna. She sounded like she was testing me. Riri-chan usually takes the lead in everything, but this time, I have to make the first move. It's not something I'm used to, but I feel like I can endure it for Riri-chan's sake. I am really going to do it. My throat was dry. I was so nervous that I felt like all the moisture in my body had evaporated. My body felt numb, like it wasn't mine, as I moved closer to Riri-chan. Yeah. Riri-chan closed her eyes. Looking at her face up close like this, she was truly beautiful. Her eyelashes were long, her nose was well-defined, and her lips were full and rosy. Her slender neck had fair skin that made me want to bite it. I hesitated, wondering if I was even allowed to touch someone so beautiful. What am I supposed to do with my hands? Should I just let them hang, or should I touch her face? I felt like both were wrong, and in my hesitation, I touched Riri-chan's shoulder. Riri-chan's body flinched, surprised by my touch. Her reaction was cuter than I expected, and my nervousness eased slightly. Riri-chan's cheek seemed slightly flushed. Riri-chan, are you nervous? Oh, of course I am. This is my first time. Riri-chan, that's not what you said. Earlier, you said it was normal for girls to kiss each other. But it's different if it's both of our first times. It feels like we've stepped into forbidden territory. That brought back my nervousness. But Riri-chan wanted me to prove it to her this much, so I want to respond to her feelings. I moved my face closer. Close enough that our noses touched, our bodies brushing against each other. Her warmth seeped into me, making my head spin. Riri-chan. Suzuna. Calling each other's names was like a signal. I steeled my resolve and kissed her. A soft, moist, and supple sensation transmitted through my lips. It was a new sensation, too stimulating for me to fully process. I pulled away with a soft, wet sound. Suzuna. I did it, so you believe me now, right? I let go of her shoulder and quickly distanced myself. My gaze was fixed on the floor, unable to look directly at Riri-chan. I wanted to be praised for staying here after doing something so embarrassing. I actually wanted to run away right now. But I want Riri-chan to trust me, so I'm enduring it. WL, you did it, but... What, do you have a complaint? You can't, it's a kiss, the kiss you wanted. My racing mind sputtered nonsense. A mix of nervousness and embarrassment made my body burn. That's true, but why my cheek? I did kiss her, on her cheek though. It's fine, a kiss is a kiss. I didn't say it had to be mouth to mouth. That would be impossible. Kissing on the lips is way too much. If I did that, I'd be so embarrassed that I'd probably melt. Well, whatever. You tried your best, Suzuna. Hearing those words, the tension drained from my body. Good, the gentleness has returned to Riri-chan's voice. I think part of my nervousness was the fear of being rejected by Riri-chan. I'm relieved that things are back to normal. Suzuna, aren't you going to look up? No, I don't want to right now. I don't know how to face Riri-chan right now. If I look at her now, I'll probably explode from embarrassment, so I want to stay silent. I see. Then it's my turn. Tab. a light footstep like she was dancing. Riri-chan's presence drew closer, and I felt a gentle breeze. Then, a soft sensation lingered on my cheek, along with a faint, sweet fragrance. Aiz. Even though it was my first time, I knew immediately what it was, because it was exactly what I had just done to Riri-chan. I looked up reflexively, and Riri-chan, blushing slightly, grinned. I can't let you be the only one to kiss, Suzuna. I have to return the favor. Riri-chan put her index finger to her lips and winked. Section, kissing between girls. It's just a light greeting, a touch of lips against each other's cheeks. But for me, it was the most heart-pounding experience. Chapter 31, Maintaining Order in the School. This is, I don't understand. I didn't know you were going to do it too, Riri-chan. I kissed her cheek, and she kissed mine. I never imagined this would happen, and I couldn't hide my confusion. It would be unfair to only let Suzuna do it. I didn't ask for anything in return. I wonder if this is really a platonic relationship. I'm not doing it again. This is a one-time thing. Why it's fine. It's not fine. I've never heard of friends who do this all the time. We're that kind of relationship. That's suggestive. Just say we're normal friends. Riri-chan giggled, watching me flustered. I think she's teasing me, enjoying my reaction. She's a bad person. Section, you too. A cold voice came from the top of the stairs. It's Kanyori. The student council president, Kanyori Riika, looked down at us, her golden hair swaying. Her gaze was much sharper than during lunch break. I have a bad feeling about this. I came looking for you because Amatsuki-san wasn't coming and... Kanyori-san. This is... I tried to explain. Both of you, come to the student council room immediately. But Kanyori-san cut me off with her cold voice. Why do I have to go too? Only Suzuna was called by the student council. Riri-chan, still unaware of the situation, complained. While I admire her spirit, that probably won't work with Kanyori-san right now. Just be quiet and come. She replied sharply, not allowing any backtalk. Kanyori-san turned and walked away, her shoulders squared. What's with her? So annoying. I think we're also at fault. Riri-chan, pouting, looked cute, but this wasn't the time for that. If we don't hurry to the student council room, I'll be the target of her attention. That's supposed to be Shindo Minato's role in the original story. That's so annoying. I was finally feeling happy, and then she shows up. This is the worst. Riri-chan grumbled as she went up the stairs. Riri-chan, you're surprisingly obedient about going to the student council room. Knowing her, I thought she'd say something like, there's no rule against students having free time, is there? And completely ignore her. Riri-chan turned and looked at me. Well, it's okay since Suzuna's with me. Oh, I see. As expected of Riri-chan. She was about to leave me behind just now, but now that we've made up, she's back to her usual self. A gal who lives by her feelings and a student council president who lives by the rules. I can't imagine them getting along. Section, the student council room. Crimson carpet, heavy wooden furniture, and a high-quality sofa in the center. And a blonde girl sitting at a majestic desk with a large window behind her. Why is only the student council room so extravagant? Well, I shouldn't say such trivial things. It's a common trope in these kinds of worlds for the student council room to be unusually lavish, even if the rest of the school is ordinary. You finally arrived. Kanyori-san sighed and greeted us. You're the one who called us. Get on with it. Riri-chan, seemingly displeased with Kanyori-san's attitude, was being prickly. Please don't make things worse. It's obvious, isn't it? It's about the indecent act you two were just engaged in. What are you talking about? Riri-chan tilted her head, feigning ignorance. It's no use playing dumb. I saw it with my own eyes. So, what did you see? On the stair landing, YUKKK. Hi. Does Riri-chan know what she's doing? And Kanyori-san's hesitant attitude. It's innocent. I understand. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. I saw you kissing with my own eyes. Kanyori-san stood up, slamming her hand on the desk. Her face was bright red. I understand. It's embarrassing. And this student council president is a pure, innocent character. So, I can't overlook such disruptive behavior on school grounds. What were you thinking? Kanyori, how old are you? We're the same age. You know that, so don't ask. That's why I'm asking. Even if we were actually kissing, which we weren't, it's not something you should be reprimanding us for. It doesn't make sense. No, it makes sense, Riri-chan. And on the stair landing, a place where anyone could see, are you exhibitionists? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We really did something inappropriate. I was desperate. We won't do it again, so please forgive us. Hey, it was just a peck on the cheek. That's not the point. Then what is the point? The point is that engaging in such sexual activity on school grounds is inappropriate. That's an exaggeration. Riri-chan sighed at Kanyori-sen's outburst. Neither of them seemed willing to back down. Are you denying it? If we were a boy and a girl, it might be seen that way, but we're both girls. Riri-chan is saying that it wasn't sexual, just a lighthearted gesture of affection. That's an outdated way of thinking. In this modern age of diversity, there's nothing wrong with same-sex relationships. But Kanyori-san denied it with a straight face. I understand what she's trying to say, but same-sex relationships, you're the one being suggestive. Why would you say that? You thought we were doing something indecent, even though it was just a kiss between girls. That kind of thinking is suggestive. Don't be ridiculous. You two were kissing in such a sentimental atmosphere, and now you're trying to make excuses. Don't explain it, you're crazy. The more they talked, the more suggestive the topic became, and both of their faces were flushed with embarrassment. Neither of them seemed willing to back down, but every time they repeated their arguments, it came back to the kiss, creating a vicious cycle. Even I'm embarrassed listening to them, so I wish they'd just stop. Please have some consideration for me, the one who has to reprimand you. I didn't ask you to. Then you should refrain from such behavior in public. We didn't do anything weird. The conversation was going in circles. And I haven't even said a word since we entered the student council room. Kanyori-san, I'm reflecting on what happened on the stairs. We won't do it again, so please forgive us. Suzuna, what do you mean, we won't do it again? Please, Riri-chan, just be quiet. Very well, then I won't pursue this matter any further. Hine-san, you may leave. That was quick. I think even Kanyori-san was embarrassed and wanted to end the conversation. I wish Riri-chan would just take the hint. I have something to discuss with Amatsuki-san. Hine-san, you are dismissed. Riri-chan seemed dissatisfied, but I made eye contact with her, assuring her that it was okay. Fine, fine, I understand. Suzuna, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance. Okay. Riri-chan reluctantly left the student council room. Now it was just Kanyori-san and me. Chapter 32, Where the Heart Lies. Hines Riri sighed. I left the dreadful student council room and headed for the entrance. I went down the deserted stairs and stopped on the landing. This is where Suzuna kissed me just now. Suzuna. I called her name, even though I knew she wasn't there. Suzuna never showed any interest in me and was always dismissive, but lately, she's been changing. For some reason, she's starting to show interest in me. I clearly felt it when I invited her to my house. Suzuna blushed and panicked just from seeing my underwear. She tried to leave, which is typical of her, but when I tried to stop her, I'm telling you, I don't know. Something strange happens when I look at you, Riri-chan. My thoughts and actions become jumbled, and I can't breathe properly. That's all. She said that. I believe those words came from a place of affection, however small. So in that sense, I'm happy. But are those feelings really just as a friend? Lately, Suzuna has been acting strangely suspicious. No, I'm just getting my hopes up. If anything, I'm the strange one, not Suzuna. Lately, I can't even control myself. Suddenly inviting her to my house was one thing, but more than anything, I get incredibly irritated when someone gets close to Suzuna. Section. It started when Shindo Kokona started making bentos. The thought of Suzuna eating food made by another girl made my stomach churn. I couldn't stand the thought of Suzuna being tainted by another girl. So I've been feeding Suzuna my bento to prevent her from being taken away. Even in class, Suzuna tried to distance herself, but I forcefully closed the gap. But are these the feelings you have for a friend? If I had to name these feelings, they would be jealousy and possessiveness. Well, it's not like I don't feel these emotions towards others. I sometimes feel jealous of Keed, who manages to get away with wearing flashy clothes without getting reprimanded. She's good at navigating the world, but the amount I feel towards Suzuna is incomparable. I feel like I'm going crazy, consumed by these emotions. That's why I was so anxious when Shindo Minato spoke to Suzuna after school. All right, let's go home, Suzuna. The boy Suzuna used to like. Knowing that, It shouldn't feel good to even hear him casually invite her to go home with him. Even seeing them casually talking to each other makes me uneasy, considering how much Suzuna likes being alone. No, before that, let's go to the student council room. I couldn't believe my ears. Suzuna didn't refuse, she even invited him to go to the student council room with her. Why? She should know that the Yuri situation is troublesome, and inviting him means she relies on him, trusts him. No way, I'm not going. Why would I go to the student council president when I wasn't even called? It's fine because I called you. Sorry, but there's a huge power difference between you, Suzuna, and Yuri-san. She'll just ignore your invitation. No, this is fate. That's a bit dramatic. I've never seen Suzuna so insistent. I'm always the one inviting her. I've never seen her invite someone so persistently. And she even said fate. Would she use the word fate with a boy she used to like? I started to suspect that Suzuna still liked Shindo, even if she didn't say it. Anyone would think so. Anyway, I'm passing this time. Good luck, Suzuna. Hey. Suzuna sounded clearly disappointed when Shindo refused. Why? Was she that eager to go with him? She ignores me, but that guy is better. Not a friend, not a boyfriend, just a childhood friend. Does she think I'm beneath him? If so, I'm shocked. My jealousy escalated into anger. Why did you invite Shindo? That's. You said you and Shindo were over, Suzuna. Of course we are. Then why did you invite him? Well, it was just the flow of the conversation. Suzuna only gave vague answers. It was obvious she was hiding something, so I thought she was still hiding her feelings for Shindo. Thinking that, I almost lashed out at Suzuna. But that's strange. Even if Suzuna still likes Shindo, what's wrong with that? It's Suzuna's choice who she likes. It's crazy to be angry about that. I know it logically. But my emotions aren't catching up. Sorry, it's nothing, I'm going home. So I had to leave. If I stayed any longer, I would definitely say something hurtful to Suzuna. I don't want to do that. I don't want Suzuna to hate me, and I don't want to do anything that would make her hate me. So I had no choice but to suppress these feelings and disappear. My anger propelled me forward, and I headed for the entrance. Riri-chan, wait. But Suzuna came after me. Suzuna took my hand. I'm always the one chasing her, but Suzuna chased after me. That alone shook me to my core. But it's not enough. It's not enough to make up for it. I want proof that Suzuna needs me more. Then, what do I have to do to make you believe me? To Suzuna, seeking an answer, I demanded a kiss, because words aren't enough anymore. They can't fill the void in my heart. I wanted something more direct. I am really going to do it. Yeah. And Suzuna responded. A kiss on the cheek is cute, but it felt much more real than words. So I decided to respond to Suzuna and kissed her in the same way. No, that might be a lie. I actually wanted to kiss Suzuna and make her mine. I think those feelings were mixed in as well. I had Suzuna do something she's never done before, and I did it too. That makes us special to each other. Then Suzuna will be mine. That's how I felt. Section. Lost in thought, I arrived at the entrance. I leaned against the wall and waited for Suzuna. Since I was waiting for Suzuna, my thoughts naturally turned to her. So why am I so jealous of Suzuna and trying to become special to her? The question is where those feelings come from. No, I already know. That's an outdated way of thinking. In this modern age of diversity, there's nothing wrong with same-sex relationships. I never thought I'd get a hint from Yuri, of all people, so that must be it. I think I've fallen in love with Amatsuki Suzuna. That's why I'm so jealous, why I want to monopolize her, why I want to be special to her. A simple answer that explains my feelings, but I'm resistant to admitting it. I somehow believed that I would fall in love with a boy someday. But Yuri shattered that belief, and it finally clicked. It's annoying that she was the one who made me realize it, but considering how much trouble she usually causes, I guess it's fine if she's useful for once. Riri-chan, I'm sorry for making you wait. Suzuna finally arrived. Seeing her running towards me, as if she didn't want to keep me waiting, made me happy. Such a small thing makes my heart race. Knowing that these feelings are love, my heart started to stir even more. I wasn't waiting that long, but if you're that sorry, you can make up for it with a kiss. I told you, I'm not doing that anymore. Stingy. I'm not stingy, but I don't have the courage to confess my feelings yet. Just because Suzuna thinks I'm special doesn't mean it's love. The thought of confessing my feelings unilaterally and ruining our relationship scares me. So, then how about holding hands? That's embarrassing, it's weird. It's fine if no one's around, right? Well, if no one's around. For now, I want to maintain this comfortable distance. Because that alone makes me happy. Chapter 33, The Student Council President is a Worrywart. Now, there's a reason why I called you here. Sai, alone with Kanyori-san in the student council room, I had a pretty good idea of how this conversation would go. I was hoping I was wrong, though. Amatsuki-san, if I recall correctly, you used to wear your hair in pigtails and glasses. That's correct, but, as expected of the student council president, she has incredible observation and memory skills to remember such an unremarkable student. I believe you've had that style since your first year, so why have you recently started wearing your hair straight and contacts? Well, it was just a change of pace, I guess. I have a bad feeling about this. It wasn't Ryuri's influence, was it? What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with your current appearance according to the school rules. However, I'm concerned about the cause of this change. Are you saying it has something to do with Ryuri-chan? Can you deny it? I know you've recently become close with Ryuri. She attracts attention, for better or worse, so information naturally gathers around her. And you changed your appearance around the same time. What are you trying to say? This pattern. It's completely the same as what she was supposed to do with Shindo Minato. I'm worried that you're being negatively influenced by her. As expected, of course, this is what happens. In the original story, the flow was like this. The target of her reprimand has completely shifted to me. But I never thought I, who's supposed to be upholding school order, would be on the receiving end of Kanyori-san's scrutiny. How can I get Kanyori-san to focus on Shindo-kun instead of me? And no, that's not true. It was just a change of pace. People are influenced by others. And in your case, it's clear that Ryuri is that influence. Why are you assuming that when I'm denying it? People often have difficulty understanding themselves. And Hine-san's attire violates school rules and is frivolous. I don't want you to be influenced by that any further. Thank you for your concern. It's more trouble than it's worth. I don't understand why a serious and exemplary student like you would associate with someone so unreasonable. But I think you should choose your friends wisely. I understand that Kanyori-san is saying this out of goodwill. From her perspective, she's just doing what she's supposed to, and she's not saying anything particularly unreasonable. I also know that in the original story, this is how she interacts with Shindo-kun, gradually getting closer to him. But I can't help but feel uncomfortable hearing her unilaterally disparage Ryuri-chan. Hine-san's grades are far from commendable, if your grades were to drop at this time. Kanyori-san. I couldn't listen any longer and interrupted her. Yes. Please don't badmouth Ryuri-chan. But Hine-san is hardly an exemplary student. Ryuri-chan isn't a bad person like you think she is. I understand that you're offended by my remarks about your friend. However, this is no good. I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to hear any more bad things about Ryuri-chan. Her clothes might be sloppy, but Ryuri-chan is a good person. You don't understand that, Kanyori-san. No, people with sloppy attire also have sloppy lifestyles. I think you're a little too rigid, Kanyori-san. Me? Yes, what's wrong with a slightly shorter skirt? That's not all. Wearing makeup at school is also prohibited. Other people do it too. It's just a matter of how much they wear. But rules are rules. Kanyori-san, if you're going to talk about this modern age of diversity, then freedom of dress should also be recognized. I used Kanyori-san's own words against her. It's a bit of a sneaky tactic, and it might be unfair considering her position as student council president, but I couldn't just agree with her. Anyway, I haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need for us to continue this conversation, is there? Since it seemed like it would just become a pointless argument, I turned to leave. Wait, I'm worried about you. Then your worry is unnecessary. I can live a virtuous life. Says the person who kisses in public. I've reflected on that. I left the student council room, feeling Kanyori-san's piercing gaze on my back. Section, click. I closed the heavy door of the student council room. That took longer than I expected. But I'm relieved that it's finally over, or is it? I'm still being targeted by Kanyori-san, aren't I? What should I do? Can I still get Kanyori-san to focus on Shindo-kun from here? Wait, I can't. I'm keeping Riri-chan waiting. I hurried towards the entrance. Section, Riri-chan, I'm sorry. I kept you waiting, didn't I? When I arrived at the entrance, Riri-chan was leaning against the wall in the hallway. Hearing my voice, she pushed herself off the wall and turned around. I wasn't waiting that long. But if you're that sorry, you can make up for it with a kiss. And she said something ridiculous again. Didn't we just talk about not kissing anymore, especially after what Yuri-san said? I told you, I'm not doing that anymore. Stingy. I'm not stingy. I'm going to live a virtuous life. So Yuri-san won't reprimand me again, and so she'll reprimand Shindo-kun instead. Then how about holding hands? That's embarrassing, it's weird. It's fine if no one's around, right? Holding hands, is that okay? Yeah, that's definitely not indecent. And it's not embarrassing if no one's around. Well, if no one's around. Yay. Riri-chan smiled happily, even at something like this. Section, we left the school and walked through a quiet residential area. Here, Suzuna. Riri-chan reached out her hand. Okay. I hesitated slightly, but then I took her hand. Riri-chan's hand was a little bigger than mine, but her fingers were slender and soft, enveloping mine. Your hands are always warm, Suzuna. Your hands are still a little cold, Riri-chan. Apparently, I have a higher body temperature. Chapter 34, Seeking What's Missing. Hey Riri-chan. During our morning commute to school, which had become a routine, I decided to ask a question that had suddenly come to mind. What is it, Suzuna? Have you always been like that with Yuri-san? What about Yuri? Riri-chan's expression immediately soured at the mention of her name. Well, I was just wondering if you've always been on such bad terms. Pretty much. I seem to be a thorn in her side. I might be breaking the rules, but there are other students who do the same, you know. Riri-chan said, flicking her skirt. I worried that it would flip up. I think other people probably fix their uniforms or try not to stand out when Yuri-san is around. Maybe Kita's always like that. She knows, but the fact that she doesn't do it herself shows she's a big shot. Or maybe it's pride. So why are you asking? Riri-chan leaned closer. Well, it just seemed like you two didn't get along. And I was thinking about how to get Yuri-san to reprimand Shindo Minato. Currently, there's zero sign of a harem forming around Shindo-kun. It's my fault, but still. So it's difficult to approach it from that angle. Judging from Riri-chan's story, maybe getting him reprimanded for his attire would be effective. Is that really all? That's all. The distance between me and Riri-chan didn't shrink, and she gave me a skeptical look. I don't think you've ever asked me about another girl before. So? Well, Yuri is pretty, at least on the surface. You're not admiring her or anything, are you? No way, definitely not. Yuri-san does have an elegant, ladylike beauty, but being such a strict student council president seems tough. I admire her, but I could never do it. It seems too restrictive. Okay, if you say so. I finally escaped Riri-chan's suspicious gaze. But well, you think Yuri-san is beautiful too, Riri-chan. It showed Riri-chan's good nature that she could admit that, even though they seemed to be at odds. Hey, that's not true. I don't care about someone like her. Wait, really? She just admitted it, and now she's suddenly backtracking. She seems a little flustered, too. What's going on? Suzuna is way cuter than her. And no, we weren't talking about me. And I can't compare to Yuri-san. The topic suddenly shifted from Yuri-san to me. That's not true. I think Suzuna is better. She said that with a serious look in her eyes. I don't want to have this conversation in the morning. I didn't know how to react. Okay. Riri-chan is troublesome. Section. Yo, Suzuna. Morning. When I sat down at my desk, Shindo-kun greeted me languidly. I looked at Shindo-kun's attire. His shirt was buttoned all the way up, and his tie was neatly tied. There was nothing wrong with his blazer or slacks either. Yuri-san wouldn't reprimand him for this. Why are you staring at me? Well, it's about your clothes. I shuddered. I felt a familiar cold gaze and quickly looked away. What are you talking about? Riri-chan was looking at us, mouthing the words with a smile. This is no good. Casual conversation is one thing, but if I say, why don't you loosen up your clothes a bit? I'll definitely be scolded later. She'll definitely say, what do you mean, worrying about Shindo's clothes? What about my clothes? Nothing. I ended the conversation with Shindo-kun. But now, I have to find another way to change Shindo-kun's appearance. I only knew one person who could do that. Section, during break time. I went down to the first floor and visited the area near the first-year classrooms. I came looking for Shindo Kakona-chan. The atmosphere among the underclassmen was more energetic and youthful than the second years. I felt so out of place. I wanted to go home, but I have to do this. What class is Kakona-chan in? A critical mistake. I didn't know Kakona-chan's class, and I don't have the courage to enter each classroom, nor the courage to ask a stranger, even if they are underclassmen. I'm stuck. Standing in the hallway with unfamiliar students passing by, my spirit broke. Amatsuki Suzuna. A familiar voice called out from behind me. I turned around, and there was Kakona-chan, her twintails swaying. Ah, Kakona-chan. Thank goodness, I was looking for you. You were looking for Kakona. Yeah, but I didn't know where you were, so I was in trouble. Speak of the devil, as they say. What? Did you hit your head or something? Why would you come looking for Kakona? That's harsh. Well, it is unusual for me to do this. No, I have a favor to ask. That's also unusual. What is it? It's about Shindo-kun. Oni-chan. I want you to unbutton his shirt. Right. I'm saying something strange, aren't I? And no, that's not it. He needs to do that. I think you've lost your mind, Amatsuki Suzuna. And no, I haven't. Look, Shindo-kun doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? Aren't you worried, as his little sister? Well, I don't see Oni-chan getting a girlfriend anytime soon. So what do you think he's lacking? Kakona-chan put a finger to her chin, thinking. Intelligence. That was harsh. Well, I can't say she's wrong. Don't you think he also needs sex appeal? Well, I don't see that in Oni-chan. Or rather, it would be scary if his little sister, did. She's supposed to be obsessed with her brother, but she's changed so much. It's frightening. So how about unbuttoning his shirt a bit or loosening his tie? What do you think? Well, some boys do dress like that, but you want Oni-chan to do that. It seems like he'd be trying too hard. It's okay, he'll definitely find someone nice if he does that. That's how Yuri-san will notice him, reprimand him, and start their destined encounter. I still don't understand. Why can't you just ask Oni-chan yourself? Kakona-chan seemed annoyed and uncooperative. I wish I could do it myself, but it wouldn't be a problem if I could. I can't. You're the only one I can ask, please. I clasped my hands together and pleaded with Kakona-chan. Fine, I guess I have no choice. Oh, really? I thought she'd refuse, but she readily agreed. Really? You've never asked Kakona for a favor before. It's fine. Really? Thank goodness, thank you. It's fine. You don't have to thank me for something like this. No, I would have been in trouble without your help, Kakona-chan. Thank you. I was truly grateful. I sighed in relief. I'm glad I could help. Kakona-chan mumbled something. What? And nothing. Kakona-chan raised her voice and looked away. She rejected the idea at first, then immediately accepted it, and now she's sulking. Was she always this complicated? Chapter 35, Things Left Unsaid. Lunch break. Oni-chan, do you have a minute? I asked Kakona-chan to come to our classroom to talk to Shindo-kun. What's up, Kakona? I'm going to teach you some techniques to instantly become popular with the ladies, even though you're so unremarkable. That's a strange way to start. I wonder if anyone would readily agree after being talked to like that. Please. Here we go. Kakona realized something. Popular men need sex appeal. I see. So I think you should unbutton your shirt and loosen your tie. Showing a bit of your chest is sexy, right? Isn't that only allowed for handsome guys? You can become one, Oni-chan, a handsome in spirit kind of guy. Okay, got it. Is that really okay? And what's with their smooth conversation? Is this sibling telepathy? Now how's this? Shindo-kun adjusted his clothes as instructed. Lame? No, I mean, it's not bad. Did you just say lame? I didn't. Oh, okay. Kakona-chan then took Shindo-kun out into the hallway. I watched from a distance. Good, this is perfect. Now walk down the hallway like this. I'll show them. Shindo-kun strutted confidently down the hallway. He didn't realize it, but Yuri-san was heading towards the student council room, coming in our direction. If they kept going, they would pass each other. Hey, I did what you said, but is this really okay? Kakona-chan came over to where I was watching. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Why did you choose the timing when Yuri Rieka, the student council president, was coming? You might not believe this, but they're a good match. Kakona-chan looked at me skeptically. Still, I desperately watched their encounter unfold. They drew closer, only a few steps away from passing each other, and Kanyori-san's feet stopped right in front of Shindo-kun. Here it comes. Shindo-san, wait a moment. Ah yes. Your shirt is unbuttoned, and your tie is loose. This is masculine sex appeal. Do you require individual guidance? Oops, my bad. I got too relaxed because it's lunch break. Thank you, President Kanyori. Shindo-kun flashed a dazzling business smile and adjusted his uniform. Taking breaks is important, but please maintain a proper appearance. Yes, I'll be careful. Stroll. Their encounter ended abruptly. Wait, that's it. Well, yeah, obviously. Kakona-chan sighed next to me. Kanyori-san is supposed to be more aggressive with Shindo-kun, so just his clothes aren't enough to move the story forward. Does it have to be a harem situation? Harem? Kakona-chan shrieked next to me. Well, taken out of context, it does sound like I suddenly made a lewd remark. Ah, no, I didn't mean me. I was talking about Shindo-kun. So it's not about Amatsuki Suzuna, but about Oni-chan, which still doesn't make sense. In the original story, Shindo-kun is constantly being pursued by the heroines, creating a harem situation. Unless that becomes the norm, and Kanyori-san reprimands him for it, the Kanyori route won't be triggered. So does that mean it's a dead end? Suzuna, what are you doing in the hallway? It's time for lunch. Ryuri-chan appeared in the hallway. Hinace Ryuri. What do you want, Shindo's little sister? The air grew heavy with their animosity. Sorry, but Suzuna is eating with me. First years should obediently go back to their classrooms. What's that, pulling the seniority card? I'm telling you to go back where you belong. Kakona can do what she wants. These two haven't been getting along since the bento battle. Why are these relationships the same as in the original story, even though the roots with Shindo-kun have gone off track? Now, both of you. Let's get along. It's because Suzuna ditched me. It's because you called Kakona out here. They both snapped at me simultaneously. I'm sorry. Since it was my fault, I apologized. I'm not confident I can win an argument against these two. You three, loitering in the hallway obstructs the flow of traffic. The clear, firm voice belonged to Kanyori-san, who was passing by. Shindo-kun had to try so hard to get her attention, but she notices me even when I'm not doing anything. Such is fate. Sorry, we'll move right away. I was the first to apologize. Let sleeping dogs lie, as they say. It's you three again. Kanyori-san looked at us and sighed, looking exasperated. What do you mean again? Ryuri-chan retorted. It's only been a day since yesterday. I see your behavior hasn't improved. Now the atmosphere between Kanyori-san and Ryuri-chan turned hostile. Now, Ryuri-chan, Kanyori-san, let's get along. It's because Kanyori keeps nitpicking. It's because Hine-san lacks decorum. I was scolded by both of them again, simultaneously. But it can't be helped that the heroines are at odds with each other when the protagonist is absent. I want them to make up. Ryuri-chan might be acting all prickly now, but she complimented you this morning, Kanyori-san. She said you were beautiful. Hey, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan looked flustered. I find that hard to believe. Kanyori-san tilted her head. Ryuri-chan doesn't lie, so it's true. Suzuna, that's a lie. Ryuri-chan, you lied. Shocked, I looked at Ryuri-chan, and she averted her gaze, looking embarrassed. It's true. Yeah, I know. That doesn't excuse your usual bad behavior. You need to be more responsible. That's why I don't like your condescending tone. I stopped Ryuri-chan, who was about to retort. Kanyori-san, your words might be harsh, but you're just saying that because you're worried about Ryuri-chan. Amatsuki-san. Now it was Kanyori-san's turn to be flustered. What do you mean? Ryuri-chan tilted her head. Kanyori-san, you're just trying to help Ryuri-chan and make this school a better place, as the student council president. You don't mean any harm. Even so, there's a way to say things. Kanyori-san is also a girl our age. And yet, you carry the burden of being the student council president and work for the sake of the students. It must be tough, so it's understandable that your tone gets harsh sometimes. You worry a lot behind the scenes, don't you, Kanyori-san? Hey Amatsuki-san, I never told you that. That was completely based on my knowledge from the game. Kanyori-san is always struggling with her own weaknesses and worries, trying to fulfill her duties as student council president. Knowing that side of her, the relatable Kanyori Rieka makes it easier to tolerate her harsh words. So let's all get along. Their animosity seemed to have dissipated. To be able to persuade both the gal, Hinesriri, and the student council president, Kanyori Rieka, Amatsuki Suzuna, you're amazing. Kokona-chan next to me seemed impressed. Chapter 36, It's Okay to be the Same. So, what was that about earlier? In the end, my attempt to manage the Shindo-kun and Kanyori-san route failed. Shindo-kun disappeared down the hallway, so Riri-chan sat in his seat and we ate lunch together. What about? You sounded like you understood Kanyori really well. Riri-chan's tone seemed a bit prickly. It might be better not to talk too much about it. It was just a general observation. Being the student council president is tough, no matter who you are. Is that so? I don't think Kanyori would react like that to just a general observation. It's true. Even the strict Kanyori-san will show a cuter side once she opens up to Shindo Minato. Well, she doesn't break out of her student council president mode until much later in the story. It's true, no one would ever think Kanyori has worries. Really? Yeah, she can do anything. No one worries about her. It might be because I have an objective perspective on this story that my impression of her is different. That's why I'm wondering, what's with you suddenly understanding her so well, Suzuna? She's smiling, but her eyes aren't. She's definitely not happy. If that's what it means to understand Kanyori-san, then my understanding of Riri-chan is maxed out. Really? Yeah, because what I said was just a general observation about how tough her job is. I'm not even friends with her, unlike you, Riri-chan. Well, that's true. So, what you said doesn't really resonate with me. When I said what I was thinking, Riri-chan started nodding. You're right. Compared to me, you barely know Kanjari. Yeah, well. Okay, that's fine then. Riri-chan seemed convinced and returned to her usual smile. Her eyes softened, unlike before. I'm glad she's no longer upset, but Riri-chan often gets angry when other girls are involved. She didn't react like that with Takabana-san, her friend. I wonder if it's just rivalry between heroines. But she's still nice to Amatsuki Suzuna, who's also a heroine. Strange, section. By the way, Suzuna, are you studying for the midterms? Riri-chan suddenly asked, as we were walking home after school. Not really. As April came to an end, midterms were waiting for us in May. It was a topic I didn't want to think about, a gloomy topic. My grades as the real Yukitsuki Mashiro were average. I think Amatsuki Suzuna is probably a bit smarter. Then, want to study with me. This is another unusual thing for Riri-chan to say. Okay, but were you always so studious, Riri-chan? She asked me to teach her during break time the other day. These are unusual actions for someone like Hinesriri. Yeah, I recently started becoming more studious. Why? Suzuna, would you go to karaoke with me? The topic completely changed. But I can't just ignore Riri-chan's question. I don't usually go. Listening to music is fine, but I don't like the atmosphere where everyone has to sing. I don't want to sing, and I hate being treated like I'm ruining the mood if I don't. It's not the season yet, but what about the beach or the mountains? The beach is too sunny, and there are too many bugs in the mountains. I'm a creature of concrete jungles, where the sun is blocked and there are no bugs. I see. Riri-chan sighed and muttered. What does that have to do with studying? Is there a rule that you can't go out if your grades are bad? Riri-chan's dad, who lets her live in a luxury apartment, must be wealthy. He seems like an elite, so maybe he's strict about that kind of thing. Yes, that's it. Her tone sounded like it wasn't the real reason, but if that's what she says, then it must be true. Anyway, Riri-chan seems to be serious about studying. And Kanyori-san warned me that she would suspect Riri-chan's bad influence if my grades dropped. For the sake of route management, it's best if our test results are good. Then, want to come over to my house? Being invited, I recalled Riri-chan's unguarded appearance from the other day. I felt like steam was about to come out of my ears. I think somewhere else would be better today. Why? Then where? That's a good question. I barely know the geography of this world. I usually only travel between home and school. Let's go to that cafe you took me to before, Riri-chan. Well, that's fine too. Going to Riri-chan's house again is still too stimulating, so I'd like a little more time. But... Come to think of it, Kanyori-san told me not to loiter after school. But this isn't playing around, it's studying for tests, so maybe she'll forgive me. It's nothing. Thinking optimistically, I followed Riri-chan. Section, we visited the cafe again. It's been a while since that day, but after just one visit, I no longer felt any resistance. Or rather, it might be thanks to Riri-chan being here. What are you ordering? Riri-chan handed me the menu. I'll have pancakes and tea. Oh, you've already decided. There are other good things here. No, this is fine. I don't have any reason to order anything else. Suzuna, you really like pancakes and tea, huh? It's more like, you introduced them to me, Riri-chan. You're the one who told me about this cafe, and the first thing I ate here was pancakes. And I've been into tea lately, ever since you made it for me the other day. Riri-chan's eyes widened and she was speechless. Stop it, Suzuna, that was a surprise attack. I was just telling the truth. That's why it's dangerous. I don't understand what's dangerous about it. I couldn't see Riri-chan's expression because she was hiding behind the menu. But her voice was high-pitched, so I could tell that I might have said something strange. What are you ordering, Riri-chan? Oh, I'll have the same. But you said there were other good things here. No, I'll have the same as Suzuna, on purpose. Okay, but why? I don't understand the reason. As a memento, even after asking, I still didn't understand. Chapter 37, Something Intangible. Suzuna, I can't do this anymore. After about an hour of studying at the cafe, Riri-chan slumped onto the table, defeated. I could practically see smoke coming out of her head. But you were the one who said you wanted to study. I didn't think I'd have to concentrate for this long. But it's only been about an hour. Even classes aren't this long. That might be true, but you're not good at studying, are you? Not that I'm good at it either. I don't like it, I can't keep reading. Then should we switch to math? That doesn't mean numbers are okay. Oh, I see. Duly noted. Let's take a break. Riri-chan rested her chin on the table and tapped my textbook with both hands. That gesture was childish and somehow cute. Well, you're right, studying too much is tiring. I might have been too tense, thinking I had to teach Riri-chan. I realized I had been studying quite seriously, and I was surprisingly tired. I let out a breath and leaned back against the sofa. Then, next is love talk. Excuse me. Riri-chan was grinning. She looked really excited. Love talk, it's normal to talk about love. I don't know what normal is. Romance is something that exists in a faraway world, as far as I'm concerned. It's not a topic I'd talk about personally. No, what are you saying? You used to like Shindo, right? Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. That's true, but... It's true, but it's also not true. That was Amatsuki Suzuna, not me, Yukitsuki Mashiro. But I can't say that, so I just nodded silently, feeling frustrated. So, you don't have anyone you like now. I couldn't look Riri-chan in the eye, so I averted my gaze. Oh, of course not. This complicated situation is because I can't bring myself to like Shindo Minato, the protagonist. Really? You don't have to be embarrassed. No, it would be embarrassing, no matter how you look at it. What about you, Riri-chan? Since you brought it up, do you have someone you like? I desperately tried to deflect the question back to Riri-chan. I don't think I can escape this topic, but being bombarded with questions is also tough. Yeah, I have someone I like. Riri-chan said casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She has someone she likes? No, that's strange. Riri-chan isn't interested in Shindo Minato, the protagonist, right now. The character Hinis Riri is designed to like Shindo Minato. Is it even possible for her to like someone else? Seriously. Seriously. Who? Riri-chan chuckled and sipped her tea, teasing me. She's being very coy. Do you want to know? I do. Who is the person who captured Hinis Riri's heart? I'm curious for various reasons. It's a secret. I was completely shut down. Isn't this supposed to be the part where she tells me? Because you won't tell me, Suzuna. It's not fair if I'm the only one who shares. Well, I guess that's true. It's true that it would be presumptuous of me to expect her to just tell me. Fufu, if you want to know, you have to confess too, Suzuna. Riri-chan wouldn't tell me, no matter how much I asked. Section. Well, we ended up just chatting, didn't we? Leaving the cafe, Riri-chan stretched widely. It was already completely dark outside. We ended up spending the last 2 hours just chatting about random things. It's incredibly inefficient that we spent far more time talking than studying. I was thinking we should study. This counts as loitering. Yuri-san will be angry. Well, it's fine. I had fun spending time with you, Suzuna. Yeah, that's true. Time really does fly when I'm with Riri-chan. I thought I was bad at talking to people, but it was a discovery that I could talk for this long. Riri-chan grinned and leaned against me. Riri-chan. Let's take a picture. A picture? Why are you speaking English? I'm not good with pictures, so I wanted to escape. It's that thing, right? Taking selfies at flattering angles. It's fine since we're friends, right? Riri-chan's eyes sparkled. For some reason, she wants to take a picture with me, but I don't want to. Well, it's already dark outside. I don't think the picture will turn out well. Then let's take it by the store's sign. It's lit up, and there are streetlights too. I guess it can't be helped. Unable to think of another excuse, I let myself be dragged along. Okay, say cheese. What expression should I make, and where should I look? Wait, the pose is also important, isn't it? Should I keep my mouth closed? But that might make me look grumpy. But if I open it, I might look stupid. I don't know the right answer. Click. The camera shutter clicked. Suzuna, your expression is so stiff. Riri-chan giggled, looking at the picture. I looked at the phone. Riri-chan was making a cute peace sign near her face, while I was looking off into the distance with my mouth half open. I request deletion. It's fine. It's cute in its own way. How is this? Then let's take another one. This ordeal again. I can only imagine a future filled with more of these failed pictures. It's fine. Look at the phone screen properly. You only messed up because you were acting so strangely. I did as Riri-chan said. The camera shutter clicked again. See. This one is good, right? I guess. My expression was still stiff, but it was a picture of Amatsuki Suzuna that I could at least bear to look at. Well, compared to Riri-chan next to me, it's like the difference between the moon and a mud ball. I'll send it to you later. I hesitated for a moment. Should I really keep such an unflattering picture of myself on my phone? I briefly considered what kind of masochistic act this was, but... Okay, please. But since Riri-chan is next to me, I'll take it. Okay, then I guess we'll call it a day. See you later, Suzuna. Yeah, bye-bye, Riri-chan. We waved goodbye. I walked home along the streetlit road. It was a little chilly at night. Perhaps because of the silence, I felt a little lonely, separated from Riri-chan's lively presence. I have someone I like. Riri-chan's words came to mind. I don't know who it is, but Riri-chan is apparently in love. Thinking about it, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. An uncomfortable feeling, a mix of unease and a slight pang. I don't know what it is. Being alone like this, that feeling only intensified. But I don't know what it is, so I can't do anything about it. It's strange. My words, spoken to no one, disappeared into the night air, but the intangible something in my chest wouldn't disappear. Chapter 38. Even volleyballs hurt when hit. PE class, it's the class I hate the most. Sigh. Heaving a sigh filled with gloom, I somehow made it to the changing room. Apparently, we're having volleyball class in the gym today. I hesitantly changed into my gym clothes. Naturally, the other girls were also changing. They were, of course, in their underwear, and I had a thought. Looking at my classmates' underwear doesn't do anything for me, huh? I panicked when I saw Riri-chan's underwear at her house, but I don't feel anything towards the other girls. I might think she has a nice figure, or she has more belly fat than I expected, but that's about it. I only have indifferent observations, but I think that's normal. Then why did my heart race so much when I saw Riri-chan's? Suzuna. What? Riri-chan, in her gym clothes, appeared, bouncing lightly. I was wondering why you were looking around so much. I wasn't looking. I panicked inwardly, as if Riri-chan had seen right through me. Suspicious. Suzuna, are you interested in girls? Why would you think that? Who knows, maybe I should take a look too. Riri-chan stared intently at me. What? You really are fair-skinned and slender, Suzuna. Riri-chan's gaze moved up and down my body. Since I was in the middle of changing, I was also in my underwear. Hey, where are you looking? Where's everywhere. I don't understand how she can say that so boldly with a grin. Pervert. You were doing the same thing, Suzuna. That's different. I was just looking around, taking in the scenery. I wasn't focusing on anyone in particular like Riri-chan, and commenting on someone's body is the act of a pervert. I wasn't doing tha. I was about to say that, but I stopped. I did something similar at Riri-chan's house. Even though it was unavoidable, I kept staring. So does that make me a pervert too? You weren't doing what? I don't know. Unable to come up with a good excuse, I quickly finished changing into my gym clothes. Section. We were playing volleyball in PE. The teams were randomly assigned, but we could also form groups with people we liked. I joined a group that needed an extra person. They're nice people for including me, but I felt awkward since I don't usually interact with them. Riri-chan, on the other hand, was with Takabana-san and her usual group of friends. Riri-chan kept trying to include me, but I asked her not to. I can't join their group. It's not just because of my social anxiety. Tweet. The teacher's whistle signaled the start of the game. My team served first and the other team returned it. We received the ball and the toss went up. To me. Amatsuki-san here. The girl who tossed the ball even called out to me politely. Thank you, but I don't need that. Suzuna, go for it. I heard Riri-chan's voice. She's probably watching from the sidelines, but I don't have time to check, because the ball is falling towards me. I stared at the ball and jumped, timing my jump. All I have to do is match the highest point of my jump with the ball's trajectory and swing my arm. It's simple. Hiya. Whoosh. My arm sliced through the air. Strange. I didn't hear the sound of the ball being hit. I looked up again. The ball was still far above my head. Apparently, I jumped and swung too early. Ouch. The ball landed on my head. A volleyball is quite hard, so it made a decent impact. The ball rolled at my feet. Everyone's silent. They're speechless after witnessing my painful miss. This is the worst. Suzuna, you jumped too early. The ball was still way up there. Riri-chan's cheering was painful to hear. Stop it, please stop. Don't add insult to injury. I'm just not good at sports. And I'm especially bad at ball games, which require a sense of timing and practice. Why do I, a human, have to match the timing of a ball made by humans? The volleyball should be the one adjusting to me. Don't worry, Amatsuki-san. Let's do our best next time. Yeah, I'm hoping there won't be a next time. Ayahaha. Even the girl who invited me gave a strained laugh. I continued to miss the ball every time it came towards me. Someone kill me. Section. Naturally, my team lost. I don't care about winning or losing, but if I'm the reason for the loss, I can't help but feel guilty. I huddled in a corner, trying to avoid everyone's gaze. I wish I could just disappear. Suzuna, you were spiking at the air. You're supposed to hit the volleyball. But Riri-chan, ignoring my shame, spoke to me without hesitation. I'm trying to hit it, but I can't. It's amazing, though. You missed every single one. Riri-chan, please don't rub it in. I know. Now you understand. I didn't want to burden you with my lack of skill, Riri-chan. Ah, is that it? You don't have to worry about it. No, I do worry about it. I don't want to burden anyone, especially those close to me. I didn't even want to be seen playing. Riri, it's our turn. Takabana-san called out to Riri-chan. Okay, I'm coming. Suzuna, watch my game. Yeah, good luck. Riri-chan grinned, swung her arms, and entered the court. Come to think of it, I wonder how athletic Riri-chan is. It wasn't described in detail in the original story. Well, Riri-chan is in the going home club and a gal, so she's probably not good at sports. She's probably leagues better than me, but I'd be happy if we were in the same category. Tweet. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the game. Riri-chan was serving. Here I go. She tossed the ball and jumped. Swinging her arm as if to smash it, the ball transformed from a sphere into a line. Whack. The next moment, the ball bounced powerfully off the floor. Did you see Hine's Riri-san serve just now? I did. And the receiver was Endo-san from the volleyball club. She's been playing since her first year. I also overheard the whispers of my classmates. Seriously. She's a gal and she's good at sports. Here, kid. The game became one-sided. This time, Riri-chan tossed the ball to Takabana-san. Riri, that was a sloppy toss. Even though Takabana-san complained about the oddly high and off-center toss, she adjusted well and scored a point. Apparently, Takabana-san is also good at sports. Popular people are good at socializing and sports. How nice. Please be good at just one of them. I'm not good at either. Sigh. But we got the point. Thanks to me. They high-fived each other, laughing. Seeing that, I felt a pang in my chest. I wonder why. Their friendly, understanding atmosphere made me feel uncomfortable. I never felt anything before, no matter how close Takabana-san and Riri-chan were. But now, it bothered me a lot. The game ended quickly. Suzuna, did you see? I did my best. Riri-chan came back to me. But right now, I wasn't sure I could talk to her properly. I didn't see. Really? Even though I was so amazing. I don't care. Awa, that's too bad. Make sure you watch next time. Maybe. I don't know why. But I wasn't sure I could bear to watch Riri-chan getting along with other girls. Chapter 39, Waiting is also important. In the morning, I arrived at school much earlier than usual. I went to the empty gymnasium. Saren Academy is a preparatory school and doesn't focus heavily on club activities. Therefore, the gym is empty in the morning. I had just sent Riri-chan a message saying, "I'm leaving early this morning, so I can't go with you." If I told her in advance, she might say, "Then I'll go with you." Still half asleep, I held a volleyball in one hand. Yes, I came for morning practice. An introvert in the gym this early in the morning, so out of character. I couldn't help but scoff at myself. But what's driving me to do this? The scene from yesterday wouldn't leave my mind. The image of Riri-chan and Takabana-san playing volleyball together so harmoniously kept flashing through my mind. It's probably because I feel embarrassed that I'm friends with Riri-chan, who's so good at volleyball, while I'm so terrible at it. So I felt like I couldn't allow myself to remain bad at volleyball. I'm sure this hazy, unsettled feeling will disappear if I get better. But I won't improve if I don't practice. And I don't want to be seen failing repeatedly. The answer I came up with was morning practice. Thump, thump. I bounced the volleyball on the floor, and it returned to my hand. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a better feel for the ball than yesterday. I tossed the ball into the air and swung my arm. Whoosh, thump, thump. The sound of my miss and the ball rolling across the floor echoed through the morning gymnasium. Am I swinging too early? Then maybe I should swing more slowly. I tossed the ball again. Thump, thump, whoosh. This time the ball hit the floor first, and then the sound of my swing followed. Too late this time. My timing is off. Is a ball really this disobedient? It looks round and harmless, but it's not cute at all. Amatsuki-san, what are you doing so early in the morning? A clear, dignified voice cut through the tense morning air. I turned around, and Yuri-san was looking at me with a puzzled expression. I didn't expect an audience. As you can see, I'm practicing volleyball. I apologize. The movements you were making were quite different from the volleyball I know. It was hard to tell if she was being sarcastic or if she was genuinely confused. Was it that strange? It was peculiar. I see. I felt my spirits sink. I knew I was bad, but it hurts to be told that directly. And more than anything, there's no point in practicing early in the morning if someone sees me. What are you doing here so early, Yuri-san? I always arrive at school around this time. I heard noises coming from the usually empty gymnasium, so I came to check out of concern. As expected of the student council president, she's so exemplary that I'm speechless. I see, then there's no problem. I'm just practicing volleyball, as you can see. I wanted her to leave if she had no business here. I don't want her to see my peculiar movements. You're practicing volleyball by yourself? Yes. Wouldn't it be better to practice with someone? Doesn't she understand that I'm alone because I don't want to practice with anyone? It's fine, I'm practicing alone. Volleyball is a team sport, so I think practicing alone is inefficient. Yuri-san wouldn't leave. What does she want? Do I have to be more explicit? I'm bad at it, so I don't want to be seen. That's why I'm practicing alone. I'll play with everyone after I get better. She'll understand if I say this. It's embarrassing to say, but I've just been through a much more embarrassing situation, so my sense of shame is numb. I see. That's why. Even though she sounded like she understood, Yuri-san still showed no signs of leaving. Instead, she picked up the volleyball that was at my feet. Then you're mistaken about what you should be ashamed of. You're trying to improve yourself, and that attitude is commendable. You should be more confident. Yuri-san stood opposite me and got into position to hit the ball. I'll join you in your practice. No, that's too much trouble. If you're worried about being embarrassed, I've already seen you. There shouldn't be a problem. Well, that's true, but even so, I'm hesitant to take up the busy student council president's time. Here we go. Toss. But Yuri-san tossed the ball without hesitation. The ball arced towards me. Haya. Whoosh, roll, roll. The same thing happened again. Amatsuki-san, may I offer some advice? Please. Why are you trying to spike every ball? Ahem. What is she talking about? Well, I thought it might be because you're trying to hit every ball with a spiking motion, which is making it difficult. Yuri-san, with all due respect, it's not volleyball if I don't hit the ball back. No, if you receive the ball, you can return it if you wait for the right timing. Yuri-san extended her arms and clasped her hands together. Since she said, "Go ahead," I tossed the ball. Yuri-san positioned her hands to receive the ball as it fell. Thud. The ball arced beautifully and returned to me. I see, this is what they call a rally. I swung my arm with all my might. Hiya. Whoosh, roll, roll. Amatsuki-san. Yes. Were you listening to me? I was. Then why are you trying to spike again? A habit. You're not that good yet. This is painful, so painful. Even unskilled people have habits. Well, I understand. I need to learn how to receive. Okay. The start of class was approaching. I could hear people in the school building. It's about time to stop. Thank you very much. You're good at volleyball too, Yuri-san. I only received the ball. Yuri-san was being modest. That also showed her magnanimity. Compared to me, you're a god. No, but everyone starts out unskilled. You worry too much, Amatsuki-san. People say that, but people with natural talent are good from the start. So you were also bad at it at first, Yuri-san. Yes, I'm not very athletic. I was just like you at first, Amatsuki-san. I just practiced. Ahem. Even Yuri-san experienced that. So you shouldn't worry too much about what others think and be afraid to show your weaknesses. If you do that, someone will teach you how to improve, like today. I see. Such insightful and mature advice, unexpected from someone my age. But I felt a slight dissonance in her words. Then, Yuri-san, maybe you should also relax a little. Hey. Well, you have this image of being talented, beautiful, and perfect. But you're actually not good at some things, like sports, right? Well, yeah. But aren't you trying too hard to live up to the ideal image of a student council president? I can't say that's not true. Then you're being contradictory. Isn't that the same as what you just told me? You shouldn't worry too much about what others think and be afraid to show your weaknesses. If you do that, someone will teach you how to improve, like today. Those words should also apply to Yuri-san's approach as student council president. But I felt that everyone expected that ideal image of a student council president from me. Ah, that's such a boomerang statement. No one cares that much. Is that so? That's what I think. I see. That's very insightful. Yuri-san nodded repeatedly. I just repeated her own words back to her though. Chapter 40, A Game of Catch with the Heart. Amatsuki-san, why did you decide to practice alone? Even after leaving the gymnasium, Yuri-san continued to talk to me. Since we're both second years, our routes home are mostly the same, so she apparently intends to walk with me to the classroom. Well, I thought it would be bad if I remained unskilled. Why did you think it would be bad to remain unskilled? There must have been a trigger. She's being quite inquisitive. I don't think it's that big of a deal. My friend was good at it, so I thought I'd be left behind if I didn't improve, I guess. I see. You wanted to be on the same level as your friend. Well, yeah, I guess. Even as I said that, something didn't feel right. I'm not that competitive, I'm more of a pacifist. So I don't get along with sports which are based on competition. It's strange that even I felt motivated to practice. A friend who motivates you to improve is a rare find. You have a good relationship. I wonder about that. In my case, I only receive stimulation from Riri-chan. I don't think I'm giving anything back, so in that sense, maybe it's not a good relationship. Well then, I'll excuse myself. Okay. We had just reached the second-year classrooms, so I parted ways with Yuri-san there. Section A. When I entered the classroom, someone was already in my seat. A beautiful girl with long legs crossed, resting her chin on her hand while looking out the window. It was Riri-chan. Noticing me, Riri-chan immediately turned around. Her furrowed brow told me she had something to say. Suzuna, good morning. Morning. Even her greeting felt different from usual. So, what was that about today? Why did you leave me? I sent her a message this morning saying, I'm going to school early, but apparently she wants to know more. Was something wrong? Not wrong, but it was too sudden, and you didn't say what you were doing, and you weren't in the classroom when I got to school. It was a bit confusing. No, it was wrong. Riri-chan was swinging her crossed leg. Her displeased mood was evident in her attitude. Well, I had something to do at school early this morning. Ahem. Well, that's fine, but you'll tell me what it was, right? She's that bothered by it? Well, Yuri-san also told me not to worry so much about what others think, so maybe I should be honest. I was practicing volleyball. I can't use the gym freely, except in the morning. A volleyball practice. Suzuna, you liked volleyball that much. No, I actually hate it. I know, then why? Because I felt uneasy after seeing Riri-chan and Takabana-san playing volleyball so well together. Or because I'm disgusted with myself for being so unskilled that I can't join them. Both seem true, and yet not quite true. I wonder why. You don't even know yourself. It's true that waking up early and doing something I'm not used to requires considerable effort. What's the driving force behind this uncharacteristic burst of energy? I'm sure it has something to do with Riri-chan. Clatter. The teacher entered the classroom. Noticing the teacher, Riri-chan stood up. Well, whatever. Don't do that again. Okay. I don't understand why I shouldn't do it again, but it seems like she won't budge unless it's absolutely necessary. It's not something I'm passionate enough about to argue over, so I just nodded obediently. Riri-chan left and I sat down in my seat. It's warm. I must have been sitting there for a while. The chair felt slightly warm, like someone had been sitting there. Thinking that it was Riri-chan's body heat made me feel like I was doing something wrong. But then I thought, isn't it strange that I'm being affected by something like this? And I became confused. Section. After school. Riri-chan cheered up after that. But since I can't do morning practice anymore, it's impossible to improve in secret. Well, I'm so bad at it anyway, so maybe it's fine as it is. Maybe accepting my limitations is part of growing up. I was thinking the complete opposite of what I thought this morning. Amatsuki-san, are you free now? Huh. An unexpected voice called out to me. It was Yuri-san. Why is she talking to me? It's not huh. It's volleyball practice time. But it's after school. Don't you have club activities? You're in luck. The volleyball club has their spring tournament coming up, so they're only having a meeting today. Half the court is free. What? I wasn't sure if this was good timing or bad timing. Or rather, that's not even the main issue. Yuri-san, are you going to teach me again? Yes, I couldn't just leave you like that. I'll teach you the basics. Thank you, but I'm not happy about it. Why are the heroines so concerned about me instead of Shindo Minato? I wish they'd direct their attention towards the protagonist a little more. Hey, Yuri, what are you doing with Suzuna? Riri-chan's voice was colder than ice. It was a tone I'd never heard her use with me. Even when she's angry, she's usually more gentle. Oh, Hine-san, I was just suggesting volleyball practice. Huh, why are you doing that? It was just a coincidence. I saw Amatsuki-san practicing alone this morning, so I offered her some advice. Hearing that, Riri-chan's head turned slowly, like a rusty machine. Her sharp gaze pierced me. Suzuna, what's that? I wasn't told anything about this. I wasn't told you were practicing with her. Riri-chan pointed at Yuri-san. It's true that I might not have mentioned practicing with Yuri-san, but that's only because Riri-chan was giving off such a scary vibe that I didn't have the chance to explain everything. And is it really such a big deal that I practiced with Yuri-san? Hine-san, don't point at people. It's rude. I'm the one who's offended. Why were you practicing with Suzuna? As I said, it was a coincidence. If you have a problem with that, shouldn't you be blaming yourself for sleeping in this morning? I would have woken up if Suzuna had told me. You can't do anything unless you're told. That's something a child would say. My apologies. You're not even a child, considering you can't even wear your uniform properly. Why you? Did I say something wrong? Why are they suddenly insulting each other? This is scary. Come on, Amatsuki-san, let's go. Let's ignore this delinquent. Wait a minute, I'm going too. I, the person involved, felt the most left out. Chapter 41, A Clash of Wills. The gymnasium. Half the court was being used by the girls' basketball club and the other half was empty. And there I was, completely out of place. All right, Amatsuki-san. Let's begin. Yuri-san called out to me clearly. Hey, wait a minute, why are you giving instructions? Riri-chan's tone was critical. While a large group was practicing on the other side of the court, we were just 3 people. We were wearing our gym clothes, but I still felt bad for taking up space when we weren't even in a sports club. I was thinking, even if half the court is free, shouldn't other clubs be using it? Even if not, wouldn't the basketball club want to use the full court? Don't worry, I've already spoken to the teacher in charge. As expected of the student council president, she's so efficient. Why, you got permission? Yes, I explained that there was a student eager to improve her volleyball skills, and they readily agreed. There's no need to phrase it like that. Now I feel like the basketball club's teacher is glancing at us. They're probably thinking, that klutz is practicing. I am starting to have second thoughts. Isn't that abuse of power? The student council doesn't have that kind of power, and I told you I spoke to the teacher. Please listen carefully. The atmosphere between Riri-chan and Kanyori-san was still hostile. Can we really practice volleyball together when they're being so prickly? First, Amatsuki-san, let's start with receiving practice. Please get into the position I showed you this morning. Okay. I got into the position she taught me. Kanyori-san stood opposite me, holding a volleyball. The net was also set up, and everything was ready for a game. I'll serve, so please adjust to the falling ball, Amatsuki-san. You don't need to swing your arm. Okay. Kanyori-san served. Toss. The ball arced slowly towards me. The ball, aimed at my position, seemed like it would fall right into my hands even if I didn't move. Kanyori-san was being very considerate. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me, blocking my view. Her back arched as she jumped high, her ponytail swaying. That's too easy. With a beautiful form, she swung her arm fluidly. Whoosh! The ball flew straight over the net. A perfect spike landed right at Kanyori-san's feet. HMPH, I thought the ball had stopped, it was so slow. Riri-chan landed gracefully on the court, a confident smile on her face. Of course, I didn't do anything. Hey, what are you doing? Don't interrupt Amatsuki-san's practice. That's why I said, stop ignoring me. I'll practice with her instead. Riri-chan strode boldly onto Kanyori-san's side of the court and picked up the ball. Here, Suzuna. You don't have to return her serves. I'll serve to you. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if Riri-chan serves. Or rather, I couldn't refuse in this atmosphere, so I just nodded. Here, Suzuna. Here I go. Toss. A very gentle serve came towards me. It was completely catered to my skill level, probably. Grateful for Riri-chan's kindness, I braced myself, determined to do it right this time. What? But again, a figure appeared before me, blocking my view. Her back arched as she jumped high, her long golden hair swaying. That's too easy. With a beautiful form, she swung her arm fluidly. Whoosh! The ball flew straight over the net. A perfect spike landed right at Riri-chan's feet. HMPH, that serve was so weak, I thought it had stopped. Kanyori-san landed gracefully on the court, a confident smile on her face. Of course, I didn't do anything. Wait a minute. This is the exact same scenario as before, just with Riri-chan and Kanyori-san switched. Hey, what are you doing? Don't interrupt my practice with Suzuna. This was originally practice between Amatsuki-san and me. You, an outsider, should just watch quietly. Outsider, who are you talking to? I'm talking to you, Hines Riri. Is that not clear? Their gazes clashed. They were both ready to fight. I'm obviously the better choice. Suzuna and I are friends, so it's definitely easier for me to teach her. That's not a valid reason. If that's the case, why didn't Amatsuki-san invite you to practice this morning? Kanyori-san said something that made even me flinch. The answer is simple. Amatsuki-san decided she didn't need to learn from you. What's that? That's just your imagination. At the very least, Amatsuki-san agreed to practice with me, so it's an undeniable fact that she chose me over you. Riri-chan gritted her teeth. Suzuna, are you really choosing Kanyori over me? The spear of her anger turned towards me. And no, I'm happy with anyone who's willing to teach me. I'm not in a position to choose, and I haven't even considered who's more suitable. See, it's all your imagination. But being friends isn't a valid reason to prioritize you. Fine, I get it. Then it's obviously better for someone who's good at volleyball to teach her. I agree. Then I have no objections. Kanyori-san walked onto the opposite court. She reached for the ball that was at Riri-chan's feet, and their hands overlapped. Hey, Kanyori, what are you doing? Hine-san, please move your hand. Didn't you hear me? I said the better player should teach Suzuna. Yes, of course, and haven't we just established that I'm the better player? These two, they don't know how to compromise. Huh, I'm obviously better, didn't you see my spike earlier? I should be the one teaching her. You seem to have missed my spike. I see, with such poor dynamic vision, your skills are obvious. I should be the one teaching her. They both grabbed the volleyball and refused to let go. You stubborn idiot, you clearly don't understand unless I show you directly. I agree, let's settle this. They both went to opposite sides of the court and faced each other. I watched from the corner of the gymnasium. Let's see if you can return the serve. Whoosh! Riri-chan served with a full-powered spike. You call that a serve? You're quite the comedian. But Yuri-san received it effortlessly. She tossed the ball to herself and... Whoosh! How about this? Will you surrender now? She returned a lightning-fast spike. I can see that coming from a mile away. But Riri-chan received it too. She tossed the ball to herself and... Whoosh! Returned another spike. Impressive. But I can handle this. Are you receiving it again? Wait, what about my practice? Section. The two of them continued their battle. I watched for a while and the ball still hadn't touched the floor. The sounds of spikes, receives, and tosses echoed continuously through the gymnasium. Hey, wasn't the volleyball club off today? No, those two aren't in the volleyball club. No way. They're way better than the volleyball club. Neither of them are in any club. One is the student council president, and the other is in the going home club. Talent is cruel. I'm thinking of quitting club activities. Their skill was so impressive that it was discouraging to those who were actually trying to improve in their clubs. And am I supposed to play after this? Am I supposed to show my pathetic volleyball skills after witnessing such a high-level battle? Help me. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 42. Wanting to know more. You're too persistent. You're the one who's being stubborn. In the end, neither of them yielded an inch, and the match remained undecided. Before me were two girls, knees trembling like newborn fawns, their pride refusing to let them fall. I picked up the ball that had rolled over to me. Hey, shouldn't you have just asked Suzuna which of us she preferred from the beginning? Riri-chan, looking at me, said something strange. You're right. It would have been best to respect her wishes. Yuri-san agreed and looked at me as well. After such an intense match, it's up to me in the end. I wanted to ask what the point of their battle was, but I couldn't say anything insensitive since they had worked so hard for my sake. How about you two take turns? Seriously? Is that so? It was a suggestion that seemed to render their battle meaningless, but I couldn't possibly judge which of them was better. It was mortifying to show my pathetic volleyball skills after Riri-chan and Yuri-san's match, but I endured. After I managed to return the ball somewhat consistently, the practice ended. Thanks to their cooperation. I'm tired. Riri-chan sat down on the court and sighed. Amatsuki-san has improved, and we've achieved our goal, so I'm relieved. I'll excuse myself now. Yuri-san turned to leave the gymnasium. Are you going home? No, I still have work to do, so I'll return to the student council room. She still has work to do after all that exercise. I'm in awe of her energy. Do your best. Yuri-san looked momentarily surprised, then. Yes, thank you. She smiled shyly and left. Hey, Suzuna, wow, that was that. Riri-chan. Riri-chan suddenly put her arm around my shoulders from behind. I was surprised by her closeness. I've never been told, do your best by Suzuna. Is that so? Nope, you told Yuri to do her best, but not me. I can't believe it. Riri-chan pouted. She seemed quite dissatisfied. It was just a coincidence. I cheer for you too, Riri-chan. Really? But Yuri looked happy, and I'm not really feeling good about it. Riri-chan was acting like a spoiled child. She's been busy today, getting angry and throwing tantrums. It's true. More importantly, practice is over, so let's change and go home. I couldn't bear the stares of so many people anymore. I wanted to escape the gymnasium quickly. Well, I guess it can't be helped, Suzuna. For some reason, Riri-chan's face lit up at those words. I don't understand, but I'm glad she's no longer upset. Section. It's already dark outside. Since we're both in the going home club, we don't usually stay at school this late, so it felt new to walk home together as the sun set. It really is. It's usually cold, but it feels just right after exercising. The cold night air seemed pleasant to Riri-chan's flushed body. She fanned the front of her shirt, which revealed more skin than usual, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I quickly looked away. Why yeah, it's hot, isn't it? Yeah, but I never thought I'd be exercising with you like this, Suzuna. That's true. So why did you suddenly decide to play volleyball? Riri-chan asked the same question she asked this morning. I told you, I don't really know myself. No, you must be feeling something, Suzuna. Come on, tell me. WL. I don't want to say it. And how does she know? It's embarrassing to tell Riri-chan that she's the reason for this. Don't think you can keep secrets from me. There's no way I'd miss you doing something so unusual, Suzuna. Riri-chan put her arm around my shoulders again. And no, it's really nothing. You're being very stubborn today. You really don't want to tell me. Riri-chan's arm tightened around me. She moved closer, and I felt like we'd be touching if I moved even slightly. I'm not being stubborn. And since when did you become so close with Yuri? I wasn't told anything about this. Riri-chan's voice dropped a tone. I sensed some dark emotion in her voice. No, she just talked to me. So you're not denying that you became closer. So you made a friend besides me. It was a question, but it also sounded like an accusation. But wait a minute. I wouldn't call my relationship with Yuri-san a friendship yet, but I should be allowed to become close with other people. Is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed, but it bothers me. I don't like that your relationship progressed without me. It's arrogant of her to try to know everything about me. You have Takabana-san, and the others Riri-chan. Why are you suddenly bringing up Kid? It's strange that she's so focused on me when she has friends like Takabana Kid, who's also popular. You're close with Takabana-san, and you were having fun playing volleyball with her. So it's unfair that you're criticizing me for getting a little closer to Yuri-san. I messed up. I spoke more emotionally than I intended. My tone was too strong. That's probably why Riri-chan fell silent. I ruined the mood. What do I do? Sorry, Riri-chan, I didn't mean. Mufafu. Just as I resolved to apologize, Riri-chan giggled. No, that's a strange reaction. What? Suzuna, were you watching Kid and me like that? Oh my, is someone jealous? And no, it's not like that. So you started practicing volleyball because you didn't like seeing Kid and me having fun and standing out during PE. That's why you couldn't tell me. I am telling you it's not like that. Really? It's true. Suzuna, your face is bright red. And no way. That's definitely not true. My face is burning, but it's not visible to Riri-chan. Move away, you're too close, Riri-chan. It's too late to run away now. That's like saying, you got me. That's not true, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just your imagination. I struggled, but Riri-chan was stronger, and I couldn't escape. But you apologized earlier, didn't you, Suzuna? That's because Riri-chan only asked. She didn't accuse me of anything, so I think I was wrong to raise my voice. You suddenly raised your voice at me, Suzuna. That hurt my feelings. I think I got too emotional too. What should I do? Do you want me to forgive you? She made it sound like she might not forgive me. Are you not going to forgive me? I'll give you one punishment. If you accept it, I'll forgive you. What is it? Close your eyes. This is scary. What is she going to do? Not knowing but wanting to be forgiven, I closed my eyes. You're so obedient and cute, Suzuna. Stop saying weird things and just do it already. Fine. My vision was filled with darkness and there was no sound. Then, I felt something wet on my neck, like a drop of water trickling down my skin. A lukewarm sensation, completely different from a fingertip. What is this? I was confused, unable to comprehend the unfamiliar sensation. Curious about what she was doing, I opened my eyes slightly. Riri-chan's face was right next to my neck, but there was one unexpected movement. Riri-chan's soft, red tongue darted out. Riri-chan, what are you doing? I recoiled instinctively. Suzuna, you weren't supposed to open your eyes. Riri-chan pulled her tongue back, sounding disappointed. Riri-chan, answer me. The sensation on my neck, the wetness. That was. I licked you, Suzuna. Riri-chan replied casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That doesn't make sense, and right after we exercised. I'm all sweaty, licking my neck now is crazy. If she's going to lick me, at least do it when I'm clean. No, that's not the point. You're clean, Suzuna. That's not the issue. She's a pervert, there's a pervert here. Chapter 43, it would be nice if we felt the same. Hey Suzuna, wait up. Riri-chan's voice called out from behind me. I was walking ahead and Riri-chan was following. I won't. Why not? It's obvious, isn't it? Because she suddenly licked my neck. How am I supposed to face Riri-chan after that? Why don't you put your hand on your chest and think about it? It's because you're embarrassed, right? She answered instantly. She definitely didn't even put her hand on her chest. She's giving off a strong, I know what you're thinking, Suzuna vibe. No, I'm not embarrassed. There was a pause before you answered. No one gets embarrassed from being licked. That would make it sound like I enjoyed it. Normally, you'd be uncomfortable being licked. That's the correct reaction. That's why I'm angry. What else could it be? I think I'm looking at one right now. No, that's just you, the perverted Riri-chan. A kiss on the cheek is still somewhat understandable. But licking my neck has a different meaning. It's clearly not normal behavior. I think you're the pervert, Suzuna, getting embarrassed from being licked. This person, I'm denying it, so why is she so convinced that I'm embarrassed? And it's Riri-chan who's the pervert, so it's strange that she's projecting it onto me. I am not a pervert. I stopped walking and turned around. I actually wanted to go home alone, but if I ran away now, she'd probably label me a pervert, so I wanted to make it clear. But Riri-chan just grinned. But Suzuna, you didn't tell me to stop, and you didn't seem to hate it, even though you were surprised. WL, I wouldn't say I hated it when you did it, Riri-chan. Foo-foo, that means you accepted it, right? But I wasn't embarrassed. So I'm not a pervert, you're the pervert for licking me. Yes, that's sound logic. I'm not saying anything strange, but Riri-chan's confident smile didn't falter. And you seem to be forgetting, but this was a punishment game, remember. It's only natural that you'd be subjected to something slightly unpleasant. What? That's such a sneaky way of putting it. Riri-chan was the one who suggested the punishment game and decided on the content. She's trying to justify her actions by using the punishment game as a shield. So it can't be helped, can it? That's not fair, Riri-chan. That's not a valid excuse. It's your fault for being embarrassed, Suzuna. I'm telling you, I wasn't embarrassed. Anyone would react that way. You don't understand how I feel because you haven't been on the receiving end. That's right, anyone would be flustered if they were suddenly licked like that. Riri-chan doesn't understand because it's never happened to her. Is that so? Yes, that's why you don't understand, Riri-chan. Only the victim understands the victim's feelings. It's common sense. Even if the perpetrator tries to explain it, it's just conjecture. Then tell me, Suzuna. Yes. Why don't you do the same to me? Then I'll admit that I'm not a pervert if I react the same way. Don't say such ridiculous things. Does she even understand what she's saying? So you are a pervert, Suzuna. Wait a minute, why would you think that? Because there's no way to verify it. I even gave you an idea to find out, but you refused, so it can't be helped if I call you a pervert, right? How much does she want to call me a pervert? She's probably assuming that I won't do it. I won't lose. Fine, I'll show you. You don't have to force yourself. You can just admit that you're a pervert. I'm not forcing myself. I'm just going to teach you, the clueless Riri-chan, the truth. That's right, this is an educational experience for the ignorant Riri-chan. It's a friend's duty to correct them when they're doing something strange. So this is a necessary act. Come on now. You're serious, then here you go. Riri-chan closed her eyes. Why is she so readily accepting this? Anyway, I have to do it. To recreate the situation, I approached silently. I moved my face closer to Riri-chan's fair neck. Just as I was about to stick out my tongue and touch her skin, I stopped. Wait, if I do exactly the same thing, it won't be a true recreation, will it? I was completely unaware of what was about to happen when she suddenly licked my neck. But Riri-chan knows what's about to happen. Then she won't truly understand how I felt, so I should choose a different spot. But where? I already kissed her cheek, so there's no element of surprise. Her forehead is too cliché. Her lips are no way. My gaze naturally drifted downwards. Below her neck, her exposed chest. I could see her collarbone. This is it. Unexpected, yet within reasonable bounds. Riri-chan should be able to understand my feelings if I do this. I moved my face closer to her chest, my cheek brushing against the collar of her shirt. Ignoring that, I stuck out my tongue again. My tongue touched the hollow of her collarbone. Ah. A surprised gasp escaped Riri-chan's lips. As expected, I continued without hesitation. The softness of her skin and flesh, the hardness of her bone, transmitted through my tongue. I moved my tongue upwards, tracing the line of her collarbone. As I licked her skin, Riri-chan's sweet scent filled my nostrils. A faint hint of sweat mixed with her fragrance. NN. Riri-chan let out another sound. It sounded like a mixture of surprise and something else, perhaps a ticklish sensation. See, now you understand how I felt. I continued to extend my tongue. W8 stop, Suzuna, WH where are you licking? That's not my neck. Riri-chan's flustered voice stopped me. Satisfied, I pulled away. Surprised. Oh, of course I am. Why isn't it my neck? Because if you knew where I was going to lick, you wouldn't truly understand how I felt. That's the reason. Fufu, even Riri-chan seems quite surprised. Her blushing face is proof of that. Now she should understand my feelings a little better. See, anyone would react that way if they were licked like that. Now you'll admit that I'm not a pervert, right? No, you're definitely the pervert, Suzuna. That's confirmed now. Riri-chan grabbed the collar of her shirt and clutched it tightly. It was an unusual gesture for Riri-chan, who usually has her chest exposed, a gesture of self-protection. Why? Riri-chan, just because you lost the argument doesn't mean you can resort to such nonsense. Licking my collarbone is way too advanced. I wasn't expecting something that sophisticated. Riri-chan's flustered and blushing face was cute, but apparently I did something strange. It seems like it's better not to do things I'm not used to. Chapter 44, Wanting to Know More. Silence between the two of us. The usual walk home was filled with an awkward silence. Or rather, it was because Riri-chan stopped talking. Riri-chan usually talks to me about various things, but without that, the silence became unbearable. Riri-chan. WH what? This silence is killing me. You have the courage to say that, but not the courage to start a conversation yourself. Riri-chan scratched her cheek, looking troubled. Sorry, are you angry? Apparently I did something strange, and Riri-chan seems to have fallen silent because of it. Maybe I upset her. No, I'm not angry. I wouldn't be angry about something like this. I see. Then say something. The silence made me feel like I had upset her, and I was restless. Well, don't worry too much about what happened with Keed. We've just known each other for a long time, that's all. Okay. I didn't mean to neglect you, Suzuna. Oh, of course not. Being told that directly made me blush. We walked in silence for a while, and before I knew it, we arrived at the downtown area. This is where Riri-chan and I part ways. See you tomorrow, Suzuna. Yeah, bye-bye. We waved goodbye. I walked home alone. Riri-chan said I was jealous of Takabana-san. Jealousy means envy. One type of jealousy is the feeling of resentment towards someone who is superior to you. Takabana-san is beautiful, glamorous, and good at sports. She's far superior to me, but am I envious? Honestly, I'm not sure. There are countless people who are better than me. There's no end to envy if I keep comparing myself to others. Then, it must be the other meaning of jealousy. The feeling you have when someone you care about shows affection towards someone else. But that's also strange, because that would mean I like Riri-chan. The affection that jealousy refers to is romantic love, not friendship. So that's impossible. But why does my chest ache every time I deny it? An intangible emotion continues to wander within my heart. Section. Suzuna, you've changed a lot, haven't you? Shindo-kun said the next morning at school. Is that so? Yeah, you suddenly started hanging out with Hines Riri, and you've become friendly with Kokona, even though you used to be at odds with her. And lately, you seem to be close with Kanjari Rieka too. Well, yeah. What's with your flashy social circle? Has the quiet, unassuming Suzuna who is only nice to me disappeared? It can't be helped, since I'm no longer the Amatsuki Suzuna you know. Though I'm still quiet and unassuming. You don't come to pick me up in the morning anymore, you don't make me lunch, you don't help me with my studies, and you don't introduce me to your girlfriends. What's up with that, as my childhood friend? No, what's up with your demands, as my childhood friend? Those are all things you should take care of yourself. Well, I do feel responsible for the girlfriend part. But you haven't been in the classroom during lunch break lately, Shindo-kun. Where are you eating? I'm curious about his whereabouts. Lately, I've been buying lunch at the school store and eating in the hall or the courtyard. Today, I'm thinking of changing things up and eating on the rooftop. Excuse me. This protagonist, I thought he'd been absent lately, but he's been wandering around all these places. And his girlfriend should be on the rooftop. The timing is perfect. I'm going too. Huh, it's fine, but why? There should be a senpai there, Shindo-kun. Talk to her. What are you talking about? Talking to a senpai I don't even know is impossible. No, you have to talk to her. Otherwise, the event won't happen. I'm telling you, it's crazy to talk to a senpai I don't know. It's not crazy. If you don't talk to her now, you'll never get a girlfriend, Shindo-kun. Huh. She's a potential girlfriend for you. The girl on the rooftop is the final heroine. But Shindo-kun froze. He doesn't believe me, huh? Wait for me, my future wife. Ah, well, that was unexpectedly simple-minded. Section. This is how Shindo Minato meets the final heroine. A girl with a melancholic expression gazed at the sky on the rooftop. She sighed, weary of her boring, repetitive daily life. I wish something interesting would happen. Bam! As if in answer to her words, the door opened with a bang. The girl turned around in surprise. Students rarely came to the rooftop at this time of year. Damn it! Every single day, being chased by a gal, my little sister, and the student council president, what is this life? The words uttered by the seemingly innocent boy were strangely out of place. The girl became interested in him. You're being chased. I didn't know anyone was here. Sorry, I'll leave. The shy boy, realizing she was his senpai, tried to retreat. Wait, keep me company. Are you talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Excuse me, but I don't understand why. The girl smiled, because you seem interesting. Section, well, that's how it's supposed to go. The previous heroine's encounters were altered by my influence, but this encounter is a simple meeting between two people. So if I recreate this scene, the heroine should be interested. So, Shindo-kun, let's put our plan into action. Okay. During lunch break, Shindo-kun and I arrived at the rooftop entrance. I managed to slip away from Riri-chan with a convincing excuse. She might be angry if she finds out, but it can't be helped this time, because this is our last chance. I can't miss this opportunity. I carefully opened the door and peeked through the gap. There she was. A girl with short blue hair looking at the sky. She's definitely the final heroine. Okay, Shindo-kun, do exactly as I said. I understand, but are you sure this will work? I'm sure. I can see the future. Seriously. I've played the original game, after all, and there have been no irregularities this time. I stood by the door and listened. I wish something interesting would happen. Yes, the heroine's introductory line. Go, Shindo-kun. Okay. Bam. Shindo-kun, urged by me, opened the door. He took a deep breath and, damn it, every single day being chased by a gal, my little sister, and the student council president, what is this life? He delivered an incredibly over-the-top performance. What is he doing? The heroine, turning around, stared at the suddenly appearing ham actor. A few seconds of heavy silence. Click. Unable to bear it, Shindo-kun closed the door and crouched down. Shindo-kun, what are you doing? You ruined it. That's my line. That's not how it's supposed to go at all. She gave me the coldest stare. That's because your acting was so bad. Of course it was. Saying such nonsensical lies to a senpai is so embarrassing. I deserve praise for even attempting it. Damn it. That was the problem. The altered facts made Shindo-kun's line lose its impact. That's why the heroine wasn't interested. Ah, seriously. It would have worked if you had just played the part properly, Shindo-kun. You should have trusted me. No, that was too much. Saying those light novel protagonist-like lines convincingly is crazy. That's his line, though. I would never say that. Suzuna, are you glitching? Glitch, that word gave me pause, but this isn't the time for that. I know it would have worked if Shindo-kun had just said it properly. That senpai would have fallen for him. And yet this guy. No, there's still a chance if I can attract her attention another way. I would have fallen for him. A calm, low-pitched girl's voice. I looked up, and a girl with blue hair was looking down at us. I'd like to hear more about that. This is bad, she definitely overheard us. I have no choice but to run. Wait, keep me company. The heroine called out to me. I have a bad feeling about this. Are you talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. I don't understand why. The girl smiled, because you seem interesting. Her name is Futaba Yu, the last one, the senpai heroine. Chapter 45, I want to know more. Futaba Yu, her blue, short hair flowed smoothly, and she had a tall, slender figure. Her almond-shaped eyes and mature demeanor gave her an androgynous aura. And she seemed interested in me, saying I seemed interesting. This was as expected, but... What's your name? Apparently, she wants me to introduce myself. I'd be happy to. Shindo-kun, introduce yourself. Ah, well, I'm Shindo. Thank you, but I was asking the girl. That didn't work. Apparently, she's interested in me, not Shindo-kun. I don't understand why. I'm Amatsuki Suzuna. Suzuna-chan, I'm Futaba-yu. I know you well since you're also a heroine. So, what did you mean by me falling for him? Shindo-kun here is a perfect match for you. I pointed at Shindo-kun next to me. Futaba-yu is a cool, melancholic girl, bored with her everyday life. She should be immediately interested if she sees someone as interesting as him. Hello, I'm your future husband. Ah, this guy is really something. No, maybe this will work. He's so strange that Futaba-san should be intrigued. You're joking, right? Ah, it didn't work at all. She's probably turned off. What are you doing, Shindo-kun? No, she's the one who's joking. She tricked me by saying she could see the future. She's the root of all evil. Hey, Shindo-kun, don't blame me just because your joke flopped. It's the truth. You said she was a potential girlfriend, but she's not even looking at me. I'm the victim here. This guy. I'm trying to get him together with a heroine out of a sense of responsibility, and he's pushing the blame onto me. So Shindo-kun, you were instigated by Suzuna-chan. Yes, that's right. It's all her scheme. If you want an apology for my rudeness, tell this girl. I, the victim, will be taking my leave. Saying that, Shindo-kun turned on his heel. Wait, what are you doing? Hey, why are you leaving? You should apologize to your senpai for your rudeness, and to me later. After saying what he wanted to say, Shindo-kun went down the stairs. I was left alone. This is awkward. So, why did you do this? Futaba-san looked at me, her smile unwavering. Because you two are a good match. You can say that even though you don't know anything about each other. I just know. Fufu, you really are interesting. Why am I being labeled as interesting? I'm not the funny one. I think Shindo-kun is more interesting. No, he seems to lack confidence. She gave a unique reason. It's true that in the original story, Shindo Minato would have already formed a harem by now. Shindo-kun, without that, might be lacking in confidence. In that sense, her argument might be valid, but it's also contradictory. If you're interested in someone confident, then I don't think I'm your type. Is that so? You seem somewhat confident to me. I'm telling you I'm not. People are often unaware of their own qualities. Futaba-yu's insightful remarks are characteristic of her, but this is off the mark. I'm not confident. I'm the type of person who can't be confident even if I want to, so I wish she wouldn't say such strange things. I should go back now. Really? That's too bad. I wanted to talk more. No, there's no point in talking to me. I wanted Futaba-yu to talk to Shindo Minato. Sorry, I'll excuse myself. Okay, see you later, Suzuna-chan. Futaba-san waved her long, slender arm. I bowed slightly and left the rooftop. Nothing is going my way. Section, well, Suzuna-san, don't you have something to tell me? Back in the classroom, Riri-chan was waiting for me, sitting with her legs crossed, her bento box open on my desk. Sorry I'm late. You are, aren't you? What were you doing? I was submitting a late assignment to the staff room. That was the excuse I used to get away from Riri-chan. It takes at most 3 minutes to walk to the staff room, 6 minutes round trip. So why did it take you 30 minutes? This is bad. She's angry. Riri-chan is angry. Should I tell her the truth? No, if she finds out I was with Shindo-kun and another heroine, she'll be even angrier. Riri-chan hates being neglected. The teacher asked me to do something else. What? Well, right before I was about to ask, the teacher got a phone call, and I had to wait until they finished. That was close. I somehow managed to come up with a plausible excuse. What? That's terrible. Didn't they say anything? No, they apologized. They thought I had already left. Then they should have told you from the beginning. This is why I hate inconsiderate adults. I was also being obedient and waited. It can't be helped, Suzuna. Actually, you're amazing for waiting so patiently. Really? All right, I managed to deceive her. Now, if I can just have a peaceful lunch. By the way, I said 6 minutes round trip, but you walk pretty fast, Suzuna. So I thought it was strange after 5 minutes. You were timing me. I didn't know she had such a meticulous side. And you don't really like adults, Suzuna. I know because I'm the same, so I thought there's no way you'd stay in the staff room for that long. Well, it was agonizing. What is she trying to say? Why is she digging into a resolved issue? This kind of pettiness isn't like her. So, 10 minutes after you left the classroom, I went to the staff room. My blood ran cold. You weren't there, even though I waited for 30 minutes. Was my eyesight bad? I desperately tried to suppress my trembling knees. I asked all the teachers who were there, and they said they didn't see you come to the staff room. This is impossible. There's no room for excuses. Suzuna, I'll ask you one more time. Don't you have something to tell me? I have something to report. It goes without saying that I was severely scolded by Riri-chan after that. Chapter 46, Grant Me a Wish. I calmly explained what happened on the rooftop, trying to be objective and hiding my true intentions. However, after being thoroughly scolded by Riri-chan, I realized there was little time left of lunch break. You really do fuss over Shindo a lot, Suzuna. No, it's not like that. We were eating our belated lunch. Riri-chan still seemed to have more to say. While she wasn't angry anymore, she continued to grumble. I know you're childhood friends and close, but you never usually interact with anyone like that, Suzuna. I don't want to do that either, if I can help it. I don't want to interact with him at all, but Shindo-kun just wouldn't get along with the other heroines, so I ended up getting involved. I have to interact with him now to avoid interacting with him in the future. It's ironic, but I can't laugh about it. Then don't. There's such a thing as a complicated relationship, you know. It's like that. A relationship that will eventually be severed. Well, I'm not happy about it. Riri-chan often gets upset when I interact with other heroines or Shindo-kun. The source of that emotion was a bit of a mystery. But lately, I've started to understand. The feeling I had when I saw Riri-chan and Takabana-san together. Riri-chan called it jealousy. Since she used that term herself, there's no doubt that she also feels that emotion. Riri-chan is that jealousy. Riri-chan froze at my question. Jealousy, why would you think that? Because when we were talking about you playing volleyball with Takabana-san, you said it was jealousy. I see. So my own words came back to bite me. Riri-chan made a troubled expression. What would you think if I said it was jealousy, Suzuna? Hey, what would happen if she said it was jealousy? Jealousy or envy is a feeling you have towards someone you admire or someone you have romantic feelings for. But Riri-chan would never admire me. Then, romantic feelings? No, that's ridiculous. Riri-chan is supposed to fall for Shindo Minato. Even if she doesn't have feelings for him now, could those feelings shift to someone else other than the protagonist? Even if that were possible, there's no way she'd have those feelings for me. No, don't think about it so seriously. It was just a hypothetical. Riri-chan laughed lightheartedly, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. You're right, it was a hypothetical. Exactly, I was just teasing you about Keed. I didn't think you'd take it so seriously. That's right, there's no way. I'm bad at communication, so I take everything literally, even jokes. Sorry, I don't understand those kinds of things. I'm just worried about you, Suzuna. Worried? Yeah, because you're kind, Suzuna. I'm worried that other people might take advantage of you. I'm not particularly kind, but I don't mind being worried about by Riri-chan. I see, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's fine, but I feel bad so. Well, it wasn't good that you neglected our lunch break. Why yeah, I'll do anything as an apology. Riri-chan froze again. Anything? Well, within reason. I can only grant very small wishes, but I thought it would make Riri-chan feel better if I did something, rather than nothing. It's the least I can do to atone. Anything. Anything means anything, right? Riri-chan suddenly raised her voice. I think this is a normal conversation between friends, but is it different? Suzuna, you sometimes drop bombshells, so I can't underestimate you. Is that so? Is this really such a surprising thing? No, I don't think it is. Riri-chan seemed deep in thought. Calm down, I can't rush into this. She muttered something. You probably don't have any wishes for me anyway. I do, I have plenty. It's just that there are too many to choose from. Really? Yeah, I'm worried they might make you hate me. Hate me. What is she imagining me asking her to do? She's not thinking of anything weird, is she? Riri-chan pondered, weighing various options. Okay, I've got it. Suzuna, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday, so there's no school. I don't have anything to do, since I'm not in any clubs and don't have any friends. I'm free. Great, then come shopping with me tomorrow. Shopping? Yeah, I could go alone, but it's more fun with someone. I want to go with you, Suzuna. I'm fine with that. Or rather, it's such a simple request. I would have gone even if she hadn't made it a wish. Then it's settled. Ryuri-chan's expression finally softened. She's been frowning since we returned to the classroom, so I'm glad she's cheered up. I'll let you know the time later. Okay, and where are we going? Just shopping in town, so can we meet at my house? Okay. Wait, tomorrow is a holiday. That means we'll be in casual clothes, not our uniforms. Wouldn't that make the difference between Ryuri-chan and me even more obvious, creating an unbearable situation? Ah, this is bad. It's an obvious thing, yet I'm getting nervous. Ryuri-chan, can I make a suggestion? What? How about we both wear tracksuits, so we can easily recognize each other when we meet? Absolutely not. I figured. What clothes do I even have in my closet? The childhood friend is the losing heroine. I think Amatsuki Suzuna's casual clothes were also unremarkable. And I, Yukitsuki Mashiro, have terrible fashion sense, so I don't even know what to wear. I couldn't stop sighing. Chapter 47, Customer Service is Scary. The sky was clear, and the temperature was moderate, hinting at the end of spring and the arrival of summer. The wind might be a little cool, but it would probably get warmer around noon. A perfect day to go out, sigh. And yet my mood was as gloomy as the weather was bright. Nothing particularly bad happened, but the future that awaited me filled me with endless sighs. Ah, Suzuna. You're early. A bright, cheerful voice as radiant as the sun. It was Ryuri-chan, waving at me with a smile. She was wearing a natural-colored jacket and skirt, a white inner shirt, black sneakers, and a square shoulder bag slung across her body. Her skirt was short, revealing her legs, but that was typical Ryuri-chan, and it was somehow reassuring. Her makeup was also more defined than usual. She looked very fashionable and cute, even more radiant than usual. A beautiful girl who would catch anyone's eye. Ah, no, I just got here. I waved back and replied, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan suddenly stopped. Yes. You do know what we're doing today, right? Going shopping with you, Ryuri-chan. Ryuri-chan's gaze kept moving up and down. Just like I was looking at her casual clothes, she's probably looking at mine. You're not planning on going to the convenience store, are you? Her tone was vague, but she seemed to be struggling to say something. No, but I thought we'd be walking a lot in town, so I chose functional clothes. I'm not fashionable like Ryuri-chan, so I prioritized practicality. Nothing too flashy, nothing too drab. No criticism, no praise. A perfect balance, or so I thought. Why are you wearing a sweatsuit? You said I couldn't wear a tracksuit. Didn't you consider anything else? Well, if I'm choosing based on functionality after tracksuits, I thought this was the next best thing. I don't usually hear the word functionality used for clothes. Really? But even though you might not think of them that way, if you trace the history of sweatshirts, they started as sportswear and... wait a minute. People also don't usually say trace the history, you know. Oh dear. Ryuri-chan seems to have a lot to say about my outfit. Could it be that I made a mistake, despite choosing such a safe option? Is this outfit bad? And no, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not really something you wear when you go shopping in town. Ah, I failed. I really am hopeless. I thought it was a safe coordinate, all black, with matching colors. Ah, well, it's safe in a sense, but it's a bit heavy for spring-summer clothes. Season, do I have to consider the season when choosing colors? I can't keep up. I see. Since it's you, Ryuri-chan, I'll ask, is there anything else wrong? Why are you wearing boots? Oh, that's wrong too? Wait, hold on. I thought this was okay. I didn't know what shoes to wear, so I searched online, and I settled on these black boots. The internet said, complete a casual outfit with leather shoes. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but it's not quite right. Ryuri-chan finally looked up at the sky. She's given up, I guess. I'm not wrong, but I'm apparently wrong. What's with fashion? Sorry, I guess I'm not worthy of walking next to you, Ryuri-chan. I'm only embarrassing her further. Even the most brilliant diamond looks bad in a shabby box. I'm tarnishing Ryuri-chan's brilliance. And no, it's not that you're not worthy. I've never seen you choose your words so carefully, Ryuri-chan. It must be really bad. Ryuri-chan, who usually speaks her mind, was being incredibly considerate. That's also mentally damaging. I'll just leave. Let's go buy some clothes together. Hey, I'll choose some clothes for you. Ryuri-chan smiled. So that means we're going to a clothing store. Yes, but you have to do your own shopping, Ryuri-chan. No, I wanted to look at clothes too, so it works out perfectly. I see. Well, then I have no choice but to go. I promised to accompany her. Come on, let's go. Okay. Ryuri-chan took my hand. Ryuri-chan in light and airy colors and me in heavy, dark colors. I wonder if we, a contrasting pair, will blend in with the cityscape. Section. How about this? I followed Ryuri-chan into a building. Clothing brands lined the floors. It seemed to be a women's fashion floor, as all the clothes on display were for women, and most of the customers were female. She said, I think this store might have something that suits you, Suzuna. And we entered the store, but... Suzuna, are you listening? Yeah. Ryuri-chan picked up one outfit after another, asking, how about this? In rapid succession. She was holding a white dress. So, what do you think? Is this okay? Why, yeah, I guess. Honestly, I don't know. I think the dress is cute, but I'm not sure if I can wear it. It feels wrong. I don't think such a frilly and innocent outfit suits me. And more than anything, would you like to try it on? There it is, customer service. And she's recommending I try it on. Suzuna, do you want to try it on? No, I'm embarrassed. It's a waste for someone like me to wear such lovely clothes. It's not appropriate for me. And after I try it on, the shop assistant will come and shower me with insincere compliments. Before I know it, they'll create an atmosphere where I have no choice but to buy it, and I'll end up buying it without really understanding why. This is painful. Is this dress sold online? I whispered to Ryuri-chan, It's a famous brand, so you should be able to find it if you search online. Then let's buy it online, so I don't have to try it on, right? Ryuri-chan's eyes widened, and she raised her voice. You don't want to try it on even though it's right here. What about the size? I'll just go with the vibe. No way, the size makes a big difference. But this sweatsuit is big, and I don't really mind. Don't compare it to that. Just try it on. I was pushed towards the fitting room by Ryuri-chan. Clothing stores are a huge hurdle for introverts. Chapter 48, Just Trust Me. Hines Ryuri's side. Fufu. Things took an unexpected turn, and I managed to secure a promise from Suzuna. She generally doesn't like going out, and I know she's even less inclined to do so on holidays. She'll probably come with me if I insist, but I've held back until now, worried that she might start to dislike me. But this time, Suzuna gave me an excuse. I can't miss this golden opportunity. This is a date. I don't know what Suzuna thinks, but this is a date. Thinking that, I naturally put more effort into getting ready. I often go out in casual clothes, but I can't let Suzuna see me like that on our date. I took out a new set of shirt and skirt that I bought but never had the chance to wear. Today is the perfect day to wear this. I also spent more time than usual on my hair and makeup. All right, Suzuna, I'm coming. My heart fluttered with excitement for my first holiday spent with Suzuna, and I opened the door. Section. 10 minutes before our appointed time, I left my apartment and saw that Suzuna was already waiting. She's earlier than I expected. I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't the one waiting first, but I was happy to see her so soon. Suzuna, you're early. I waved at Suzuna. She noticed me right away and shyly waved back, but I froze. No, I just got here. Suzuna was saying something, but I couldn't process it. I was too distracted by her outfit. Why are you wearing a sweatsuit? Suzuna was wearing a black sweatsuit from head to toe. With her black hair, she was just black, like she was absorbing all the sunlight. I thought she'd dress up a little more. When I asked her why, she said she chose it for functionality. No, I'm not looking for functionality in girls' clothes. Or rather, I don't use that word. Suzuna continues to express her unique worldview in strange ways, and I just noticed she's wearing black leather boots. No, you don't wear boots with a sweatsuit. When I asked her about that too, she said, the internet said, complete a casual outfit with leather shoes. Apparently, it was based on internet knowledge. This is a cautionary tale about the dangers of not properly understanding what you read online. But this is also the result of Suzuna trying her best. I'm happy that she even thought about it, and the fact that it turned out strangely is endearing. I don't understand how this could happen. I looked up at the sky. Someone, please stop this cute creature's rampage. Section. So I came to buy clothes with Suzuna. I pushed Suzuna, who for some reason hated trying on clothes, into the fitting room. Riri-chan, I'll try it on, but promise you won't laugh if it doesn't suit me. A faint voice came from behind the curtain. I won't. It'll suit you, Suzuna, so don't worry. I wonder. I feel like it'll be a comedy show. I heard the rustling of clothes as she grumbled. Sometimes, I think Suzuna's self-deprecation is excessive. She often puts herself down and overpraises me, creating an imbalance. She seems to lack confidence in almost everything and is always trying to read the room. Even now, just trying on clothes, she's being negative, saying it won't suit her. Suzuna is slender, so she looks better than me with my curvier figure. I think it's stranger to wear a baggy, all-black sweatsuit. Riri-chan, I don't think this is good. Suzuna peeked her head out of the fitting room curtain without opening it. She was frowning, looking anxious. I can't tell if I don't see it. I saw it. I mean, I haven't seen it. Seriously. Suzuna was being so hesitant. She's still resisting, even after coming this far. It's endearing, but I also want to see a different side of Suzuna. Just show me. Swish. I forcefully opened the curtain. Whoa. There was Suzuna, flustered in an ivory dress. Her arms and legs were slender, her waist was trim, and the dress complemented her fair skin. No way, it's super cute. You're just pitying me because I look so ridiculous. I'm not falling for it. She laughed self-deprecatingly, using complicated words. She's such a stubborn child. Stop being so negative and just accept it for once. I'm not being negative. You're deliberately avoiding it. Do you hate being called cute that much? Because I'm not cute. Suzuna turned away, blushing. What's with this girl? She's trying to act aloof, but she can't hide her embarrassment. Hypothetically, let's say someone thought you weren't cute, which is impossible. That's a fact. Hypothetically. She's so stubborn, but does that matter? What are you trying to say? As long as you like it, it doesn't matter what other people think. Ahem. Suzuna, seemingly at a loss for words, kept fiddling with the hem of her dress. But I don't think I look cute. I see, Suzuna really is insecure. I'm not always confident either, but there are times when I like myself. It's a waste to constantly put yourself down without ever experiencing those moments. I think you're cute, so isn't that enough? It doesn't matter what other people think. I think you're cute. Just trust me, Suzuna. But, don't you trust me, Suzuna? It might be manipulative, but this is what it takes for Suzuna to acknowledge herself. I trust you. Suzuna mumbled, then it's fine, isn't it? Yeah. Suzuna finally nodded. Suzuna is stubborn, but she listens to me. That makes her even more endearing. How are we doing? HMPH. Swish. Suzuna closed the curtain as soon as she heard the shop assistant's voice. Excuse me. The shop assistant looked bewildered, unsure of the situation. She probably doesn't want to be seen. She wants to try on something else. I made up an excuse on the spot. I see. Please let me know if you need anything. The shop assistant bowed and left, still looking slightly puzzled. I turned back to the closed curtain. Suzuna, it's fine to let them see, you know. I told you. What? I couldn't understand her muffled words from behind the curtain. Then Suzuna peeked her head out again. You said, just trust me, Riri-chan. I did, but... Then there's no need to show anyone else. So that means... She'll show me because she trusts me, and she won't show anyone else because she doesn't trust them. I see. And I would never show anyone else this embarrassing outfit besides you, Riri-chan. So please think before you talk to the shop assistant. Sorry. Seriously, get a grip, Riri-chan. She turned away and went back behind the curtain. Suzuna's tsundere behavior made me swoon. Chapter 49, You Can Do What You Want. Unable to resist Riri-chan's persistence, I became a dress-up doll. As she kept suggesting different outfits, the dress that didn't suit me at first started to look okay. People get used to things, I guess. So, what do you think? Is this okay? It's okay, I guess. Well, you don't have to force yourself. I just wanted to show you that you can pull off this kind of style too, Suzuna. That's what she said. Well, if Riri-chan insists, I'll believe her. I changed back into my black sweatsuit and left the fitting room. I was about to take the dress to the cashier, but... Suzuna, it goes over there. Riri-chan pointed to where the dress originally was. Aren't you buying it? I tilted my head, not understanding what she meant. You're buying it. Well, yeah. Ryuri-chan's eyes widened. It wasn't cheap, but it was within my budget. Amatsuki Suzuna, who rarely spends money, has quite a bit of savings. You don't have to force yourself. You can choose something else if you like. You said it suited me, Ryuri-chan, so this is fine. I like this one. Or rather, I don't have any particular style I like. What Ryuri-chan says is good enough for me. She should be aware of that. As I was thinking that, Ryuri-chan looked up at the ceiling again. What is she doing, looking at the ceiling? Suzuna, what are you doing to me? Ryuri-chan suddenly hugged me. Wait. Ryuri-chan, we're in a store. We can't do this in public. That doesn't mean it's okay if no one's around. For some reason, Ryuri-chan was so happy she looked like she was about to start dancing. So, why don't you change into it after we buy it? Seriously. Why wouldn't you? I'm fine with it, Ryuri-chan, but I'm not sure about being seen in this by strangers. I know no one is paying attention to me, but I still feel embarrassed. Honestly, I think it's more embarrassing to be seen in that sweatsuit. Is that so? It is. She sounded slightly exasperated. Okay. I have nothing else to believe in besides Ryuri-chan's words. I decided to listen to her. I paid for the dress, borrowed a fitting room to change, and then we left the store. Suzuna, you're so cute. And I was hugged again. What's with her? Ryuri-chan. Sorry, you're just too cute. She's saying things that sound like something a kidnapper would say. But the light and airy fabric felt more comfortable than I expected. The black sweatsuit, stuffed into the shopping bag, looked a little bulky. I heard sweatshirts were functional, but was that a lie? Suzuna, you're banned from using that word for clothes. I don't understand why, but Ryuri-chan issued a ban. Section, what about your shopping, Ryuri-chan? At the previous store, Ryuri-chan was only looking at clothes for me. She didn't seem to be looking for anything for herself. I forgot. Why? I was too focused on you, Suzuna. Was the sweatsuit that bad? So what did you want to buy? I wanted to look at some miscellaneous goods. We went to a nearby general store. It had a stylish exterior and various cute knickknacks. Ryuri-chan wandered around the store. She seemed to be browsing aimlessly rather than looking for something specific. How about this? Ryuri-chan suddenly picked up a stuffed animal. It looked like a rabbit, but its ears and limbs were quite short, and its head was disproportionately large. It had an awkward, stubby appearance, but it was still cute as a stuffed animal. Cute. I generally like stuffed animals. In my previous life, I had so many that it was hard to tell if my room was mine or the stuffed animals. I've been holding back since becoming Amatsuki Suzuna, but maybe I can start collecting them again. Ahaha, right. I think so too. Ryuri-chan giggled and stroked the stuffed animal's head. I don't understand fashion or anything, but I was happy that we seemed to have similar tastes in this area. You like these too, Ryuri-chan. Seeing her with the stuffed animal made me want to do the same, so I stroked it too. The soft, short fur felt pleasant. Yeah, I think I like them. But Keed probably doesn't like this kind of thing. Why did she bring up Takebana-san's name? I stopped stroking the stuffed animal. Suzuna. Ryuri-chan put the stuffed animal back and peered at my face. What's wrong with Takebana-san? Well, her birthday is coming up soon, so I was wondering what to get her. I see it's Takebana-san's birthday, so that's it. Ryuri-chan's main purpose today was to buy a birthday present for Takebana-san. Sorry, I didn't tell you. Why are you apologizing? I know that Ryuri-chan and Takebana-san are friends, and Ryuri-chan told me not to worry about it. It's normal for friends to give each other presents. It's not strange at all. So it's weird that Ryuri-chan is apologizing. No, it's because you seem angry, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan made an apologetic expression. I don't understand. There's no reason for her to make that expression. I'm not angry. No, you're clearly acting differently. I'm not. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Ryuri-chan reached for my hand. I instinctively pulled away. You are angry. Ryuri-chan looked at me, troubled. But I'm the one who's troubled. I'm acting normally, but Ryuri-chan is unilaterally treating me like I'm in a bad mood. It's making me actually feel bad. I'm going home. Come on, that's not fair. I don't like this. I don't like Ryuri-chan treating me like I'm fragile. And I don't like that she was thinking about Takebana-san while trying to touch me. Or rather, she might have been thinking about whether Takebana-san would like this dress. Presents can be clothes too, so maybe I was just an afterthought from the beginning. I don't like that either. Whatever. Suzuna, I'm sorry. I'm apologizing. I'm not angry, so I don't want you to apologize. Then what am I supposed to do? Nothing. I'm tired of this back and forth. Ryuri-chan can just choose a present for Takebana-san. She can think about her close friend, choose a present, give it to her, and have a good time. It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't. I don't need to get involved in something that has nothing to do with me. My thoughts were jumbled, my emotions a mess, and I felt disgusted. I wanted to leave this place and throw away these feelings. Chapter 50, All Alone. My stomach churns. As if driven by some unseen force, I continued walking. Not heading anywhere in particular, just blindly pushing through the crowd. At first, I could hear Ryuri-chan's voice, but before I knew it, it was gone. I think I lost her somewhere. That's fine. I don't feel like talking to Ryuri-chan right now. An unsettling feeling lingered in my chest, and I kept walking, trying to shake it off. But nothing changed. I didn't understand what I was feeling or what I should do. The fluttering of my dress irritated me. Thud. Ouch. I bumped into someone. Sorry. My mind was a mess. I apologized for bumping into her. I should also apologize for not looking where I was going. It was a familiar voice. Standing before me was Futaba Yu, with her short blue hair, wearing a black shirt and a long gray skirt. It's Suzuna-chan. What's wrong? You seem flustered. Futaba-senpai, no, it's nothing. Really? Walking so fast for no reason, are you always this hasty? Her light-hearted, elusive way of speaking was irritating in my current state. Just leave me alone. It's fate that we met here, so tell me what's wrong. It's a coincidence. And I have nothing to say. But I can't just leave you alone after seeing that expression on your face. What expression? I thought I was making my usual expression. You look angry and sad. That's a vague answer. If you name half of the human emotions, you're bound to be right about something. This person is unreliable. But it's not wrong, is it? It's just my normal expression. Come on, just talk about it. It might make you feel better. This person is persistent. She's not listening to me at all. It's faster to just talk and be done with it, rather than being pestered like this. You shouldn't say that about yourself. I want to escape from her too. I was too focused on getting away from Ryuri-chan. My feet hurt from wearing these unfamiliar boots, so I can't walk any faster. I sighed. I'll leave as soon as I'm done talking. That's what I want to hear. It's annoying that she's getting her way. I sat down on a bench in a nearby park. I explained what happened as concisely as possible. Yeah, that's jealousy. Futaba-senpai nodded solemnly. Honestly, I'm tired of hearing that word. Jealousy, envy. Everyone uses those words so casually, but do they even know what they mean? That's not true. Jealousy is a feeling you have when you love someone, right? Don't you love her? I don't. She's my friend. That doesn't matter. What do you mean? There's such a thing as platonic love. Friendship is surely a form of love. Isn't that just wordplay? Just because the word contains love, it's not romantic love. Thinking about love is making my head spin. So you can be jealous even between friends. Do you experience that, Futaba-senpai? Since talking about definitions seemed to be causing a Gestaltzerfall, I simply asked if she had experienced it herself. If there are other people who feel this way, I might feel a little better. I do, for example. Futaba-senpai moved closer, shortening the distance between us on the bench. She didn't look away, her gaze steady. I'm jealous of the person who's making you jealous, Suzuna-chan. Excuse me. Her voice was flat. It was hard to tell if she was serious or joking with her calm demeanor. See, it happens to me too. You should be more honest with your feelings, Suzuna-chan. Futaba-senpai moved back to her original position. Are you saying I'm not being straightforward? Yeah, you're trying to hide your feelings, and that's why you're so tired. You should just accept them and put them into words. She spoke casually, but it felt condescending. Well, she is my senpai, so it's only natural, and it might even be true love. I told you that's not true. Was she joking after all? Futaba-senpai chuckled. Suzuna. A tense voice cut through the quiet air around Futaba-senpai. Ryuri-chan was out of breath. Is that the person you were talking about, Suzuna-chan? Ah, yes, but... unexpected. You have a type, huh? What's with that way of speaking, as if I'm choosing a romantic partner? Futaba-senpai's lighthearted remark seemed to displease Ryuri-chan. Hey, who are you? What are you doing with Suzuna? Riri-chan glared down at Futaba-senpai. Even I, watching from the side, felt the intensity of her gaze. I'm Futaba Yu. Suzuna-chan seemed troubled, so I offered her some advice. Hines Riri-chan. Futaba-senpai also seemed to know Riri-chan, who is exceptionally famous within the school. I had told Riri-chan about Futaba-senpai, so she recognized her immediately. But I don't understand why her brow furrowed, even deeper. I see, but Suzuna is with me, so give her back. Riri-chan grabbed my arm. That's why Suzuna-chan is hurting, you know. Treating her like she's your possession. Riri-chan's demeanor became even more tense. You don't know anything about Suzuna or me, so don't act all high and mighty. So it's okay to make her suffer if you do know a lot about her. I didn't say that. That's how it sounds. And Suzuna-chan seemed to be having a hard time being swayed by your words. That's... Riri-chan's voice trailed off, which was unusual for her. Well, if you want to treat her like an object, then you have to truly cherish her, you know. You can't be flirting with other girls. Futaba-senpai stood up, her tone still ambiguous, a mix of seriousness and jest. She placed her hand on Riri-chan's shoulder. Otherwise, someone else might take her away. She whispered the last part into Riri-chan's ear, so I couldn't hear it. But Riri-chan's expression hardened, so I knew it wasn't anything good. Well, you two should get along. See you later, Suzuna-chan. Futaba-senpai waved and left the park. She's truly an enigma. She's annoying. I don't like her type. Riri-chan was indignant. It's true that they don't seem very compatible. Or rather, Futaba-senpai probably doesn't care. Is that so? I couldn't shake off Riri-chan's grip on my arm and didn't know what to do. The animosity I felt earlier had somehow faded. Suzuna, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it like that. Keed's present was a last-minute thought. I should have told you. It's okay. I'm not an afterthought. I'm not just an extra. That's what Riri-chan is saying. I couldn't process it earlier. My emotions were all over the place. But now I could calmly accept those words. I think I was just upset that I felt left out, but I shouldn't have acted like that. I'm sorry, I was being stupid. I'm probably more foolish than anyone, being swayed by emotions I don't even understand. I felt guilty for dragging Riri-chan into this mess. I won't leave you behind, Suzuna, so don't worry. Okay. I should trust Riri-chan more. I'm weak-willed, easily swayed by my emotions. But I should cherish Riri-chan, who stays by my side. I held her hand tightly and stood up. I can't leave you alone, Suzuna. You always get caught up with someone else. Don't talk about me like I'm a child. The dress fluttered around me, and this time it felt light. Chapter 51, It seems to be my turn. The sound of my phone alarm. I set it so I wouldn't be late for my plans with Riri-chan. I forgot to turn it off. Bright sunlight streamed through the curtains. A typical lazy Sunday morning. I didn't feel like moving, so I stayed curled up in bed. There's no reason to get up since it's a holiday. If I don't have to move, I'm a lazy person who avoids movement as much as possible. Along with waking up, I remembered yesterday's events. I acted strangely just from hearing Takabana-san's name from Riri-chan. Riri-chan forgave me, but lately, I think I'm losing it. I thought I was more selfish, able to maintain a calm demeanor. But lately, when it comes to Riri-chan, my heart races and I act impulsively. I'm being controlled by my emotions rather than my logic. I wonder why. Is it because Shindo-kun and the heroine's relationships aren't going anywhere? If this continues, a bad future awaits me. Is that anxiety causing me to act strangely around Riri-chan? No, but that would be taking it out on her. I'm anxious, but I don't think I'm so troubled that I'd take it out on Riri-chan. I don't know. I still couldn't find the answer. I didn't feel like doing anything after I got home yesterday. So I just went to bed, and my hair is a mess. I thought about going back to sleep, but once I noticed it, I couldn't sleep comfortably. Can't be helped, I guess I'll get up. I gave up and got out of bed. I left my room and went down the stairs to the first floor. No one was in the living room. Amatsuki Suzuna lives alone in this house. Apparently, her parents are away on business. Living alone at this impressionable age seems appealing, but it's a pain to have to do all the housework yourself. I'm sure Amatsuki Suzuna's domestic skills improved thanks to this environment, but it doesn't suit a lazy person like me. I went to the changing room and took off my pajamas and underwear. I took a shower. I'm tired. After getting out, I dried myself with a bath towel and roughly dried my hair. Amatsuki Suzuna's hair isn't that long, so it doesn't take long to dry. I returned to my room and sat down in a floor chair. Ping. A message notification sound from my phone. It's rare for my phone to make that sound. Sadly, I don't have any contacts besides Shindo Minato, Hinase Riri, and my parents. I reached for my phone and checked the message. Suzuna, are you home? It was from Riri-chan. It was surprising to receive a message from her so soon after yesterday, but the content of the message was unclear. I am. I read it immediately. Can you see outside? Still unclear. Does she want me to look outside? I opened the curtains, which had been closed, and looked outside. There was a girl standing on the street outside my house, waving both hands. She was wearing a cap, a hoodie, and denim shorts. Or rather, it was Riri-chan. Wait, why is she here? While I was frozen, Riri-chan froze too. No, you don't have to freeze. Ping. My phone beeped again. Suzuna, you're too sexy. I'm still in a towel. Section, what's the meaning of this? Appearing like that, are you an exhibitionist, Suzuna? That was the first thing Riri-chan said after I hurriedly dried my hair, changed into my loungewear, and let her in. And she was breathing heavily. I should be the one breathing heavily after rushing to get ready. Of course not. You told me to look outside right after I took a shower. Seriously. It's impossible for me to plan that. That's true, Lucky. Riri-chan is still being cryptic. And why are you so calm, Suzuna? You were pretty sexy. Well, even if you saw my body, it's worthless. I should be the one apologizing. Not that I wanted to show her, but it was from a distance. Or rather, I should be the one apologizing for showing her my skinny body. If anyone's sexy, it's Riri-chan. No, that's not right. My thoughts are going in a strange direction. Calm down, me. Should we go inside? Talking about me being in a towel at the entrance is the biggest waste of time. Is that okay? No, that's what you were planning all along, wasn't it? I was thinking it would be fine just to see your face, Suzuna. No. Riri-chan suddenly says the most unexpected things. I don't know how to react, so I wish she wouldn't. But I'll go inside if it's okay. Excuse me. Riri-chan took off her white canvas low-cut sneakers and entered the house. What's wrong? Riri-chan tilted her head, noticing my gaze. Well, you seem different from yesterday. I'm usually like this. Yesterday was special. I see. Yesterday's shopping trip ended awkwardly because I felt negative emotions towards Takabana-san. I'm really losing it. I composed myself and led Riri-chan to the living room. Are your parents not home? No, they're both off and away on business trips. Or rather, since I'm Yukitsuki Mashiro, they're strangers to me. What? Same here. That's true. It's true that among the heroines, only Amatsuki Suzuna and Hinase Riri live apart from their parents. That might be convenient. What is? Nothing, it's my own business. Riri-chan waved her hand dismissively. By the way, how do you know where I live, Riri-chan? She's been near my house before, but she's never come directly. This is the first time. I wouldn't secretly follow you home after school one day, would I? She had a mischievous look on her face. Well, it's fine since it's Riri-chan. You could have just asked me directly. Would you have told me if I did? Of course. I know where Riri-chan lives, so there's no way I wouldn't tell her. What if someone other than me asked for your address? I wouldn't tell them. I'm not stupid enough to leak information like that. Phew, that's good to know. But Riri-chan seemed pleased. So, what did you come all this way for, Riri-chan? Well, it's already May, so we have midterms coming up, right? I really need to study, don't I? Riri-chan showed me her backpack. It probably contains textbooks and such. Okay, but you're surprisingly studious, Riri-chan. I thought this before, but I didn't think Hinase Riri was the type to study hard. It's a perfect excuse, isn't it? For what? You wouldn't understand, would you? That's the kind of person you are. Riri-chan seemed unilaterally convinced and didn't explain further. Well, it's not a big deal. Then I'll go get my textbooks and stuff, so wait here. I have to go back to my room on the second floor to get my study materials. No, Suzuna, wait a minute. She stopped me dramatically. When you study with a friend, it's always in their room, right? That's the first time I've heard of that rule. My room is small, and the table is small. It's much easier to study in the living room. I pointed at the dining table in the living room. No, stop prioritizing functionality. That's a bad habit of yours, Suzuna. I don't think anyone has ever told me that prioritizing functionality is a bad habit. Anyway, Riri-chan seems to want to study in my room. Well, okay. I don't have a reason to refuse. Yay. But it's not very tidy. That's even better. Riri-chan has been saying strange things ever since she arrived. Section. I led her to my room. Here it is. I opened the door and invited Riri-chan into my room. It felt a little strange. It smells like you, Suzuna. There's a pervert here. Chapter 52. Facing your feelings. So this is Suzuna's room. Riri-chan looked around my room curiously. I wonder if I reacted the same way when I entered her room. It feels a little embarrassing to have someone look at my room, like they're peeking into my mind. It's not that unusual, is it? No, but it's heartwarming to think that you live here, Suzuna. She's saying something strange. Amatsuki Suzuna's room lacks any sense of unity. A wooden bed, an ordinary study desk, a white low table, and a navy blue floor chair take up most of the space. It's not particularly stylish or personalized. It's not especially girly either. You could call it characterless. Riri-chan, sit there. I pointed at the floor chair in the center of the room. Is that okay? It is. I can't just have my guests sit on the floor, can I? What about you, Suzuna? I'll sit on a cushion. I feel bad. Despite saying that, Riri-chan readily sat down in my floor chair. It felt strange to see Riri-chan sitting in my usual spot. So this is the shape of Suzuna's butt. She muttered something incomprehensible again. Anyway, since Riri-chan said she came to study, let's focus on that. I have a history of acting strangely at Riri-chan's house, so I told myself to exercise self-control today. It's okay, Riri-chan isn't wearing anything revealing today, so I should be safe. Section. Did you know? Apparently, Yumura and Endo are dating. Riri-chan suddenly started gossiping. Why is she saying this, interrupting our study session? Yumura-kun and Endo-san are classmates, a boy and a girl. Is that so? I'm not a big fan of studying, so I wouldn't say, focus on studying. But I could only offer a minimal response to her sudden love talk. Isn't that surprising? They have quite different personalities. It is. Honestly, I don't know them very well. The only people I know are Riri-chan, Shindo-kun, and the other heroines. I don't really interact with other people, so I don't have any information about them. I probably wouldn't have known if Riri-chan hadn't told me. That's a weak reaction. It's a hot topic in class. I don't really know them. I'm not interested in celebrity gossip. I tend to have an indifferent reaction to the love lives of people I don't know. I envy Riri-chan, who's interested in everything. You're not interested in love talk, Suzuna. Not really. They say a maiden in love is like a blooming flower, but if I walked past, the flowers would probably wilt. I'm that kind of dry person. Then you're not interested in my love life either. I realized that those words instantly changed my indifferent mood. Riri-chan's words easily sway my emotions. I'm interested in yours, Riri-chan. Oh, you're interested in me. Riri-chan grinned mischievously. She's probably trying to get me to say something, but I can't let my guard down because she's a pervert. Of course, I'm more interested in my friend than in strangers. Maybe, but would you listen to my relationship problems? That would mean listening to her talk about the person she likes. But imagining that made me feel uneasy. Well, no, I don't think I can be happy knowing that. I felt strangely reluctant. That's different from what you just said. I can't offer any advice to Miss Popular. I wouldn't be a good listener. Just listening is enough. I'll pass. Then what about you, Suzuna? Now Riri-chan was staring intently at me. Her gaze seemed to say, I told you mine, now it's your turn. Won't you tell me about your love life, Suzuna? Of course not. Why? You can tell me. Because love talk presupposes that you have someone you like. I don't have anyone like that. It's embarrassing. I couldn't say I don't, and my voice trailed off. Suzuna, you're such a shy person. Well, that's what's cute about you. Don't say such weird things. But I wonder what Riri-chan's current love life is like. Thinking about it won't give me the answer. Riri-chan, are you in love? She said she has someone she likes, but what's their relationship like? Aren't we supposed to be talking about love? I'm just asking. Fufu, I wonder. Riri-chan grinned, her most mischievous expression yet. She seems to be enjoying my reaction. I'm the one asking, you know. I'll tell you if you tell me. That's not possible. I can't put into words emotions I don't even understand myself. Just kidding. I know you're shy, Suzuna, so let's talk about love after you graduate from being shy. What's that supposed to mean? Ryuri-chan sometimes plays with me like this. This is one of those times. It would be fun to talk about that kind of stuff with you, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan smiled gently and stood up from the floor chair. What's wrong? Can I use the restroom? I told her it was on the first floor, near the changing room. Thanks. Ryuri-chan left the room. I heard her footsteps as she went down the stairs. Someone she likes, huh? Well, I'm one thing, but the person Ryuri-chan likes. I wonder who it is. If that person knew, they'd probably confess to Ryuri-chan immediately. She's that charming. But if Ryuri-chan gets a boyfriend, what will happen to our time together? It'll definitely decrease, won't it? That makes me feel very lonely. I hope the day we talk about love would never come. Chapter 53, Nothing But Worries. Hinis Ryuri's side. I didn't offer you anything to drink. Suzuna looked up, as if startled when we resumed studying. Oh, don't worry about it. It's no trouble at all. You want something to drink, right? Is that okay? Well, all I have is instant tea or coffee. Oh, Suzuna is preparing a drink for me. What a rare sight. This alone makes it worth braving the trip to Suzuna's house. Then tea, please. Okay. Suzuna went downstairs. A short while later, she returned, holding 2 mugs in her hands. A simple black and white design. Unpretentious, but very Suzuna-like. Here you go. Thanks. She placed the mugs on the empty space on the table. Tea made by Suzuna, this is a precious treasure. What's wrong? Suzuna asked, probably finding my reaction strange. No, it's just, I'm touched that you made it for me, Suzuna. It's just instant tea. Suzuna frowned. That's not the point. Thank you. I took a sip of the tea. A gentle sweetness and a hint of bitterness spread through my mouth. When I put down the mug, Suzuna continued to stare at me. What? You're making me blush. I was just thinking it probably doesn't taste that good since it's not. Authentic like yours, Ryuri-chan. I tried to be playful, but she replied in a serious tone. She was worried about that. No, it's delicious. That's not true, it's instant tea. Tut tut tut, Suzuna doesn't understand. Taste isn't determined by the ingredients alone. It's delicious because you made it, Suzuna. Suzuna, the queen of laziness, made tea for me. That alone makes it taste better than anything I could get at a cafe. Oh. But Suzuna's reply was curt. She looked down at her textbook and resumed studying. I thought I said something nice, but did it not resonate with her? Suzuna's feelings are difficult to understand. Section. Evening arrived quickly. As the room gradually darkened, I had a thought. Aren't you hungry? If Suzuna lived with her parents, I would have suggested going home around this time. But Suzuna lives alone. I wondered if she'd like to have dinner together. I might be. Suzuna looked up and replied readily. What do you usually do for dinner? I live alone, so I just eat whatever. Whatever? I'm curious about what that entails. Instant ramen, convenience store bentos, and stuff like that. That was the answer I was most worried about. Do you ever cook? I can manage the process up to pouring hot water. That's just instant ramen. That's one way to put it. And that's all she said. Won't you be malnourished if you only eat that? Malnourished? Why is that a question? Okay, I'll make you dinner. That's too much trouble. You're always giving me your bento. I'd feel bad if you did more for me. No, I'm more worried about your health, Suzuna. Eating like that at your age, it's definitely not good, especially for your beauty. Maybe the reason Suzuna is so thin is because she's not getting proper nutrition. If you do that much, you'll become my mom. Those words resonated with me. Being Suzuna's mom doesn't sound so bad. No, it's bad. Suzuna looked exasperated. I feel like I lose my mind a little when it comes to Suzuna. Well, that aside, I'm seriously making dinner, okay? Are you sure? I am. Do you have any ingredients? I'll probably have to go shopping, but I want to know what she has. Do I have any? Well, I thought you might have something. You can check. The refrigerator was almost empty. The cupboard, on the other hand, was overflowing with instant ramen. It really is all instant ramen. I told you, didn't I? There's no need to look so smug. Yeah, I know. So do you have anything you want to eat? Since you're making it, Ryuri-chan, anything you want is fine. No, I'm making it for you, Suzuna, so I'll make whatever you want. Suzuna groaned and thought about it. She's been saying a lot since we started talking about dinner. Pasta, I guess. A. Now it was my turn to say A. Anyone can make pasta, as long as you don't aim for restaurant quality. A. Is that not okay? No, it's fine, but I thought it would be more substantial than just noodles. I wonder if Suzuna likes noodles. Noodles are delicious. Well, yeah, but... Suzuna seems to be quite indifferent to food. She doesn't seem to care about health or beauty through diet. I'm worried about Suzuna in many ways. But I understand. I'll make it if that's what you want, Suzuna. If it's too much trouble, I have instant pasta. Please don't joke about that. No, I'll make it. I decided to quickly go to the nearby supermarket to buy ingredients. Section. Do you need any help? When I returned home after shopping and started cooking in the kitchen, Suzuna wandered over. Ah, then can you shred this cabbage? A salad is essential. She'll definitely be malnourished if she only eats pasta. I handed Suzuna half a head of cabbage. Leave it to me. I glanced at Suzuna's hands. All right. Swish. Suzuna raised the knife, aiming for the cabbage. Suzuna, maybe you shouldn't. Why? I know from the volleyball incident that Suzuna is incredibly clumsy. This is probably the same, because I couldn't stop shivering. Her fingers holding the cabbage were straight. She's going to cut her fingers off like that. Suzuna, have you ever used a knife before? I think so. I remembered. The bento Suzuna made for Shindo Kokona looked disastrous. I definitely shouldn't let her do this. I'm boiling the pasta, so can you stir that? Okay. That was close. Section. I made meat sauce pasta, a cabbage, lettuce, and cucumber salad, rolled cabbage, and vegetable soup. Yeah, this should cover all the nutritional bases. Wow, amazing. Suzuna gasped, looking at the dishes on the table. I'm a little happy. Bon appetit. Thanks, let's eat. Suzuna twirled the pasta with a fork and spoon. The pasta smoothly entered her mouth. She also ate the salad, rolled cabbage, and vegetable soup. Riri-chan. Suzuna placed her fork and spoon on the table and spoke in a formal tone. You'll make a good wife. What do you mean? It's delicious. Ah, that's what she meant. Hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you like it. Anyone who doesn't like this has a terrible palate. Ahaha, that's good to hear. I'm happy that Suzuna likes it. The thought of Suzuna eating what I made, it becoming a part of her, made me feel a little excited. Am I really a pervert? What are you going to do? What do you mean? Suzuna looked at me with a slightly accusatory look. Do people usually give you that look after saying it's delicious? I can't eat instant ramen anymore after this. It was a complaint disguised as the highest praise. Chapter 54, It Can't Be Helped. Hey Suzuna, help me study. It's May, and the midterms are a week away. Perhaps because this is a preparatory school, the atmosphere in the class is gradually becoming clouded with pre-test anxiety. Shindo Minato, sitting at the desk in front of me, suddenly said that. No way. Cold. Actually, this triggers a choice-based event. If you choose the childhood friend, Amatsuki Suzuna, it's a relaxed study session. If you choose the gal, Hines Riri, it's lively and fun. If you choose the student council president, Kanyori Rieka, it's strict but with occasional moments of kindness. If you choose the senpai, Futaba you benefit from her mature guidance. If you choose the younger sister, Shindo Kokona, it's filled with doting affection. Kokona-chan has already studied the second-year curriculum in advance to tutor her brother, a love fueled by dedication. Each heroine tutors Shindo-kun in her own unique style, so it's fine, even if I don't teach him, there are others who will. Isn't there anyone else who can help you? I checked if Shindo-kun had any other heroine candidates in mind. I asked Kokona, and she just brushed me off, saying, study by yourself. He replied, winking, so he skipped the Kokona-chan event too. Well, she's right, and that wink was creepy, so don't do it again. It's a wink. Apologize to the wink. Who am I supposed to apologize to? Humanity. Isn't that a bit broad? Seriously, I just want some peace and quiet. Why is he so energetic and argumentative in the morning? Isn't there anyone else who can help you? Not really. Since he asked his little sister before asking his childhood friend, he probably doesn't have many options. Shindo-kun has a bright personality, but he doesn't have any close friends. Without the heroines, he's often alone. He's not exactly a loner, so he doesn't stand out much, but still. That's a problem. That means he won't trigger any flags with the other heroines. At this rate, the only ending left is the bad ending where only the childhood friend, Amatsuki Suzuna, remains. That's why everything would be solved if you just let Suzuna teach you. But that would increase my affection value with him, so it's no good. How about failing and repeating the year? Are you a demon? Why are you saying such ridiculous things with such excitement? I wonder if there's a way to trigger an ending that's not in the original story by making him do something unprecedented. Well, relying on that is too much of a gamble. Then I have no choice but to trigger flags with the other heroines myself. I'll increase his options, like a true harem protagonist. Okay, let's have a study session after school today. Hey, seriously? You'll teach me? Yeah, but can I invite other people? Sure, but will they be helpful? Why is he talking down to me when he's the one asking for help? They're much more capable than I am. Okay, then it's fine. Perhaps because I told him not to wink, he gave me a thumbs up with a grin, showing his white teeth. That's also irritating. Don't point at people. It's a thumbs up. Section, during lunch break, after finishing lunch with Riri-chan, I went out into the hallway. First, I needed to secure a place to study. Knock, knock. Come in. I knocked on the door and a clear voice responded. Excuse me. Oh, it's Amatsuki-san, what is it? I visited the student council room. Yuri Rieka was sitting at her sturdy desk. There was a stack of papers on her desk, suggesting she was busy. Sorry to interrupt your work, is this a bad time? It's fine. Listening to students' concerns is also part of the student council's duties, so there's no need to worry. Such a textbook-perfect response. With the sunlight streaming in from the window behind her, she looked divine. The midterms are coming up soon, aren't they? I was wondering if you could help me study. Certainly. Kanjori-san readily agreed. Really? I thought you'd be busy with student council work. I would never turn away a student who wants to study. A goddess. She's such a good person. Then, could I use this room after school? Kanjori-san thought for a moment. I don't have any student council work today, and the other officers are also absent, so it should be fine. And there are other students who are struggling with their studies, so is it okay if I bring them along? Oh, it's not just you, Amatsuki-san. Kanjori-san muttered, sounding slightly surprised, and then, that's fine. I'll be happy to help if I can. These are the words of the top student in our year. If you can't help, then no one can. Thank you very much. I bowed and left the student council room. Section. Next, I went to the first floor. I cautiously peeked into the first-year classrooms. There she is. Luckily, I spotted Shindo Kokona-chan in her classroom. But it's hard to enter the world of unfamiliar underclassmen, so I stood by the door, hoping she would notice me. Then another girl tapped Kokona-chan on the shoulder and pointed at me. Kokona-chan's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she immediately came over. Ah, Amatsuki Suzuna, what are you doing in front of the first-year classrooms? I have something to ask you, Kokona-chan. Then you should have just called out to me. The other girls told me there's a creepy senpai staring at Kokona. Oh, I see. So I stood out in a bad way. So, what do you want? I was thinking, how about a study session after school? Why would you invite Kokona? I'm a year younger than you. I know that you've already covered the second-year curriculum, Kokona-chan. How do you know that? Because I've played the game. Shindo-kun asked me to help him study, so let's do it together. Oni-chan will be there too. I thought it would be better for him to study by himself, so I left him alone. I understand, but wouldn't it be okay to study together as a group? It won't be one-sided. Maybe. Yeah, then after school, in the student council room. I managed to make plans with her. Since it's conspicuous for an upperclassman to be in a lower-classman's classroom, I left immediately. The student council room. Kokona-chan said something, but it was drowned out by the noise in the hallway. Section. This is tiring. Next, I went to the rooftop. Going back and forth like this was exhausting. I finally made it and opened the door, letting in the outside air. There, gazing up at the clear blue sky, was the back of a girl. Futaba-senpai. Oh, it's Suzuna-chan, what's up? Futaba-senpai, as relaxed as ever, responded casually. Let's study together after school. Whoa, that's sudden. As a senpai, you've already covered the second-year material, right? And you're studying for university entrance exams too, aren't you? I am, to some extent, but I'm not sure if I'm good enough to teach anyone. It's fine, please. I can't refuse if Suzuna-chan asks. Futaba-senpai readily agreed. Then after school, in the student council room, there will be a classmate and a kuhai there too. It's like that. Relieved, I left the rooftop. Section. I returned to the classroom and was about to walk to my seat when, Suzuna, are you free after school today? I stopped dead in my tracks. Riri-chan was next to me. If you are, could you help me study again? Well, how do I explain this situation to Riri-chan? I could see my future being scolded and my back started to sweat. Chapter 55, all to myself. Suzuna, did you have something to do after school? Riri-chan tilted her head as I struggled to answer. If I told her I was gathering Shindo-kun and the heroines, how would she react? She probably wouldn't be happy. We're having a study group. You are Suzuna, with who? Riri-chan, knowing that I don't have any friends, asked a natural question. Shindo-kun, Kokona-chan, Ken Yori-san, and Futaba-senpai. What's with that group? I couldn't tell her it was the protagonist and the heroines. They seemed to have nothing in common at first glance, so it would just be confusing. Shindo-kun asked me to help him study, but I thought I wasn't enough on my own, so I gathered other people. And what about me? I didn't ask you, Riri-chan. Why? Riri-chan's eyes narrowed, and her voice sharpened. Well, that's... You wanted to study without me. It's not like I'm trying to increase the chances of a route without Riri-chan. I didn't want you to participate, if possible. When I told her directly, Riri-chan's eyes widened in surprise, but her expression quickly hardened. Even I get hurt sometimes, you know. Riri-chan gritted her teeth. I didn't want to make her look so pained. It's not like that, Riri-chan. There's a reason. What reason? Well, you know. I can't say the real reason out loud. You don't really get along with Kanyori-san, and things are awkward with Kokona-chan and Futaba-san. So you were being considerate of me. Well, yeah. That's not the real reason, but I couldn't think of any other excuse that would be somewhat convincing. So, you're saying it's okay if I participate as long as I don't cause any trouble with the others? Well. Riri-chan wouldn't back down. There's another reason, isn't there? Tell me. She glared at me. I can't deceive Riri-chan, huh? Shindo-kun will be there. So, you might fall for him, Riri-chan. What are you talking about? That's what her eyes seemed to say. Me. Fall for Shindo. The reason is obvious to me. I don't want Hinase Riri to be the heroine who ends up with Shindo Minato. I don't want to see an ending where Shindo-kun and Riri-chan end up together. That feeling has become a major part of me. Would she believe me if I said, this is a dating sim, and I don't want you near him because you might fall for him? He is a boy, after all. No, that's not going to happen. That's not true. Riri-chan can say that because she doesn't realize she's a heroine. There's always a possibility. That's because you used to like Shindo, isn't it, Suzuna? Why would you think that? Since you liked him that much, you probably still think he's a good catch. She doesn't understand. Because of my irregular existence, Yukitsuki Mashiro, in this dating sim, my feelings don't reach her. It was Amatsuki Suzuna who liked Shindo Minato, not me, Yukitsuki Mashiro. That's not true. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that you're worried about that. But that means you're not really thinking about me, are you? Riri-chan moved closer. Her tone was softer than before, but there was still a hint of reproach in her voice. Is that so? Yeah, I don't think you should gather everyone just to teach him. What does that mean? Are you saying I should always be alone? I'm here. Only you, Riri-chan. Isn't that enough? Is she enjoying looking down on me, the loner? Are you trying to bully me? No, I'm just saying it's fine if you're only with me. She's saying strange things again. What does Riri-chan want to do, leaving me alone like this? So I'm going to stop you from being with other people, Suzuna. No objections. In the end, I was forced to give in. Section. So after school, everyone gathered in the student council room. Kokona-chan and Futaba-senpai haven't arrived yet since they're in different years. Well, this is the student council room where we value discipline. I don't know what you were thinking, but you have some nerve entering this room in such a disorderly state. Kanyori-san suddenly launched into a sarcastic tirade. Directed at, I just came to study, and I have no business with you, so you can leave. Riri-chan, of course. As I said, this is the student council room. Why should I be the one to leave? School is a place for students. That sounds like you're abusing your power, and treating the school as your personal property. She's only making sense now. Ah, this is what always happens between Kanyori-san and Riri-chan. Click. Hines Riri. Are you here to study too? Kakona-chan, who arrived late, sounded surprised. Of course I study. So, repeating a year has finally become a reality, huh? Kakona-chan looked at Riri-chan with pity. It's not that bad. It's okay, you don't have to hide it. You look like you're bad at studying. Don't judge a book by its cover. A gal who can't be judged by her looks, does that even have value? Are you picking a fight with me? These two are also on the verge of a fight. Click. Ah, you're. Futaba-senpai, the last to arrive, noticed Riri-chan. You're the one from the other day. You're with Suzuna-chan again. Did you really take my words seriously and become this possessive? I don't remember anything you said. Riri-chan, you made a similar remark to me earlier. You don't remember. I really don't understand what she's thinking. Chapter 56, Study Session. Shall we begin? Since everyone had gathered, it was naturally time to study. However, currently, everyone except Kanyori-san was standing. At the back of the room was Kanyori-san's desk, and in front of it was a long table. The student council officers probably work here regularly. Naturally, we'd be sitting at this table to study, but please sit wherever you like. Kanyori-san graciously gave us permission. Everyone. But even as I looked around, no one seemed inclined to move. Why? You should sit down first, Amatsuki Suzuna. Kakona-chan urged me. It seemed like I, the one who proposed the study session, had to take the initiative. Okay, then I'll sit down. I decided to sit on the right side at the far end of the table, as seen from the entrance. Then, I'll sit next to Suzuna. Just as Riri-chan started walking. Kakona will sit next to Amatsuki Suzuna. Kakona-chan spoke up. What are you talking about? Kakona's the only underclassman, right? I'll be lonely surrounded by senpais, so isn't it natural for me to sit next to Amatsuki Suzuna, who I know? She said that to Riri-chan, her senpai, without a hint of hesitation. You can say, lonely with such confidence. Ah, senpai is scary. Kakona-chan pretended to cower and tremble. And if you know someone, you have your brother, don't you? Oni-chan wants to become more independent from his little sister, so it's fine. Shindo-kun's eyes widened in surprise at Kakona-chan's words. He seems to have no such intention. Independent little sister is probably more accurate. Then, as the only third year, I feel a little uneasy, so I think I'll sit next to Suzuna-chan. Futaba-senpai unexpectedly joined the fray. You're an upperclassman, so you should be able to communicate just fine. And naturally, Riri-chan tried to stop Futaba-senpai as well. Everyone gets lonely when they're alone. Says the girl who's always alone on the rooftop. And as expected, the three of them stared each other down. Should I just leave? I understand. Since this is going nowhere, I will sit next to Amatsuki-san. Finally, even Kanyori-san stood up from her desk and approached the table. You should stay in your fancy seat over there. Wouldn't it be inefficient to teach from a distance? In the end, no one was willing to compromise. Why is this happening? Then why don't we draw lots? Shindo-kun, seeing the stalemate, offered a suggestion. We won't decide otherwise. Everyone fell silent, but no one objected. Section. The final seating arrangement, as seen from the entrance, was like this. Kakona-chan, me, Futaba-senpai. Riri-chan, Kanyori-san, Shindo-kun. Why does this always happen to me? Riri-chan grumbled. She ended up diagonally across from me on the right. That's my line. Why do I have to be with you? Kanyori-san, next to Riri-chan, also grumbled. I can't get Suzuna to teach me from this seat. Study by yourself. Kanyori-san retorted bluntly to Riri-chan, who was pouting. Then what's the point of this study session? Studying is basically a solitary activity. The purpose of this kind of gathering is to create an environment where you can't escape from studying. But you being next to me is making me lose motivation. This is a terrible environment. As usual, they were saying whatever they wanted. Amatsuki Suzuna, I'll help you if there's anything you don't understand. Kakona-chan, sitting next to me on the right, offered kindly. Kakona-chan, do you really understand the second-year material? For the most part. Your grades must be good. I'm second in my year. Kakona-chan is smart. Shindo-kun must have a hard time, having a younger sister who's smarter than him. Wait, where's Shindo-kun? I looked diagonally to the left. Shindo-kun was there, silent and looking uncomfortable. This study session was supposed to be for him, but it's a problem if he's just being quiet. I have to do something to help. Futaba-senpai, may I ask you a favor? What is it, Suzuna-chan? That boy over there. Shindo-kun isn't very good at studying, so could you help him? Shindo-kun shifted in his seat. This was an unexpected development, it seems. Is that so? Futaba-senpai looked at Shindo-kun. Well, I'm not very good at it. Shindo-kun replied, looking away and mumbling. I know I'm not one to talk, but this isn't the time to be shy, Shindo-kun. Is there anything you want help with? Even so, the kind Futaba-senpai continued to ask Shindo-kun questions. I want to know what kind of person you like, senpai. Shindo-kun, your timing is way off. It's a secret. Futaba-senpai seemed taken aback. Shindo-san, what kind of question is that to ask in the student council room? Yuri-san sounded slightly angry. Sai-oni-chan, I've been telling you, girls really hate that kind of thing. Kokona-chan sighed. Their intimacy levels with him aren't rising at all. Ping! My phone suddenly beeped. Is there any point in this study session? It was a message from Shindo-kun. Give me back my effort. That was my honest feeling. Section, since I organized this study session, I have to study hard. I was diligently writing with my mechanical pencil when I encountered a problem I didn't understand. I needed to ask someone. But who? It's not a difficult problem, just something I forgot, so anyone could probably answer it. But I hesitated to ask. Suzuna, what's wrong? But the first one to notice my hesitation was Riri-chan. Well, I don't understand this part. I pointed to the part I didn't understand in the textbook. You can use this formula. If you use this formula, apply this formula. 3 voices overlapped at once. Hey, I was the one she asked. Riri-chan looked indignant. Because Amatsuki Suzuna looked troubled. Because it seemed like Amatsuki-san didn't understand. I wanted to explain it to Suzuna-chan. Kokona-chan, Yuri-san, and Futaba-senpai spoke in unison again. What's with this overprotective study environment? If they directed even a fraction of this tutoring towards Shindo-kun, the story would move forward. But the person in question, Azizize. He was nodding off, looking sleepy. This is hopeless. Chapter 57, Putting Feelings into Words. The study session ended inconclusively. I did get some studying done, being surrounded by smart people, but the main objective, advancing the story between Shindo-kun and the heroines, didn't progress. I walked home with Riri-chan, feeling unproductive. Hey, Suzuna, I think today's study session was a bit awkward. Sorry. Riri-chan had Yuri Rieka, whom she doesn't get along with, sitting next to her. Kokona-chan was in front of her, and I was diagonally across, so it must have been uncomfortable for her. I felt bad since she wanted to study with me. If you're sorry, then let's continue. Continue? Does she mean continue studying? But it's already pretty dark, isn't it? It was past 6 o'clock, and the sun was starting to set. We both live alone, so it's not a problem, right? Well, that's true. And it wasn't a bad suggestion, since I could spend more time with Riri-chan. Where are we going to study? We can go to my house. Your house? I've only been to Riri-chan's house once. That one time was so intense that I could feel my face heating up. Suzuna, are you thinking of something naughty? Riri-chan grinned. It was as if she read my mind, and my voice involuntarily went up an octave. Oh, of course not. I see, so is it okay? Riri-chan grabbed my wrist. I didn't have any particular reason to resist. Yeah, it's fine. Great, then it's settled. As always, Riri-chan walked ahead of me. Section, the second time in Riri-chan's room. It was exactly the same as before, of course. A flashy room with black, white, and pink everywhere. Make yourself at home, Suzuna. Pretend it's your room. Okay. I wasn't just being influenced by her words, but I felt much more comfortable. Maybe it's because I've been here once before, or maybe it's because I've opened up to Riri-chan. It's probably both, but it didn't feel like someone else's room anymore. Honestly, I was also happy. This blazer is so stuffy. Riri-chan hung her blazer on a hanger and was left in just her blouse. I won't make the same mistake twice. Last time, I sat facing the bed and accidentally saw up Riri-chan's skirt. So today, I sat on the carpet with the bed as my backrest. This way, I won't see anything even if she's careless. Suzuna-san, are you being self-conscious? Riri-chan was teasing me, pretending not to understand even though she knew. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so, Fufu? Ryuri-chan giggled and walked behind me. Creak. The bed creaked. Ryuri-chan really likes sitting on the bed, it seems. Suzuna, is there really nothing wrong? What do you mean? About today. Her tone was a little dramatic. Ryuri-chan still seems unconvinced about something. I can kind of tell that you don't see Shindo Minato romantically anymore, Suzuna. Ah, is that so? Ryuri-chan kept glancing at me during our study session. She must have been observing me, but you're still conscious of him, aren't you? I wonder. I gave a vague answer, neither confirming nor denying. Yeah, definitely. You seem to be interacting with him intentionally. Ryuri-chan's words seemed to shift from questioning to conviction. It's just your imagination. If that were true, there's no way you'd go to such lengths just because he asked you to help him study, Suzuna. Even I know that. She probably finds it strange that I, who avoids interacting with people, would take the initiative like that. It's impossible to hide that from Ryuri-chan, who knows me so well. There's a reason, isn't there? It's just your imagination. I can't tell her it's because this is the world of a dating sim. It would be a relief to tell her, but she'd just think I'm crazy. I don't want Ryuri-chan to think I'm strange. So you're not going to tell me. Because there's no reason, I just helped him because he asked. And it would be weird to study alone with Shindo-kun. But that group was also weird. Is that so? Definitely. I can't help but think there's another reason, Suzuna. Ryuri-chan is sharp at times like these, so it's hard to deceive her. I won't force you to tell me if you don't want to. But it's also awkward to be presented with such obvious lies. I didn't know how to respond to those words and fell silent. Will there ever be a day when I can tell her? I'd be happy if that day came and Ryuri-chan believed me, but I don't have the courage yet. What about you, Ryuri-chan? Why do you hate it so much when Shindo-kun and I interact? You know I don't like him anymore, so there's no need to be so bothered, right? Even Ryuri-chan interacts with lots of people, like Takebana-san and her other friends. Compared to that, I only occasionally interact with my only childhood friend. Even if he's a boy, I don't think it's something to be so concerned about, especially since she knows I don't like him. Why do you think? Don't answer my question with a question. Ryuri-chan didn't reply. Creak. Instead, the bed creaked again. At the same time, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. I wondered what it was, and then I felt slender arms wrap around my neck. Ryuri-chan was hugging me from behind. Our Ryuri-chan. I was startled by the suddenness of it. She's kissed my cheek and licked my neck before, but she's never embraced me so suddenly and without context. You want to know why I'm so fixated on Shindo, don't you? Ryuri-chan asked in a calm voice, ignoring my flustered state. I feel stupid for being the only one whose heart is racing. I'll act calm too. Why yeah, I want to know if there's a reason. It's because Ryuri-chan's warm breath tickled my ear. I like you. She whispered. Hey. That word completely blew away my thoughts about being hugged and her breath on my ear. My heart leaped, making everything else insignificant. Chapter 58, Unstoppable. What did Ryuri-chan just say? Did she say, because I like you? I did hear that she had someone she liked. Could it be that? So what do you think? Ryuri-chan's voice and breath tickled my ear. What do you mean? If I said I'm interfering with you and Shindo because I like you, would that be a valid reason? It is a valid reason, it is, but that means she seriously likes me, right? Not as a friend, but as a lover. Am I saying something strange? Why yes, you are, because the person you're supposed to like Ryuri-chan is. Wait, who did Ryuri-chan say she likes? From the flow of the conversation, it could be either me or Shindo-kun. Either way, it would be a valid reason for her to interfere. The person I'm supposed to like? What? Well. But what should I do? Even if I confirm the answer, what then? If she likes Shindo-kun, if she likes me, could I accept either answer? Fufu. Ryuri-chan giggled, oblivious to my panic state. Was there something funny? Just kidding. Did I surprise you? Just kidding. Yeah, it was a hypothetical. I was wondering what you'd do, Suzuna, if that was the reason. A hypothetical. I repeated her words like a parrot. But you didn't really say anything, and that surprised me. I thought you'd react more. Ryuri-chan's arms unwrapped from around my neck. My hair swayed slightly as she stood up. She walked towards the door. Sorry for making you uncomfortable. It wasn't a very funny joke. I'll go make some tea and snacks. Ryuri-chan opened the door, about to head to the living room. W8. I called out to her, what? Ryuri-chan didn't turn around. About that hypothetical, who did you mean? Who do you mean? Ryuri-chan is teasing me, even though she knows what I'm asking. Me or Shindo-kun, who did you say you liked? I'm curious. What was she thinking? What was she feeling when she brought up that hypothetical? Even if it was a joke, I wanted to know the root of those feelings. Which one did you think, Suzuna? A. But Ryuri-chan wouldn't answer directly. She asked me a question instead, and it wasn't just any question, it was a difficult one to answer. I asked you first. But I was the one who brought it up, so if you want to know, you have to tell me first, Suzuna. That's not fair. Ryuri-chan's way of speaking is unfair. Trying to get me to reveal my feelings first like that. She did the same thing before and didn't answer my question properly. Which one did you want me to say, Suzuna? I don't know. We weren't talking about that. I just wanted to hear what Ryuri-chan had to say. I don't really know. I see. Ryuri-chan replied weakly to my vague answer. She seemed to relax and turned around. Her expression was her usual casual smile. Well, either way, it was just a joke, right? She laughed it off, as if it wasn't a big deal. She created an atmosphere as if it was just a casual remark, an extension of our everyday conversation. I'll go make some tea and snacks. Or do you want something else to drink? Anything is fine. Okay. Ryuri-chan left the room. She acted like it was nothing, as if she wasn't bothered at all. I was left alone in the room. A joke, huh? But a part of me was annoyed that she was dismissing it as a joke. Was I expecting something? Was I hoping for a confession that she was interfering with Shindo-kun and me because she liked me? What would happen if that were true? Could I reciprocate those feelings? Even questioning myself only highlighted the vague emotions swirling within me. Sorry to keep you waiting. I made tea after all. I don't have much in the way of snacks, though. Then what if Ryuri-chan likes Shindo-kun? Then I can avoid the bad ending with Shindo-kun. That should be a good thing. I'd spend less time with Ryuri-chan, but I could avoid the future I dread the most. Hey, are you listening? But I'm still not convinced. I tried to deceive myself, but it's impossible. I don't think Ryuri-chan would end up with Shindo-kun. I don't want to see that future either. Hey, Suzuna. What? Ryuri-chan's face was suddenly next to mine. She had crawled over to me on all fours and was peering at my face. Her loose neckline revealed a glimpse of her chest because of her unguarded posture. Not again, I thought, and quickly averted my gaze. Why do you have that troubled look on your face? Ryuri-chan, seeing my reaction, slightly misunderstood. I don't. You did. Are you still bothered by what I said earlier? Please don't act like it's nothing when you were the one who brought it up. No, I'm not bothered. It was just a common joke. Maybe that kind of joke is common. But I don't find it funny. It felt like Ryuri-chan was pulling away, and I didn't like it. Hey, Suzuna, I'm sorry. Seeing my silence, Ryuri-chan apologized apologetically. Do you want me to forgive you? I asked, still looking away. Yeah, you seem upset, Suzuna. Of course I am. Ryuri-chan is the reason. Just because it was a joke doesn't mean she can say anything. So then take it off. Hey. Now it was Ryuri-chan's turn to be surprised. I turned my gaze back to Ryuri-chan. I said, take it off. AW8 Suzuna. I pushed Ryuri-chan down. Straddling her, I looked down. Her open shirt revealed her chest. This is annoying, her unguarded appearance, the way she's messing with my emotions. I felt like I was losing control of my suppressed feelings. Suzuna, what is this? What is this? I want to know. Ryuri-chan is the one who messed with my emotions, so she should take responsibility. So I should be able to do whatever I want to Ryuri-chan. You want me to forgive you, right? Then be quiet. But. Even as she protested, Ryuri-chan didn't resist seriously, so I reached for the buttons of her blouse. Chapter 59, I Want a Bite. I put my hand on the buttons of her blouse and undid them one by one. Suzuna, what are you doing all of a sudden? Ryuri-chan tried to grab my hand to stop me, but her grip was weak. I shouldn't be able to overpower her. Ryuri-chan was saying no, but she seemed hesitant. It's probably because she feels guilty towards me. Let go. I spoke as coldly as possible. I thought she would listen to me if I did that. What's wrong, Suzuna? You're different from usual. Who made me this way? Since she doesn't even understand that at this point, I have to teach her a lesson. I'm angry, Ryuri-chan. I know, that's why I apologized. I don't forgive you. Suzuna, Ryuri-chan is the one who always manipulates me with these kinds of words. So she can't complain about receiving the same treatment. What goes around comes around. If you want me to forgive you, let go. When I pressed her, Ryuri-chan obediently let go of my hand. There were no more interruptions. I undid all the buttons of her blouse. Her white bra and the round swellings it encased were revealed. Ryuri-chan has the largest breasts among the heroines. Maybe that's why many of her CGs emphasized her chest. I thought those suggestive depictions, needlessly arousing desire, were a bit vulgar. But seeing them in person, they're beautiful. Hey, what are you looking at? You know what I'm looking at, Ryuri-chan blushed. I lowered my gaze and her skirt was slightly disheveled. I could almost see the tops of her thighs. Touch. I touched her exposed leg. I ran my hand along her thigh, from the front to the inside. Where are you touching? The smooth texture of her skin, the soft flesh giving way under my fingertips. Beautiful, yet lewd. Ryuri-chan is crazy for always exposing such alluring legs. Hey Ryuri-chan, why do you always wear such short skirts? It's just because short skirts are cute, that's all. She exposes such an alluring body to the public gaze, without a second thought. Ryuri-chan unconsciously captivates my gaze, and today her words stirred up my emotions even further. Unforgivable, I have to punish her. Otherwise, my heart won't find balance. Isn't that enough? Ryuri-chan pleaded. No, it's not. I can't forgive her after this. Ryuri-chan, it hasn't even begun yet. Stay still. W8 Suzuna. I ran my tongue along Ryuri-chan's neck. Savoring the sensation, I licked her skin. Seriously, that's dangerous. What's dangerous about it? Ryuri-chan is the one who always does this kind of thing. Since she's the one who encouraged this behavior, it's strange for her to stop me now. So I won't stop. I moved my tongue downwards, and the texture changed to a soft suppleness. The swell of her breasts, covered in white fabric, touched the tip of my nose. Suzuna, really stop. Ryuri-chan's hand touched my head, as if to stop me. But I brushed her hand away. Don't get in the way, Ryuri-chan. But that's dangerous. What's dangerous about it? You should know without me telling you. I'm just licking the swell of her breasts, the cleavage. I haven't touched anything beyond that, and her bra is still on. Suzuna, why are you suddenly doing this? Why? Because I'm angry at you, Ryuri-chan. You've been so considerate of me, and then you suddenly tested me like that. It made me feel uneasy, like you might leave me. If you like Shindo-kun, you'll leave me, won't you? That's not fun. So I buried my face in Ryuri-chan's chest again. You're still going. I don't want to be left alone again. So I thought I should leave a mark, so you can't go anywhere. This soft spot is perfect for leaving a mark. I lightly bit Ryuri-chan's breast. It felt so soft that I wanted to bite harder. Ouch, Suzuna, that hurts. Ryuri-chan's pained voice. I'm happy to hear a side of her I've never heard before, because I know that what I'm doing is changing her. Hearing her voice, I looked up. Her white skin was slightly red where I bit her. What's this? I don't understand. This will make you reflect, Ryuri-chan. I've never heard of this kind of reflection. Not only the bite mark, but Ryuri-chan's face was also red. While I'm doing this, Ryuri-chan's emotions must be completely focused on me, so I want to leave a clear bite mark. Then maybe she'll only think about me. It's not enough. It's just a part of her upper body. I want to lick her entire body, bite her in various places. Otherwise, I'm afraid she'll disappear somewhere. I want to leave concrete proof to keep her by my side. I looked at Ryuri-chan's skirt and her legs. Maybe I need to leave a mark here too. Suzuna, no. But Ryuri-chan must have noticed my gaze. As soon as I looked in that direction, she let out a firm refusal, unlike before. She grabbed my head, truly trying to stop me. What is it, Ryuri-chan? That's dangerous. You said that before. No, I'm serious this time. So biting her chest is a joke? I don't understand, but Ryuri-chan's voice sounded like she genuinely wanted me to stop. If you go any further, I'll really lose it. A warning, but her voice was trembling. Ryuri-chan's voice, which messed with my emotions, is now being messed with by me. That's good. Now she understands my feelings a little. Okay, I'll forgive you. I pulled away from Ryuri-chan. I buttoned her blouse, feeling bad for leaving her like that. I wasn't sure how many buttons to do up, but I closed all but the top one. I shouldn't expose her like this. Ryuri-chan, who was lying on her back, sat up. She looked at me resentfully. What? If you have something to say, say it. You pervert. A. Ryuri-chan is supposed to be the pervert. Ryuri-chan continued to look away, avoiding eye contact with me. Chapter 60. Bitten, Hine's Ryuri's side. Why did this happen? Suzuna is pinning me down, and she's straddling me, looking down. This has never happened before. You want me to forgive you, right? Then be quiet. Suzuna reached out and touched the buttons of my blouse. I can't just let her do this. Suzuna, what are you doing all of a sudden? I grabbed Suzuna's hand and stopped her. Let go. Her cold, dismissive tone sent chills down my spine. Suzuna, you're different from usual. Was it wrong of me to suddenly hug her from behind, or was it wrong of me to say, because I like you? But it can't be helped. I wanted to convey my feelings. I wanted to see her reaction. I couldn't be completely honest, I couldn't reveal everything, because Suzuna is always hiding something. She has secrets about her relationship with Shindo and with me. Because of that, there's still a distance between our hearts. Knowing that, I don't have the courage to reveal everything. I'm angry, Ryuri-chan. I know, that's why I apologized. I don't forgive you. Suzuna, I don't want Suzuna to be unforgiving towards me. If I made her angry, I want to apologize. Suzuna sometimes gets upset, but she usually just runs away. She's never expressed her emotions so directly before, so I was taken aback. If you want me to forgive you, let go. Overwhelmed by her intensity, I let go of her hand. Suzuna unbuttoned my blouse without hesitation. She opened it, exposing my bra. Suzuna stared at my exposed skin silently. It's embarrassing to be seen like this. They're beautiful. Unbelievable. Just looking and then making that comment. What does Suzuna want from me? Hey, what are you looking at? Touch. Suzuna touched my leg, ignoring my flustered state. Her fingertips were warm, caressing my skin. She ran her hand along my thigh, from the outside to the inside, as if to confirm the sensation repeatedly. Her touch wasn't just a touch, she was trying to feel me. My body reacted instinctively, even though she was just touching me. Hey, Ryuri-chan, why do you always wear such short skirts? Suzuna spoke to me, in her usual casual tone. Her voice was so indifferent, so out of sync with my feelings that I felt embarrassed. It's just because short skirts are cute, that's all. I tried to deflect, forcing myself to sound normal. I don't know if she was convinced by my answer, but Suzuna continued to look at me and caress my leg, silently. Isn't that enough? If she continues, I'll lose it. I'll get carried away even though Suzuna doesn't have those intentions. I don't want that kind of one-sided relationship. Ryuri-chan, it hasn't even begun yet. Stay still. But Suzuna was relentless. She continued in her cold tone, probably unaware of how I was feeling. W8, Suzuna. Then Suzuna's tongue touched my neck. A shiver ran through my body as she licked my skin. She's licked me before, but today was different. My mind felt hazy. Seriously, that's dangerous. This is bad, I'm losing control, but Suzuna wouldn't listen. Her tongue moved downwards, licking my chest. My senses heightened, becoming incredibly sensitive. Suzuna, really stop. This is bad, I thought, and tried to stop her by touching her head. Don't get in the way. But she brushed my hand away roughly. But that's dangerous. What's dangerous about it? You should know without me telling you. If this continues, I'll lose it. I'll be the only one feeling this way. Suzuna, why are you suddenly doing this? Why? Suzuna didn't answer. She's thinking something, but she won't say it. There are so many things she won't understand unless I tell her, but she refuses to talk about her feelings. Instead, Suzuna buried her face in my chest again. Her breath against my skin was hot. You're still going. No matter how many times I asked, she didn't answer. Her breath against my skin, synchronized with her breathing, turned into my own warmth. Anyone would feel strange with their face pressed against their chest like that. I was so embarrassed that I felt like she could hear my pounding heart. But the warmth gradually turned into a sharp pain. Ouch, Suzuna, that hurts. Suzuna was biting my breast. It's crazy to undress someone, bury your face in their chest, and bite them. There's no meaning to this act. It only hurts me, there's nothing good about it. And yet, I'm enduring Suzuna's bite. I could reach out and push her head away, but I don't. Because I somehow understand that Suzuna is trying to express something through this act, something she can't put into words. It's incredibly clumsy, but it's also very Suzuna-like. Finally, Suzuna stopped biting and looked up. I'm sure there's a teeth mark on my breast. What's this? I don't understand. This will make you reflect, Riri-chan. I've never heard of this kind of reflection. Or rather, I'm too overwhelmed to even think about reflecting. I'm scared that I'm about to be consumed by Suzuna. It's not enough. But Suzuna wasn't satisfied. Suzuna looked away from my chest and glanced at my skirt and legs. I instinctively knew she was coming for them next. And her gaze was fixed on a very dangerous spot. Suzuna, no. I cried out reflexively. Suzuna didn't seem to understand why I said no. Unbelievable. She's doing this to me, and she doesn't even understand. If you go any further, I'll really lose it. Since she doesn't understand, I have to tell her clearly. If this continues, I'll really lose it. I don't want that. I don't want my feelings to run ahead of Suzuna's. I want our feelings to be in sync. I told myself that, suppressing the urge to struggle. Okay, I'll forgive you. Did she understand, or was she satisfied with biting me? Anyway, Suzuna's voice softened slightly. She buttoned my blouse. I felt like Suzuna's dress-up doll. Suzuna moved off me, and I was finally free. I sat up, and there was Suzuna with her usual grumpy expression. What? If you have something to say, Riri-chan, say it. Something to say. What does she want to hear? You pervert. I realized something. Just being touched by Suzuna makes my body tingle, and it was so one-sided. It wasn't gentle, it was closer to an act of aggression, but I felt it. So what will happen to me if Suzuna gets serious? I'm curious, and yet I'm also afraid. Because if I find out, I don't think I'll be able to resist getting closer to Suzuna. I'm so messed up. I don't know how to face Suzuna anymore. End of Volume 1.